vote.
Yes.
The yeas are 218. The nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
Hello, humans. Bam, I woke up, eat shit. This is your power report for the 3rd of July, 2025. I'm Dan from the internet. I am back home. I am loud, proud, and here with the crowd. Good to see you all in chat. Good to see you, Forrest Miller. Not to run you by your government, my apologies, but I'm proud to have you on, sir. Good to see you. How's it hanging?
I'm coming to you from hell.
Live from hell. Live from hell.
They took away my insurance and I died. I didn't think I'd end up here.
I didn't think you'd end up there that fast, honestly. Yeah. Like it's
it happens.
That's some real do not pass go, do not collect $200 energy. It's just like straight to hell. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Right away. Straight to jail.
Straight to Believe it or not, lose insurance. Hell. Believe it or not.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
Yeah, it's hard not to feel like completely demoralized. Especially like any time you see one of these fucking ghouls getting like interviewed about it. Like it would be one thing. I would have more respect for it if they're like, yeah, I wanted a tax cut. Fuck you guys. I got mine. You know what I mean? Like, but like the small bean, like like I either like the fake outrage where they're like, it's illegals that are gonna lose their health insurance, not hardworking Americans, which is clearly bullshit. Or the other side of that like equation is is like it's gonna be like just 35-year-olds who sit on the couch all day playing video games. Like I would have more respect for them if they were like, yeah, we want to take all of you guys off. Like you guys are gonna have to pay for your fucking insurance. Fuck you. Like I would have way more respect for that than I do for like the fake outrage or like the small being like don't bother me. I'm running through the halls of Congress kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Like we're going to get into the big bastard here. We're going to be oscillating through a couple of different phrases. But while you are watching and listening, please like, share the stream, do all those usual different things. This is going to be an interesting show, not just because I have not just because Forrest and I are going mano a mano here on some real bear energy. Cousin! No, but also because the way I wanted to produce this show and to do the show, shout out Forrest, shout out Sashi, double shout out Forrest for being the only person who follows my instructions for when I am taking a nap before the stream.
Yeah, see, I got you because I've told people to do that for me before and they never do it. So I was like, I have the chance to bring that karma back into the universe.
And hopefully that karma comes back to you because if you I'm not gonna tell people that one weird trick to making sure Dan doesn't sleep through power reports. It's all good, but let's just say that you are Bam could have done this. I would have slept through the show. Bam would have let me sleep through the show. Ray would have let me sleep through the show. C's would have let me sleep through the show. Kristina would have let me sleep through the show. But Forrest, big dog with the kombucha hog in hell, is not.
They still have yerba mate in hell. I'm set.
Damn it, boy. Yeah. So I wanted to, and this is honestly an excellent opportunity for me to continue to make sure my stream setup is set the fuck up, but also like I am even though I'm not technically, I'm extremely not there right now. I am a New York City resident. Forrest is a vicarious New York City, avant-garde, avant-tour.
Upstate resident. But I mean, I was born there. Like, I feel like that counts for something.
He's a man about town. You're doing it. And so, I know you want to talk about the Zoran Mondani sort of like race and how that came out. We're going to have opportunities to speak about this very soon later in the show, but I wanted to give you like an opportunity because we talked about it last week. And honestly, what is time? But like we talked about it on a previous Power Report. But I definitely want you to give your thoughts, your takes, like just spit it out right now. Before we jump in, but also just like, get it out. But also like we'll be talking about it again very soon, very sure. This show is going to be, in addition to being with Forrest, is also going to be very focused on the so-called big beautiful bill. And so we're do a big breakdown. I hate that I use the word big. We're going to do a breakdown on it, but I want to give Forrest some opportunity right now to talk about
well, it's crazy because while I mean,
of course,
while you were while you were napping, or I guess in the last like couple hours, they just dropped their latest Zoran smear from the New York Times, and apparently this one is there's literally like a white supremacist like race science based account that was like, I have information on Zoran Mondani, who wants it? And apparently the New York Times reached out to this person. Like, it's literally an account that says writes about genetics, race, and something else. And their information apparently is that this is like the biggest no story of all time. I guess Zoran applied for multiple colleges, including Columbia, where his dad was working at the time, and checked off Black/African American, as well as Asian on his thing, which he's literally African. He's from Uganda. Like, he doesn't have Indian citizenship. And so their story is like one of those classic, like Elizabeth Warren said Native American, but we can't find any Native American ancestry, that kind of story.
Oh no.
Thank you, President Trump. Now I'm going to buy some mother F bleep guns. Now I'm going to buy some mother F bleep guns.
Sorry, I had it on repeat, but like.
But it's one of those stories, but the guy's literally from Africa. So I don't know, like everyone's just kind of roasting them because they're like, yo, the guy's literally like, he's African. Like, he might not be African in like the racial sense that we use it here, but it's like, he's African in the sense of like literally he had come from Africa a few years before.
No, I was literally like, how long until we start to see the trend of people being like Zoran like not just
Kwame,
Zoran, but like Zoran Kwame Mondani. Like, they're gonna do the Barack Hussein Obama thing.
Kwame's like a funnier one to do it with because he's literally named after like Kwame. I always forget how to fucking say it, but the former president of Ghana, the first president of Ghana that literally met with like Martin Luther King and like a bunch of other, like in the 60s, you know what I mean? Like that guy. He's literally named after the former president of Ghana as his middle name. Like, it's not like he's, it's not like he's named after like, I mean, literally with like Barack, he kind of got shafted by literally having the name Hussein as his middle name. Like,
well, yes, but like
nobody cared.
I mean, also, let's just folks. Let me be clear. Hussein is not a name that we should be like pointing out as like, oh, that's the terror name. Like,
yeah,
it's just a name.
Well, it's literally because
it just so happened that someone who hated America happened to have that last name of Saddam Hussein. And you know what?
But he wasn't even a terrorist. He was literally a terrorist. He was and he didn't even hate America. Saddam Hussein actually really liked America. America just didn't like him.
At the risk of never being able to fly in the United States again, who amongst us? Like, you hate America and you have a last name. Who amongst us? Like, I mean, it's kind of why are we against? I mean, like, I know why we're against this. It's like rampant Islamophobia, but yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of crazy that we've never had like a Muhammad, because Muhammad's like the most common name in the entire world. Like, there's more Muhammads than any other name, and it's kind of crazy we've never had like a really like a famous Muhammad try to run for office in the U.S. Like one day there's gonna be a President Muhammad. Just by like, you know, name versus like how common a name is. We've had so many Johns, John Tyler, John Kennedy, John, John. Like we've had so many of them, and we've never had a Muhammad. But we're in the age of Muhammad right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to see that. I want to see how we're going to be doing this. But yeah, I don't know. So like I said, I set out to produce this show being like, okay, this week, because Trump's big black cock is passing. Hi YouTube censors. Because Trump's bill is passing, I wanted to actually
BBC, we call it the BBC, folks.
I think my most watched appearance on TYT was a time where I was on the panel and we were talking about Ben Shapiro being I'm gonna watch my phrasing here for now, but we were talking about Ben Shapiro on BBC because he was being interviewed by like Andrew Neil or someone.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
like,
that was right after I started working for Michael Brooks. I remember that happened. That was that same year.
Yeah, and so there
were some great headlines like Ben Shapiro destroyed by BBC. Ben Shapiro walks off set after reckless BBC appearance. Like
yeah, no, we covered that absolutely. That was like my most popular video on TYT, and it's actually very interesting watching this right now. But
BBC destroys Ben Shapiro.
Francesca and I were on TYT. Actually, we were on the panel. I'm not sure if this is a Friday. But we were talking about the Ben Shapiro story. And we were, I'm sorry, I was just trying to find it here. But we were talking about that exact Andrew Neil moment.
Yeah.
And I have it right here. Sorry, I was just trying to
pull it up. It's hilarious. He did not know who Andrew Neil was. Like, I don't know. Like, I know who Andrew Neil is, and I don't even like. It's not like I watched the BBC.
No, yeah, literally Andrew Neil. Like, you will not fix my mouth to say the phrase "I love" the BBC commentator known as Andrew Neil.
No, he's terrible.
Bam's gonna cut that. He's gonna be like, "I love the BBC," but no,
folks, I love the BBC.
But there was, like, so now there was a point where we were going hard in the paint here when it came to Ben Shapiro, and that like me, Jank, Anna and Francesca were aligned. And sorry, I'm just gonna be indulgent because we're right here and because I have the clip. We're gonna play it. So this is when
good times when everyone was friends.
Doing things to make a quick buck is hilarious. And Dan, I would like you to please refer to graphic 29, which is the Ben Shapiro tweet in question. Can you read that to us?
Yeah, so Ben Shapiro is saying that, oh, no, I didn't say that about Palestinians. You're mischaracterizing my quote. Well, graphic 29 says, apologies, you're correct regarding the slur about Arabs. He was apologizing about the Arabs live in sewage tweet. Not all Arabs live in open sewage and blowing things up, just pals, Palestinians, and their allies. So no, not all Arabs. I'm not being prejudiced towards all Arabs. I'm just being prejudiced towards all Palestinians, which is totally fine and totally okay.
You're just saying that, Dan, because I'm popular and like no one's ever heard of you or like the BBC or whatever.
You literally
like,
said that in the middle of the interview.
I've heard of the ABCs. What about the BBCs? That's gross.
I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
Can I say one sentence just for posterity? Ben Shapiro got cucked by the BBC.
Okay, so look, I'd seen the open sewage line. And I couldn't believe he said that, but I don't know why I couldn't believe it. He said a lot of terrible things, but I had not seen the other things that Andrew Neil quoted, and so I went back and looked it up. It's true. He wrote, Ben Shapiro did, the Palestinian Arab population is rotten to the core. So it was not, and he said the problem runs deeper than a few figureheads. So he wasn't.
This stinky apple bottom right to the core, like Charlie XCX vibes. Sorry, I'm gonna let this play because I think Jenk commenting on Ben Shapiro and this clip in like year of our Lord 2019 versus right now, I think is interesting. But let's run it really fast, and then Forrest, your thoughts after this.
Talking about their leaders, he was talking about all Palestinian Arabs. He went on to say they are as responsible for their government's longstanding evil as the Germans were for the Nazis. Now, if I had said, or anybody had said, Netanyahu brazenly kills civilians during the wars that they have, and the entire international community agrees with that, and those are war crimes. So since Israel voted for Netanyahu, I guess they are just as responsible for murdering civilians and are like the Nazis. I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro's head would explode and would say, "How dare you? How dare you insult Jews?"
Yeah, Jenk's gonna go into like a 30-minute like tirade, and again on the Israel-Palestine stuff, he tends to be better. But yeah, that was a point where I was like,
that's the voice that he only uses for criticism from the left now. And it's only towards himself, where he goes, "How dare you?
How dare the left even bother to think of the idea that right-wingers would not be that right-wingers would not be honest about their opinions when they're anti-war."
He had his like Zoran tweet today where he was like, wait, I'll pull it up, but it kind of like irked me a little bit. Even his better tweets where he's like,
drop it in the private chat, and then Forrest like drop it in the private chat, and then I'll bring it up on screen for sure. But anyways, you were describing the tweet, and yeah, Jenk was saying,
yeah, hold on, private chat. Yeah, he's like, congrats to Zoran Mandami. He's united the neo-libs and neocons against him. The establishment is losing its mind over his candidacy. I'm unsure about some of his policies, but I love that he represents change, and that's freaking out the elites. Which is like,
what?
But it's like,
sorry, Jenk, what?
I hate the backhanded like I'm unsure. I'm
unsure about some of his policies. Which
have the guy on? Brother? Invite the guy on.
Go ahead, man.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're unsure about his policies, invite the guy on to talk about them. But there's still an election to win, and it's like you could already see they're gonna be like, even Cenk Uygur is unsure of Zoran's policy. Like you can already see that fucking forming from his comment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like,
no. Yeah, I totally see the same thing, and it's like I want to be clear in that, like, I want there to be space on the left for people to have disagreement. Like that's for not reasons that help Power Report. That is Power Report, right? Like it would be a much more successful show if I were the type of person to be like, I agree with most people on the left, right? Like, but giving Cenk that benefit of the doubt, when he says, let me put on my spectacles real quick just to make sure I understand this bullshit. When he says, I'm unsure about some of his policies, what, brother? What, brother? Like, because I don't think, like, the whole globalize the intifada thing, I hate, because nigga never said that.
Yeah.
Like Zoran literally, like, it was like, hey, Forrest Miller, what's your take on the Jewish question? And then it's like, Forrest Miller responds to the Jewish question in a way I don't like. Like, you can very easily create that news headline in a way where, like, let's level set here. Like, Zohran Mandani never said globalize the intifada.
It's when did you stop beating your wife? Like, you right. Literally the question.
Yeah.
When did you stop beating your
How
wife?
many times did you beat your wife? Is the question.
And the only thing the person can respond with is like, well, I never, I never beat. And then they're like, oh, well, that makes it sound like at some point maybe you did beat your wife. You know what I mean? Like it's that same thing, and it's that
Like
guy.
how
that
many
did it.
times you beat your wife? It's like the answer is 0. Okay, so you beat your wife, and it's like no. This question
So
of self about
so
beating your wife
you
is
did it.
wild.
You did it.
Yeah.
You did it open-handed then. That's an O. That's not a 0. That's a.
Yeah.
But
So you
the
didn't
guy
beat
is
your wife.
also
You just
the guy
slapped
that-
your wife. It's the follow-up.
Yeah, but the guy that did that too was also the Jeb Bush's former communications director. The guy at the Bulwark is Jeb Bush's was the guy that was running Jeb Bush's communications during his entire 2016 presidential run, where he said, "Please clap" and all that stuff. Like that guy was the guy that fucking threw that into the conversation too. And he that's just to rat fuck, to rat fuck Zoran.
Not surprising at all, honestly.
Yeah, Tim Miller. Tim Miller is the name of the guy. Rachel Atwood said in the chat. Yeah, it's that guy. Tim Miller is Jeb Bush's former communications person in 2016.
No relation to Stephen Miller, I assume.
No, I don't think so. But he just seems like that he ran that campaign that won every state.
Infinite Jeb. Listen, I would take Jeb Bush as president at this point rather than the alternative. So, don't.
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah, no. I have other options, but if my options are Donald
that's why
Trump or Jeb
you
Bush,
should have clapped. You should have clapped.
we should have clapped for them pit stains over here. Clap for them pit stains in the back, right?
Clap
there.
for that big beautiful bill.
Yeah. I hate it here. I hate what's going on.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to speak too much about the whole like big beautiful bill stuff.
Wait, just as a reminder of how this week
Go ahead.
started, right? Like the week started, everybody was talking about how we were pretty much at war with Iran. And now it's the end of the week, and we're all talking about how Medicaid is getting cut. Like just as like a reminder of the spectrum that we're dealing with right now, right? Like last week at this time, everyone was talking about how we're probably at war with Iran now because we joined in the fucking Israeli strikes on Iran. And now it's like the end of the week, and it's like, oh, and also, like 11 million people are going to lose Medicaid coverage at least in the next, few years. Like that's the spectrum of things we're dealing with.
Yeah, I will get to this in a moment. I'll honestly get to this in a moment, but this is I want people to I don't mean to say casuals as in people who are like passively viewing the show, but people need to understand how drastic this bill is in the sense of in a different world. I went to college to study political economy and media and to understand how politics works from this perspective. And in a different world, I'd be able to explain the intricacies of a budget bill. But in reality, I am telling you that listen, I learned about the Reagan era. I learned about the Reagan era bills. I defined the exact bill, but again, Reagan was president. He had his Republican Congress. You had Paul Volcker, who was the Fed chair at the time, who was doing everything that Ronald Reagan said, which was what Donald Trump wants but doesn't currently have necessarily. Yeah. But
which is crazy. Volcker was a holdover from the Carter years. Volcker was not Reagan's appointee. Volcker was Carter's appointee.
Yeah, and I'll let you cook right now, but I just want to say in economics, if you study economics in college, as I did, you learn about Paul Volcker in the context of the Volcker shocks, right? It's not just you learn about the man. It's oh, you learn about Fed chairs. It's no. This man cooked, and this man cooked and burnt the stove, right? So the Volcker shocks were like a response to stagflation that you got in the previous years. And I don't want to say like I want to get back into that really quickly, but like, um Paul Volcker during the previous years of Reagan and during the years of Reagan that he was at a Fed chair during, he instituted what was now called as the Volcker shocks. And these were these Fed movements that, jolted the economy in a way that seemed kind of weird in a long way. I'll get to that in a moment, like about like how interest rates worked. But this comes in the context of Donald Trump trying to replace the current not FCC, but the current chair
Powell, right?
Jerome Powell. That's exactly right, Jerome Powell. This comes the context of Trump trying to do replace Jerome Powell and reduce him as the Federal Reserve chair. And like there's different questions about like in defense of the Fed and offense of the Fed. Like, like there's a lot of different ways to come about this. But
I mean, there's a certain amount of
sorry, really fast. I'm gonna let you super cook here in a second.
Yeah.
But I just want to say that like
I'm cooking right now.
Jerome Powell and the Fed's ultimate decisions drive housing prices because they drive mortgage interest rates. They drive interest rates in general. And the way that Donald Trump is like harassing Jerome Powell is like not conducive to a lot of things, and we'll get to that in a moment, but I'm happy to let Forrest cook on this.
No, I mean, I just wanted to say, well, number one, like there's a certain amount of conservative weirdos that are like definitely in the Donald Trump category that don't even think the Federal Reserve should exist, period. So any moves that Trump has to try to undermine the Federal Reserve in any capacity, there's a certain libertarian side to people that don't even think that there should be a Federal Reserve to start with, right? Like they think that that's like a dark conspiracy or something. But yeah, I mean, we're in kind of one of these weird moments, the same as like 1980, because there's been a long time where it's been the interest rates have been low, and that's why like there's been so much growth in like the venture capitalist sector and like so much growth in apps and like technology, right? Because low interest rates means a lot of startup capital, and because of what happened during COVID and because of like inflation going up, they started raising interest rates during Biden's administration by a lot, and it's kind of destroyed this this venture capital / like technology sector in ways that you can understand why they started putting hella money behind Trump for the 2024 election, because otherwise that sector would have crashed out, I think, because of the interest rates, because raising interest rates on them means no more startup capital flowing into all of these companies. So you can see why like Peter Thiel, Elon, like they all desperately jump behind Trump. I mean, crypto companies, Mark Andreessen, like all of those people, because they wanted to see a sea change in economics. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any room for them to keep doing the shitty things they're doing. But the first person, I mean, one of the people to replace, of course, is Jerome Powell, because he's the one that's been raising interest rates this entire time.
Yeah, like Jerome Powell is now sitting in this way like against Trump, but he's not against Trump. Like ultimately Trump is, and Forrest was getting to this like kind of really well, but I want to like flesh it out, is that Trump is neoliberalism, right? Like he represents domestic neoliberalism in such a way that whatever the domestic facing neoliberals want, which is corporate control over capital as it exists in the United States, Donald Trump represents that. And there's nothing that Andreessen Horowitz or the Peter Thiels or the Elon Musks or the even Jeff Bezos of the world want besides that. Like that is their thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's how much power do you really have as a, as a sector, I guess, right? Because for the longest time, I mean, Democrats were the ones that were giving the tech sector most of what they wanted. Like, lest we forget, Elon Musk, in multiple occasions, went bankrupt, and Barack Obama was like, came in clutch with number one, like bailouts for Elon Musk companies specifically, but also the carbon credit regime, which meant that Elon Musk could sell carbon credits to other companies, which is actually how Tesla made money. But Biden was more skeptical of Elon Musk as an individual, and I think that's part of what drove him into Trump's big arms or whatever. Which it's funny to see, the Trump and Elon break
Big
up now.
beautiful arms.
Big beautiful arms. But all of these people in both the space that is like crypto, but also the space that is venture capital, like that money is all going to Trump now, because Trump is going to give them anything they want. I mean, he put Mark Andreessen in charge of his AI. He's like his crypto and AI czar. Like, that's insane when you know who that guy is, right? Like the Andreessen Horowitz guy. Like, that's insane to put him in charge of his own, his own sector, pretty much, in the Trump administration. And I don't know. It's a desperate time to be alive. I feel like the neoliberal part of this, I mean, it is neoliberalism, but it's different parts of the parties represent different parts of the neoliberal order, I think. And what Trump represents is like a pretty dark part of this.
Yeah. I heard everything that was said during the room restarted, which is totally fine.
It's always so jarring when all of a sudden it's just like me on screen, you know what I mean? And I'm like, all right, vamp, keep it going.
No, I super feel that. I super understand that. I'm sorry for the run, but like, yeah, I feel like we're in this space and we're in this place where we are trying to assert that, speaking on Zohran Mandani, like, as we're already 45 minutes into the show, but speaking on his place in the race, is that the Democrats are fighting so hard against him, and they don't realize that he is their like better bet for the country.
Yeah.
And like, this is all happening under that context. It's like, if Democrats were smart, and I haven't heard this on a lot of shows, but like, if Democrats were smart, they would push Zoran as like their attack dog, right? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see formations of that kind of popping up, where it's like, there's been some people within the space of like, especially like the abundant space, that have realized that Zoran, especially because of kind of the people that have been around him this run, is a lot more amenable to like the abundance ideas, like very explicitly, like like zoning, changing the zoning laws, and building more housing, obviously, and ending a lot of like the regulatory bottlenecks, as they call them. Like, he's much more amenable to that than Andrew Cuomo would have been, let's say.
Well, we just had also just some mentioning California, especially, which a lot of y'all East Coast heads love to forget, but California, in the words of our previous governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. But California just passed a bill that eliminates a lot of these sort of like, like it is the abundance bill. Like, I was reading through this and I was like, oh, every legislator who like put forth this bill read and watch and listen to all of the Derek Thompson, Ezra Klein sort of abundance things, for sure. Like, they saw this and like they ran through it and they took this as their policy. But like, I'm hitting the and what, because I've been to New York, I've lived in Los Angeles, and I'm like, okay, the reason why a lot of people were like so like 10 toes down, walk out looking like the broccoli, like the way we were like very like 10 toes down on the abundance agenda, was because that we looked at it and we were like, okay, we already have a bunch of buildings that are being built that are like built for, rich people. But that's the problem, is that if we're going to solve a housing crisis, if we are going to solve a housing crisis, we can't do it by only addressing the housing shortage among rich people. And like that rich people is mostly what not only what reality is doing, but the abundance agenda and the reality that it wants to keep pushing. That reality is a let's keep building more luxury housing. It's not necessarily a let's keep building more affordable housing. And like super last thing. I've been to New York. I've seen them build super housing. Like I've seen them build properties that like are really big and they're really fast and they do it really well compared to Los Angeles and I'm sure a lot of other different places. And they, like I said, they build luxury housing, but that's, again, luxury is different from affordable. And also, if you're building new housing, like, and a certain percentage of it is supposed to be affordable, we should be having that spread out as like, okay, even though this is new, this is going to be affordable housing. And, we're going to allocate it a little bit of a different way. Like, I don't know. I don't care, honestly, but like, this is obvious the way we're seeing things here.
And there's so much of a just assumption that like the way that market economics work is really the way that market economics work, like an almost religious faith in the market, that if you suddenly build a lot more housing, that the market will drive down the price of housing and it will become more affordable. And like that, like maybe that's true, but if landlords and like homeowners collude together to be like, oh, we're only selling it for this much, like I don't have a lot of faith that just the market solves something like that, like and keeps it at an affordable rate. And like that's kind of always been my thing with like the NIMBY or the YIMBY kind of thing, where it's like, yeah, it matters what kind of housing you build. Like just building housing, I'm for market rate housing, but like you also have to have affordable housing and you also have to have more public housing. I think, I mean, if people aren't going to be priced out of New York City, especially, like everything is so like everything jumped up in just the matter of between the pandemic and now, from about a lot of housing could be rented at least in New York City for like $3,000 or something, and now like those same fucking units are going for like $5,000 a month, like bigger ones, right? Like not necessarily just a studio apartment, but like still it's a crazy amount. And it's even crazier because up here everybody kind of fled from the city during COVID up here, and you would suddenly hear about like all these like New York Times journalists and like writers and all this stuff. They're like, we found a nice home in the Hudson Valley, and I was like, don't come here, stay down there. They're the worst of you. Stay down there. Like they'd like blow up swimming spots in like the New York Times and be like, we found a nice little hiking trail in upstate New York, and it's like somewhere near where I go hiking. And I'm like, this is gonna suck. Like you guys are gonna draw too many people to this spot. But it's like people move up. Like now, people move upstate a lot, as well as just leaving New York. But a lot of people move upstate because it's cheaper up here. But it won't be for long if everybody. Because it's not the working class New Yorkers that move upstate. It's like like journalists that are making, or like white collar workers that are making like six figures and realize they can work from anywhere, which I support. I think you should be able to work from anywhere, but it's like those are the people that are going to come up here and drive up prices.
Yeah, like I am not opposed to the idea of like you meet your person in the New York City area, and then you start to move upstate or on Long Island to like settle a family. Like I think that's fairly reasonable considering just like, and again, I'm not one of those liberals who's like, oh, New York is so dangerous, but I'm just saying like any city is a faster pace of life, and you may want to grow up kids or you may want to raise your kids in a slower pace of life. And so I totally get it.
I mean, that's what my family did. I lived in the city until I was like 6, and then moved upstate because my my dad was from here, and he was like, well, time to move upstate. So like and then 9/11 happened like like a year after that, and it was like, oh, I'm glad we moved upstate.
Yeah, like it literally happens in that direction. But the way that we think about all of these things is based on how we live and how we move. But also like we're starting to see this I guess like range where no matter where we live within the tri-state area of New York or Washington DC or Los Angeles, we are going to be affected by this bill. And so the Senate passed their version of the
Oh wait, one more thing before we
bill.
we
Yeah.
together.
Go on that thing, and then yeah.
When you were saying Newsom passed that YIMBY bill and shouted out the abundance guys, right? Something I noticed when because I haven't watched a lot of the Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson interviews, but I watched the one that Ezra Klein did with Sam Cedar, and he talked a lot about high-speed rail and how he had met with Newsom and tried to push high-speed rail, and he was very frustrated that Newsom was the one that was like, anytime it got politically unpopular, because obviously that guy wants to be president so bad, he reeks of desperation and probably hair gel too, but like but so
not the Gavin Newsom,
so
that
he
hair gel Gavin Newsom. Anyways,
so, yeah, slimy Gavin. But like, so he shouted out literally the abundance guys and like the YIMBY movement because he's trying to get in their good graces again because the high speed rail thing was such a debacle. Which also makes me wonder. I don't know how many podcasts Ezra Klein went on and mentioned that specifically. He was talking bad shit about Gavin Newsom, but made me wonder if Gavin Newsom was watching Majority Report and overheard Ezra Klein talking shit about him.
Let's get really fucking granular here. Yeah, I've talked with folks on the left of being like, yeah, I understand Ezra Klein. Like, not understand him and not agree with him, but like I get the vision. I see the vision of like what we're doing. And yeah, that abundance side of things is just really, I mean, it's not meeting the moment. We've talked about it, but
I mean, the problem with the whole abundance thing is the language that they use around it. Like Ezra Klein originally, when he was kind of taking that idea, right, and bouncing it around, the idea, like the phrasing he used was supply side progressivism, like literally cribbing the Reagan phrasing, and talking about deregulation, which is the bottlenecks thing, and supply side progressivism, and it's like taking the language of neoliberal Reaganomics and like boosting it even more into the Democratic agenda, which is, I think, not what we need. It's the opposite of what we need. But it's like it's almost jarring to hear like the like the classic Reagan phrases being thrown back into like we need to be more like Reagan, and it's crazy to see that in terms of like Trump's not against that that form of conservatism either, like his economic policies. You know what I mean? Like to some level he is, or his policies are, right, like the tariffs and stuff like that. But it's like, I don't know, like I'd like to see the Democrats do something radically different than the Republicans do. I'm kind of tired of watching the fucking dog chasing his tail.
No, you're absolutely right. And part of the reason you're not seeing Democrats like pose a different version of this is because like we're not seeing the tail wag the dog, but we're seeing the belt hit the ass, in the sense of like, this is actually how politics works. And it's a politics of, okay, left wing, right wing, same bird. We're still gonna treat this the same bird. And I want to point this in the nerdiest way possible to Ronald Reagan's Economic Recovery and Tax Act of 1981. I'm not going to go into this whole Wikipedia article that's here because like I'm already boring a half of the audience. Like literally half the people just stopped watching the show because I pulled up a Wikipedia article. That like there's a big meme, and like I think it's valid, of people looking at the Reagan administration and they're like, in a similar like Drake and Josh way, like not
Yeah, the Reagan.
Reagan. It's Reagan. Yeah, like, and I think we can do that, but let's just be clear, like, before I realized how politics worked, actually, I was a big fan of the World Inequality Report. And you know, it was a thing put together by Thomas Piketty and a number of other different folks who were like, okay, we understand that inequality is a problem across the world. We watch it in different ways, in different spaces. We're going to, you know, keep track of it. And I've been doing this thing, like real Dan from the internet old heads know that I've been tracking this thing for a long time. And the United States saw after, I'll try to find the graph. I can't find it right now. But basically the idea was that after 1980, which is around the time when Reagan's economic policies started to, like, you know, get implemented, he was elected, it started to take effect. After 1980, especially like within the 1980s, you start to see a shift between wealth going to the top 10% and wealth being extracted from the bottom, let's say 90%, let's say 80%, to be like, you know, judicious, but you know, 90%, right? And this entire experience is like, you know, it's called the Reagan effect. It's called, like, you know, trickle down economics. There's a lot of different phrases for this, but it is a coined term within teaching people how economics works. And what I'm trying to tell people is that we have just invented new economics because what Trump is doing is so bad that now we're going to say, okay, there was this spike during Reagan in inequality, and now there's that spike during Trump of new inequality. And so, like, we're literally at that point.
Well, it's the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history. What we just saw today passing, literally, it's the largest. Like, so anything in the 80s, right, where the entire point of kind of Reagan's program was transferring wealth upwards, and then believing that, like, you know, they did like this almost dystopian shit where they took the language of like JFK and LBJ, because JFK, like, towards the end of his life had done tax cuts, but he had cut taxes a little bit, but like nothing like what Reagan was trying to do. And he had also you know, boosted the social safety net at the same time, and it helped the economy. Like, it unleashed something in the economy, but it was still within like the Keynesian model of, you know, of how that works, which Reagan's thing was not, right? Like, Reagan's thing is it's neoliberalism. It's his own form of economics. And so anything past there, though, we just witnessed today the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history, more than anything there, more than anything in 2010, you know, or 2009, when the fucking everybody got bailed out and like the, you know, the economy crashed. Like, we've seen something deep and dark happen today that we're gonna be grappling with for a long time because of the level of inequality we're going to see.
Yeah, like, and again, I'm not trying to apologize for my behavior, but part of my extreme crash out on election day, if folks remember, and Forrest definitely does, in 2024, what happened on election day was realizing that not my parents, rather, because them fuckers gonna die. What, it doesn't matter. But like, realizing that my niece and nephew and myself and Forrest, if we choose to live in this country, and Kristina and everyone else who was on that stream, are going to be living through this chart.
Yeah.
And this chart is not a great chart. And so what you see in red is pre-tax income from the bottom 50%. And what you see in blue is pre-tax income from the top 1%. And I want to point out that, like, this chart is showing the Great Depression like, even before then, like it's showing 1913 because I'm being extremely generous. But 1945 is like, World War II, and we extend to like, understand this. And we understand, like, this is a war. If rich can give more, they can. If the poor can't give as much, we do that. We run that. That's totally fine. But again, red bottom 50, blue top 1. You
Yeah.
had an experience through like 1980, 1981 where you saw income, as in like how much people were making, shift a little bit in 1940 for sure because of the war, but again in 1980 where you start to see the red where the bottom 50% starts to shift down, and the blue where the top 50% starts to shift up. And then income is just like what you're making in a year. Wealth is how much you have, period, endo sense. And you watch after 1981, you start to see the wealth of the blue, which is the middle 40%, start to go down. And then you start to see the wealth of the top 1%, which is a wild comparison, continue to go up. And, this is a fever pitch where you see the red, like, it starts to converge around the 2000s. And then this bubble starts to converge where you start to see the top 1% have so much of a share of American wealth that it, trounces the bottom 40%, at least in this wealth inequality report. And yeah.
And there's like, I don't know, it gets really bleak. David Sirota did a really good podcast series pretty recently where on the lever, where he went through the entirety of kind of they interviewed a lot of pretty crazy people on it, but they were talking about like the history of that tax cut, and also of like the idea of like the Laffer curve, where Arthur Laffer had his famous curve that
the laughable curve.
Well, and he just made it up on the spot, but he was like, "Oh, there's got to be, see this curve that I'm just putting on this napkin. There's got to be a point between like 0 and 100% where it's the optimal.
And then you gotta hit him with the Laffer curve.
But it's the optimal amount of money according to this guy that's just making it up, right? Like he just wants his taxes reduced. He's just making the story up. He's like, oh, well, if you hit a certain point on this curve, government revenue will maximize. You're cutting taxes, but government revenue will maximize, but also the private sector will be unleashed. And this is totally a real thing. And the people that he handed that piece of paper to is Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. And they were the ones that took the Laffer curve to, I think, first Gerald Ford, and then because it was around that time. And then by the time Reagan got around, they had kind of created like a real supply side economics thing that he brought out in front of everybody. But it's like, even somebody as spooky as George W. Bush or George H.W. Bush, right? Like the whole voodoo economics thing. He was like, this is not a real thing. Like you can't do this. And then he was like, hey, don't you want to be vice president? And he's like, yes, I totally do. You totally do this. But like, even during that 1980 election, it was George H.W. Bush that was going like, you can't, this is not economics that works. Like this is just gonna be a massive tax cut. And you can just buy that guy off though. He doesn't have money.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Radiohead before they became Zionists, and they had a song called Electioneering, which like went through this whole thing in song form about voodoo economics. And like, the bridge refrain is just like, the phrase in the bridge is just so I can rely on your vote. And so it's literally just like, listen, whatever the fuck I can say in this moment, just so I can rely on your vote, is what they're trying to get at in that understanding. And yeah, like the point, we've gone way too if you've rocked with us this far, thank you very much. But the point is that the tax bill that we are currently seeing is a similar, and let me pull up the chart again, it's a similar sort of like redistribution of wealth.
It's similar,
And
but it's the hot. It's going to be, if you look at that chart, right, and there's the different bumps. It's going to be the worst bump that we've ever seen on a chart like this, just because it's the largest redistribution of wealth upwards in American history. So you can look at any of those time periods where wealth is going up and up and up. This is going to be a more drastic, change to the curve than anything we've experienced in that time period. Like,
And this is going to be a thing that if we continue having, regular level Democrats, this is going to keep happening. You see, right? Like, it wasn't immediate. Like, the bill was passed in 1981, I want to say, and I think like if I like hold my mouse right here, like that's where it's looking. And it didn't happen right then.
It happens over time. Yeah, I mean, it's each year. Each year gets worse because you've cut taxes. It's the amount of revenue that the government's taking in.
And it was happening already to show some of like the political sort of like, feelings of the time. But thanks to that bill, you started to see the convergence and, like divergence of rich people getting richer and poor people getting poorer. Okay, so like what I am trying to say with Forrest right now is that like we are literally headed for this on crack. We're headed for this on meth, dude. Like I accidentally took meth, and let me tell you,
I did that too. I actually did that too.
I felt like this would be the right stream to bring this on, brother. But like,
I
Forrest,
took what I thought was going to be Molly, but it was meth.
Same. I totally agree. Forrest, what's your opinion on meth?
I mean, it's not good. It ramps you up to a level that your whole body is not meant to be.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
My opinion on meth is one more time. No, I'm just kidding. My opinion on meth is literally my body was asleep, but my brain was awake, and I didn't want that.
Yeah.
Like it was a very energizing, but like not the kind of energizing you needed, nor the energizing you wanted. And so this bill is going to be meth for the economy. And some political people will be like, meth is awesome. That's exactly what we need. And people who are healthy and normal are going to be like, meth is terrible. That's exactly what you don't need. And
there's one of the things I wanted to say though, the 1981 bill, right? Kemp Roth, which was Jack Kemp, who was an ex-football player turned congressman, who was really the one that got sold into this scheme to cut taxes.
And really quickly, we're talking about the Economic Recovery Tax Act, like ERTA, of 1981. This is the thing we've been talking about Ronald Reagan passing. This was Ronald Reagan's big beautiful bill, but we're talking about how like that is a thing where like all of the charts where you point to and being like, oh, Reagan fucked all of this up for Americans. This is going to be that moment where, the quote unquote big beautiful bill, which is the last time I'm going to refer to it as such, and Forrest and I are going to henceforth thereto with Heather throughout the rest of the show refer to it in different, more pejorative ways. But we are talking about a similar reaction between the ERTA, the quote unquote Economic Recovery Tax Act of 1981, and the quote unquote big beautiful bill of 2025. These are similar interactions where like, they maybe name something, but they do an incredibly worse thing than what they're named.
Good morning, comrades, or good afternoon, comrades. This is Jeff with Good Morning Comrade. How's everybody doing? This is my first time. Well, I was live on this space for our election night coverage, but this is the first time I've been live here. You know, personally, like since the since this space launched, usually we do have syndicated shows. So I'm really happy to be live. Most of the time I am working. I am a union organizer for a living. And I'm most of the time out in the field trying to organize workers. So I just so happen to be off this time. And I am here on this space, proud to be here, excited about what is to come. And I do have a pretty good show today to talk about a lot of this stuff that's going on. There is obviously no shortage of things to be yapping about. So chat, please do keep talking to me. Hey, what's up, Letter Hack? How you doing, Matt? I salute you too, my dude. But yeah, so I did want to talk about a couple of things that are really important. One, and I'm not seeing this in the news at all, and it is important to get behind workers when they do go on strike. And there is also some other stuff that's happening with respect to farm workers that is a good example. It's a good teachable moment, I guess I could say, of um, when you should be listening to workers and not be listening to influencers. And, sometimes it's not always clear. And I do think that these kinds of things are important. And it's not always easy to distinguish between, these kinds of situations, because, I mean, we are in a situation right now in this country. I mean, workers have never had it good here, but now there's actually like very malicious attacks happening on huge segments of the working class, specifically at this point, farm workers and service workers who are, disproportionately not born in this country and have a lot more issues when it comes to immigration status. They are literally targeted. I mean, we are in the sort of like maws of fascism. And yeah, we do want to make sure that when we do come out and support, because we really should, we're doing so in a way that the workers are, one, asking for, and two, that is actually helping. So the first one I wanted to talk about is the strike that is happening right now in the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I mean, again, probably one of the cities that is, at least with this, as far as the history of America and United States, U.S. history, pretty significant. It was the original capital of the United States before it was moved to Washington, D.C. It is significant, right? And it is one of the, I mean, I love Philadelphia. I've only been a couple of times, and I mean, all the, I'm not a fan of the Eagles or the Phillies or any of those football teams or whatever, or sports teams. But regardless of that, I am a big fan of my favorite team in Philadelphia right now, at least at this very moment. Oh yeah, share the stream, by the way. Listen to Pinkerbell. Pinkerbell says share the stream. You should share the stream. Shout out to Pinkerbell. Yeah, so the public workers in the city of Philadelphia are currently on strike. So let's talk about it. Let us talk about it. So this is, and again, the best place to get information about what workers and what unions want is to go directly to the source. A lot of times they'll have their own websites where they post all of their press releases. Sometimes you rely on their social media to be a part of that. There's a various number of ways to figure this whole thing out. I'll let myself down here, not up there. But this is from the AFSCME DC 33 Twitter account, right? There's much to say to all of you. First and foremost, we would like to express our gratitude to every member of District Council 33 who has stepped up to show solidarity to maintain the lines. They're talking about picket lines. Thank you to all incredible support during this challenging period. We deeply appreciate each and every one of you for standing by us. A special thank you goes out to the citizens of Philadelphia for overwhelming support, and to all the unions that have shown unwavering solidarity. For those who wish to contribute non-monetary conversations, such as donations, such as food and water, you can bring these items directly to the Union Hall during normal business hours. We're also in the process of setting up a website for the monetary donations to support our existing strike fund, which will be available in the coming days. Let's maintain our strength and support each other during this time. Stay safe and watch out for each other on the lines. DC 33. So the thing that is, the most important about this, and the thing that really needs to be focused on, is, again, workers in the field, workers actually out there, workers, fighting for their rights to essentially, fight for their bargaining situation. Here is another sort of post. It's about the mayor, who, by the way, was viewed, at least in the early stages, he was supported by some of the unions that, I'm not exactly sure where DC 33 came down on as far as endorsement of Sherelle Parker. That's her name, right? Yeah, Sherelle Parker, Mayor Sherelle Parker. But at this point, she is standing in the way of workers and their contracts, workers and their ability to essentially provide for themselves, provide for their Pitchforks Dragon. New York City was no, so it's like during the Revolutionary War, during the U.S. Revolutionary War, the Congress was based in Philadelphia, no question. In fact, they had to evacuate when the city of Pittsburgh got taken. They had to evacuate. The Second Continental Congress did. Anyway, here is the post right here. The Parker administration would rather hire private contractors than pay their own workforce a fair wage. City contractor Elliott Lewis Corporation helping with July 4th prep. Amid the AFSCME District Council 33 strike, Mayor Sherelle Parker administration is contracting with Elliott Lewis Corporation to help prepare the Benjamin Franklin Parkway for the July 4th Wow Wow Welcome America Festival. By the way, shout out to LL Cool J for not participating in the Wow Wow Welcome America Fest. He very sort of like prominently decided that he would not participate in this because he would be crossing picket lines, and we do not cross picket lines, folks. What do we not do? What do we not do? We don't cross picket lines. By placing barriers and moving bike racks. The company is a major longstanding contractor with the city. Recent projects include renovation of Parker's Riverview Wellness Center and Northview Philadelphia, a keystone of her opioid strategy. The contractor for this July 4th preparation project, Elliott Lewis Corporation, already has a contract with the city, and this is within the emergency procurement process within our guidelines, blah, 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 blah. The point is that these, thank you, Jam Tomb. You are absolutely correct. We don't cross picket lines. And the reason that this is an issue specifically on this situation is because these workers are being brought in. This contracting company is bringing people who in to essentially replace the workers that are out on strike, fighting for their they're attempting to withhold their labor, right? A strike is an attempt by workers to withhold their labor, which is the strongest tool that we have to compel in this case, the city of Philadelphia, but whoever the boss is in any situation. The idea is to compel them to come to the bargaining table and to negotiate with those workers. Now, when you bring in workers who replace workers who are on strike, that is called bringing in scabs. And that is a deliberate attempt to union bust and to take those workers, to essentially take those workers, cut them out at the knees, cut that ability for them to withhold their labor, the leverage that they would get to cut them out at the knees. And depending on the situation, it is in certain cases, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but in certain cases, this is not like it's definitely not socially smiled upon to either be a scab or to hire scabs. But also at the same time, there are laws against some of these kinds of things as well. And I'm not saying necessarily what the city is doing is illegal, because I'm not a lawyer and I don't want to be sort of brought up on any kind of charges on that. But it definitely does come up on the backing up into causing. Definitely, it's a bad thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. Shame, shame, shame on the mayor, Sherelle Parker, and on the city of Philadelphia. Please, if you do know anybody if you live in Philadelphia, I'm sure you've noticed that a lot of these things have been, going on. This includes the trash collectors and many other public sector workers that do a lot of the critical things that needs to happen to just make a city function, right? A lot of stuff that we take for granted every single day. And what the mayor and what the administration of the city of Philadelphia is doing is essentially gambling that this is not, essentially gambling that they can, basically prevent, because they definitely justify this kind of crap by saying that they're saving the city money. That's why public sector workers need to make less money than the average worker. You can also look at this from the perspective of they kind of try and make it like we're saving money for the taxpayers and whatever. And it's not to even say that city workers or administration isn't supposed to save taxpayers money. However, this is the roundabout way that, I hate to use the word neoliberalism, but the way that government or the way that elected officials have been governing over the past 50 years at least, since at the very least the Jimmy Carter administration, the way that they have been governing is essentially to do everything. And yes, I did say Jimmy Carter, the Democrat that a lot of liberals still hold close to their hearts. He was definitely one of the people that led the charge on the public sector. You're right about that, HBX, that you can't sacrifice city services to save money, but cities will. And what they attempt to do in a lot of these situations, I know this. I was a public school teacher for many, many years. That sort of like neoliberal mindset that has been pushed forward since at least the 1970s has been to take these public services, take these leaders, and also just put them in the hands of private entities, right? So you have all these public services, not all of them, but many of them do, especially in larger cities. Many of these folks have unions, and the idea is to take an outside entity, take a contractor like the one that we just discussed a moment ago, the Elliott whatever group, and have those be essentially these contracted forces replace these public sector workers that have their unions, that have their benefits. And I would say that it's really important that if you do work for the government, and this is used to not be a particularly controversial thing to say, if you work for the city, if you work for the state, if you work for the federal government, you should have a good living. You should not be scrambling to pay your bills. You should be able to live in the city. You should be able to afford to live in that city. You should have health care. Everyone should have health care, but we live in a very, even by Western standards, a very fucked up place. The United States is one of the worst countries in the entire Western world when it comes to healthcare. We have an entirely privatized system, and even in places like, I don't know, Israel, where we spend millions and billions of dollars funding their, wars, dropping bombs on schools and hospitals and then the camps, the tents that they put up after that to replace them. We spend billions and billions of dollars on these weapons. And also, what does the state of Israel have in addition to all those weapons? Because they don't have to spend their money on that. They have universal health care. Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, healthcare is a human right. My dogs are goth. Good name, by the way. They definitely, in that lighting, look extremely goth. That's complimentary, of course. But yeah, the healthcare is a human right. However, we live in America, and rights are things you only have rights in America to the things that you can afford. And if you can't afford healthcare, and you can just look back at the episode that we just released last Thursday, I believe it was, on our YouTube feed. Check out youtube.com/ or just Good Morning Comrade. Shout out to Mark Allanderi. He's the host of Noise Filter. He is a longtime supporter of this program. Quite frankly, he was the founder of WHIV-LP New Orleans. He went into a long discussion with me and my co-host Robert about what the impact of this, quote unquote, big beautiful bill is going to do to the healthcare system, cutting $800 million out of Medicaid and essentially taking that much money out of Medicaid on the guise of, quote unquote, getting the illegal immigrants or whatever the hell off of the system, when, I mean, it's not even clear. It is pretty clear. When you're an immigrant, you don't qualify for these services, but regardless, and by the way, you should, because again, as someone just said a moment ago, healthcare is a human right. Thank you. Shout out to my dogs are goth. But the idea that you can just cut that is money that doesn't go into the healthcare system. And we're already seeing, hospitals that are in rural areas, and they have been closing prior to this because our healthcare system is so fucked up. But now we're actually seeing hospitals. The very first one already has closed in Nebraska, and I'm sure there's no doubt that there's been a rash of those as well. But it's just the impact of what is going to happen here and what things have gone through. So that's a large aside to essentially say, if you are a public worker, you should have health care in the context of the American healthcare system. Yes, we are fighting, at least the best among us are fighting for Medicare for all, or a universal healthcare system of some kind. However, in the context of the horrible fucked up system that we do currently have, we definitely need to make sure that people do get health care. Obviously, right? Those are the jobs that we control, that aren't privately held by corporations, that aren't billionaires and they're whatever creating these jobs, quote unquote. You know what I mean? But like, these are the ones that are government run. These are the ones that you can actually vote for and you can support publicly. You support them already with your tax dollars. If you pay taxes, you pay for this. And don't you think that the workers that work for you should make a livable wage and have affordable health care? Of course you do. They should be able to retire. And that's one of the things that these unions fight for. When these things get privatized, they essentially scale away from it. I'm from New Orleans, right? I taught school just outside of New Orleans for a number of years, and the one thing that they did do, because it was the perfect opportunity for the city and the capitalist forces that want to privatize the public goods that exist in the society, they spent millions of dollars to get politicians elected that would essentially create again, sort of like there was a private firm that was replacing public sector jobs, and they're actually doing it to literally do scabs during the strike. When Hurricane Katrina hit in New Orleans in 2005, the New Orleans school system created what is called the Recovery School District, and that was essentially a special state-run entity, a state-run school district that encompassed the entirety of the city of New Orleans and also some other outlying, and essentially took all of the public schools that were in the city, and they were made into charter schools. And that was done over a period of time. I'm definitely oversimplifying this a bit just for the sake of time. However, the results of that is that one, the union, the great union that was the backbone of the working class one of the backbones of the working class in the city of New Orleans, was the United Teachers of New Orleans, or is still the United Teachers of New Orleans. And what they were essentially, they lost so many members because of this, because they were not, so essentially their contract did not include charter schools. And so what they did, the Recovery School District did, and the Louisiana legislature did, and the governor, they essentially replaced all of these schools with charter schools, and those were not covered by the contract of United Teachers of New Orleans. And so you basically shit out of luck, and you're essentially, instead of having a central contract where everyone is covered by it, essentially each worker, or depending on the situation, whatever it was, either each worker or each school or each charter network would have their own deal. Free market, motherfuckers. And it really kind of messed things up. United Teachers of New Orleans has essentially been fighting their way back from a lot of this stuff. They have a handful of schools that are represented by them, and they are getting contracts, and they are out there serving their kids. However, there's a long way to go. There's a lot of schools in New Orleans. So I did want to move on a little bit and talk about something else, which is, again, something, and I don't want to provide a platform for the initial sort of like impetus for a lot of this stuff, because I don't want to go around spreading misinformation. But there is an influencer, and I'll call them just that, an influencer who has been talking for some time, I suppose, about farm workers. Farm workers are largely, and you can actually look back in the archives, because I've had interviews with among many other people, my friend Elizabeth Strader, who works for a farm workers union, and also a number of others. They talked about essentially the precarity and the status and the way that farm workers have to live in this country is absolutely unacceptable. And they have questions about status. There was actually a situation a couple of years ago in Georgia where because the workers there have this precarious status, they're actually more subject to, and have been subject to, things like human trafficking, because of the precarity of the situation. So anyway, they have a fucked up situation, even more than Kristina, even more than the general public. And they're largely and predominantly they either don't have immigration status in this country, or they have special sort of worker status, right? Temporary worker status, kind of like when they were talking about the professional workers from a couple of years to H2A. There's a similar situation with farm workers, right? The people that make your food, that pick your food, that make it. Are you eating an apple? Are you eating an orange? Like anything like that, this goes through the hands of farm workers at some point. And if you actually look at the United Farm Workers social media, it's actually like super impressive, because you can actually see these workers in actions. Let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah, UFW updates. If you just scroll through here, not that one. Sorry. Bear with me. Bear with me. Beep, beep, beep. All right. That. Share screen. Here we go. You can actually see him at work. So here you have, yeah, there you go. Here you have Luis. He's picked cherries for 12 years. Look at him climbing up. He says things get harder every year as pay is not increasing. These are seasons where the fruit is not good. However, he is skilled at this work, so he keeps on doing it to feed his family. Here are farm workers on the central coast of California, hard at work harvesting lettuce. Look at them down there. The workers on the ground cut the lettuce, and those standing on the truck bag it and pack it. Boxes weigh 35 to 40 pounds. Shoulder and hips injuries are common from the repetitive work because you're bending over all day. So yeah, tomato season going full blast, and a quick start to California's Central Valley. Work starts at 5 a.m., which means many workers get up at 3 a.m. to drive 1 hour to the site. The early start time is to beat the heat, as 100-degree temps are common. It is not easy, but it pays their rent. Hashtag we feed you. And I just recommend, if you do want to see a lot of the best and the worst of what is to happen, you can also see there was a video a number of weeks ago. There are for harvesting strawberries, but there was a video a number of weeks ago of farm workers essentially seeing Custom and Border Patrol. I'd have to find it. Custom and Border Patrol cops, the Gestapo essentially rolling up behind them, and these workers running because we're in a horrible situation where immigrants are directly under attack. So the idea of farm workers standing up and fighting back is not the worst one in the world. However, the only, and I say only people that are qualified to make that, to essentially lead that, are farm workers themselves. And that is the key thing, because there have been a number of, again, I'll call them influencers on Instagram, I believe it was initially, who came out and essentially said that farm workers are going on strike, and that it's crazy. And I hate to even lift it up, and I'm trying to be very, very careful not to lift up the I don't want to lift up the individuals that are involved in putting this forward, because I think that it's profoundly not helpful to provide them a platform. And so here, well, I'm actually going to outsource the breaking it down to my good friend. Her name is Alex, who is going to make the distinction between an actual labor strike and what folks are trying to, whatever, call a general strike or whatever. And, if you think about the idea of a general strike, or if you talk about the idea of a general strike, I get it. Be careful, because you don't want to be where the workers are not only because you don't want to, you don't want to be out ahead of them. You don't want to provide, you're going to essentially, not only can you cause those kinds of problems where you're not representing where the workers are actually at, but two, you can cause a lot of problems for them and actually genuinely put them in danger. So let's look at Alex, not you, Alex, but other Alex, and see what she has to say. Oh, hold on. Did I mute the tab? There you go.
Someone cannot tell you the difference between a general strike and a labor strike, and they're not actually part of the workers that would be going on strike, I need you to shut the fuck up, because what you're actually doing is incredibly dangerous. And it's so easy for anybody who has a massive platform or has social media who's yapping their mouth away talking about who should be going on strike when it's not you, because you're not the one that's actually going to be at risk off your fucking online account. It's going to be actual workers. So I need you to do better, learn actual labor history, and shut the fuck up. I'm going to say this one last time, but if someone can
Sorry. And it really is important to listen to those workers because again, and Alex is one of the people. She is a badass. She has organized her own workplace in a number of instances. She's about it. And she actually just recently guested on GMC on a show that it recently ran on our YouTube, and she's running for the National Political Committee of the Democratic Socialists in America. I think she would be great for that. But definitely check her stuff out at All Things Labor on TikTok and on Instagram. She is a great follow, and she is somebody that really does a great job of explaining much better than me. And I think I'm okay at this, but she's been doing this for years. She does it in a short, digestible version. I just yap too much. But look, before you repost about a strike, ask yourself these 3 questions. Who called for this? Are there impacted workers involved? Is there transparency on where this originated from? Striking is an organizing tactic. Striking is not the same as a boycott. If you guys have questions on what anything means, please ask away and continue her Labor Ed 101. Shouts to Alex on that point. And yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's why I let her say it. But yeah, I don't know if anybody yeah, Alex, fellow Alex. But regardless, it is important to remember love when the advice is shut the fuck up. Pot Brothers Bat law comes to the mind. Cops stop you when protesting. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, it is, and again, I don't want to say that this is the greatest authority in the world, even though he definitely is. But let's hear, figuratively, from another friend of the show, furry feline friend, George the Cat. When someone announces a strike or a boycott, ask yourself, is that what the workers want, or is this someone else trying to call the shots? Shout out to George the Cat. Listen to the workers before you and your podcast decide what's best for them. That's solidarity. That includes this podcast. That includes every single podcast on. Look. Listen to the workers. I already showed you where you can find all of this information, either on the website of a union or on the social media of a union, and that is the best place to look. Not your social media feed. Well, not influencer social media feeds. I could, but that's all I wanted to say about that. Do I have any questions from chat? Anybody wanna add to that? Because I do think it is important that we get this right, because I don't think anybody out there, I hope that anybody, I hope that people out there are not ill-intentioned on this or trying to do anything to, expand their own brand by being the most radical person on the internet or anything like that, or trying to make money off of this situation, or so donate to my, listen to my podcast, donate to my Patreon or whatever. I hope that this is people who are genuinely misinformed, who are trying to do the right thing and just screwing it up. I hope that's the case, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anytime I can shout out Alex, I will, because Alex fucking rocks. You should definitely check out All Things Labor. She is cool. And you should check out the interview that I just did with her and with the other comrades. So I do let's talk about something fun. And I don't mean to steal Alex's gimmick, because this is something that can be very much in his territory, and I'm not trying to fuck his shit up, but I think this is an important thing to hit on, because it's kind of like a pop culture deal, and it's also, you know, it's superhero stuff. But there is some kind of weird, crazy, insane backlash, and this is like, you know, we had our vegetables. We've talked about unions. We've talked about labor. I enjoy doing that, but maybe not everybody listening enjoys it as well. Let's talk about Superman. Okay, let's talk about Superman. Well, cop pulls you over. Say, why did you pull me over? They ask questions, not discussing my day. They ask more questions. I'm being detained. Yeah. Just don't tell cops anything. Yeah, I don't want to steal your gimmick, but we're talking about Superman. But there is a phenomenon of Fox News and right-wing media or whatever. They simply don't get the entire idea of Superman. Does that make sense? Like, this right here is crazy to me. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. I kind of hate the way StreamYard does this. But yeah, Wokerman. Iconic hero movie to embrace pro-immigrant themes. Thank you for your blessing, sir. Thank you for your blessing. But like Superman, what is one of the defining things about Superman? It's that he is, I mean, look, all right, it's like ingrained in my head forever. Strange visitor from another planet with far more powers than mortal men, right? Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers. He can bend steel with his bare hands. Like that kind of stuff. He is literally an alien from the United States. The Kents could not have a child. And so, there's a rocket that crashes in their backyard, and then lies this baby. Oh, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. And I watch a lot of those old cartoons, those old Superman cartoons, from when I was a kid, and like the bad guys were literally Nazis. But yeah, he is a literal alien. The Kents essentially just claim him as their child. But he is not from Earth. He's not from the United States, and he comes to be probably the most identifiable with the United States superhero that there is. In all of this, like except for maybe like Captain America, they might be on like the same level, but like especially prior to this sort of renaissance that Marvel had, like Superman was the kind of apex of comic books, right? He was, and by the way, where is it? There it is. Oh my God, this is one of my favorites. If you want to read a really awesome comic that gets to the core of who Superman is, this was made into a movie too. It's not nearly as good. But read All-Star Superman. It is a certifiable banger. Grant Morrison, who wrote it, is definitely like one of the weirder comics creators out there. And I'm not a fan of everything that he does, but All-Star Superman fucking rocks. Read it. Anyway, to circle back, the right wing is going to attempt to make hay on the idea of Superman being an immigrant. Yeah, Frank Quitely, amazing arts in here. Shout out to Letterhack, shouting out Frank Quitely. Yes, absolutely amazing art in here. These 2-page spreads, holy fucking shit, bro. Look at this. It's beautiful. Let me find one. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's really cool. Like, definitely check it out. Like, that's your Comics Minute on this is the Jeff recommendation for comics right now from this show. Oh my God, absolutely cinematic. Like, absolutely just like big, like, yeah, it feels like a blockbuster movie. If they created, like, as a Superman comic, this as like the last Superman movie of the like one series or whatever like that, I mean, it would be so good. I mean, maybe because I'd never overestimate, I don't want to underestimate rather Hollywood's ability to fuck it up, because they really are good at that. But I mean, they've hit with like the Nolan Batmans, they hit with the Keaton Batmans, you know, the 1970s Christopher Reeve, Richard Donner, especially the first one, the Richard Donner Superman. Oh my God, what a great movie. But yeah, and again, this is just one of so many good Superman comics out there. But again, I want to circle back to the immigrant thing. Like, these people, I mean, these people, they either don't understand Superman or they don't want to. And I mean, it's the latter. Of course it is. However, they want to use this as an opportunity, quote unquote, to fearmonger on their pet issue of the day, which is vilifying immigrants. And I mean, I hate to say it. I hate to like, it's, as far as the propaganda is, there are committed propagandists, and they're actually kind of talented. Like a lot of people do like to talk about how dumb the right wing is and right wing media is, but what they are able to do is to just wave their hand and essentially just sort of like assert that things are real that are not. 80s and early Superman. Okay, that's there's Superman is representative of its era in every period, be it the golden age, like essentially sets the standard. He is, every comic goes through that, especially pre like modern age. Like, people don't look at pre 1980s comics as the same kind of thing as the modern sort of thing is. And actually, one of the things that Morrison does do, whether you like it or you don't, is he tries to sort of like revise a lot of that stuff and retell a lot of those, those older stories through a modern lens, for better or worse. I mean, again, Morrison's not my favorite writer, but he definitely does. When he hits, he really does hit. He's a little weird for me. But I don't necessarily agree with you, Pitchfork's Dragon. Regardless, I do want to talk about Gunn on this too, because he definitely has mentioned, he's talked about this. He's not scared. Yeah. Here's an article from Variety. James Gunn, Nathan Fillion more on MAGA outrage over saying Superman is an immigrant. Here, let's pull that up. There it is. James Gunn, Nathan Fillion, and more on MAGA outrage over director saying Superman is an immigrant. I don't have to say anything I don't have anything to say to anybody spreading hate. The team behind Superman is responding to the backlash after director James Gunn and DC tentpole is the story of an immigrant that came from other places. I mean, literally, he is. When asked about the reaction to his comments, James Gunn explained that the movie is for, quote, everyone, and that he doesn't have, quote, anything to say to anybody, spreading negativity around Superman. And by the way, I haven't seen the movie yet. I do have to see the movie soon. Kristina, if you want to come on early and talk about this, you can. You want me to pop you on? Here she is, folks. Kristina joining the show. What is up, homie? We're talking about Superman. What do you got to say? Do you think Superman is woke? Is it woker, man? Are we canceling Superman?
It's super woker, man. Are you kidding me? This is great news. Seeing all the reviews coming in. Like, I am so freaking happy right now.
I haven't even seen it. Was it good?
I mean, it's coming out on Thursday.
Oh, I thought it was already out.
No, but the embargo's lifted from the reviews.
Oh, and how are they? Well, what do those libbed up critics have to say about Superman?
I mean, they think it's the best thing since Christopher Reeve's the first Superman movie to come out.
That's awesome.
And I do believe that there are some people who are mad about it, aka, you know, Snyder folks, of course. But it's a good week to be a DC fan. The second Batman script is finally done.
Really?
Superman, it's so good. Like I cannot wait to go see. I'm seeing it Thursday. Because everyone's like, how Thursday? Why not Friday? I'm like, my theater gets the Thursday previews.
Hell yeah.
So that's great. And also too, Alex and I are gonna do a little collab after my show next week because we're gonna go over it. And then he's coming on Movie Night Extravaganza because we're gonna go over it on the 15th.
Ooh. Well. That's a little promo work there. What a professional you are, Kristina.
Yeah, keeping it busy.
But yeah, I wanted to go through this article. If you want to sort of like read it with me, that'd be cool, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Do a little classic reading.
We're all collabing over here. Let's go.
We're collabing, and we do got to get you under GMC proper real soon. So when asked about the reactions to his comments, James Gunn explained that the movie is okay. We already did that part. I'm not here to judge people, he told Variety. Monday night's Superman premiere at Hollywood's TCL Chinese Theater. I think that this is a movie about kindness, and I think that's something that everyone can relate to. And by the way, when it comes to Superman, if you ever read the really good Superman comics, like he is the best friggin' dude ever. Like for real. Like he is somebody who will help anyone. He keeps a tiny city in the Fortress of Solitude of the city of Kandor, of the people, the last remaining survivors of Krypton that got like shrunken by Brainiac or whatever. Like he watches out for literally any and everybody.
Yeah, I agree. And what's so great about it is that a lot of people are comparing this to like the Silver Age of Superman, which is a pretty good era for Superman, in my opinion. So that makes me very pleased to know that we're going back to like roots. We're not making him some unfeeling god who you know, like I didn't like that interpretation of Superman. He has personality. He can be funny, and I'm good. I'm
he's
glad.
like a wink, like he's always been like a wink and a nod kind of superhero, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like he has personality. Like a lot of people forget, like watching the Adventures of Superman and a bunch of others, like other shows that feature Superman, like in animated features. He always had like a bit of a sense of humor and all that. They all did.
Did you ever watch? I was a Nick at Night kid when I was, in the 90s. They had the George Reeves like Superman that came on that show on that channel. That was so fucking good because it was like so cheesy and so goofy, but I couldn't get enough of it. And I also remembered as Alex, who I'm also, can I pull him on too?
Yeah.
You want to come on, Alex?
We're doing a 3-for-1.
We're doing a 3. Okay, well, I almost a 3, but he would fight Nazis in the cartoons. Like literally, he'd be flying around and kicking the crap out of Nazis,
like Captain America would. Like,
and just like the Nazi symbolism. The swastika was in a lot of older shit more regularly because it was more recent in their memories. It was just like, these are people who were there and saw it happen and was like, these are bad guys. And just like an easy marker for a bad guy.
Yeah. And you mentioned in chat that Siegel and Schuster, the two creators of Superman, they were two Jewish immigrants from Lithuania. They were essentially World War II refugees that came to the United States, and they wrote one of the most historic, I don't think it's that difficult to make the argument that Superman is the greatest comic book character in history. People might not agree with it, but it's not an unheard of, like you can wave your hand away from an argument, right?
He's the template, like you were saying before. He is the standard. He sets the marker. He sets the bar. People. And that's why a lot of people think he's boring or
nice hat, by the way. I thought you were Hassan for a second.
I saw Hassan wearing it early, so I ran out. Well, I got mine before he did. I set the trend. Me and Matt set the trend. Cool. We ordered ours in March.
Like that.
So Superman is the standard So he gets a lot of flack for being the cornball, like goof, like too earnest.
Yeah.
You know, and America gets cynical at decades. You know, he's been around since 38. So it really can tell you the mood of the country at the time of how into Superman or not they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want
Exactly.
to also agree and like lift
Or
up that
Batman.
point that you made about the Nazi symbolism and as well. Like he would be beating up Nazis and tearing down Nazi flags and other stuff. Like that was not uncommon in like Hollywood or in like media that would be happening, and it was actually revived in the 80s and 90s with Indiana Jones. The bad guys in Indiana Jones movies were fucking Nazis, bro.
Yes.
And he would punch them and shoot them. And
Indiana Jones went woke.
Even Indiana Jones is so freaking woke. And like the other thing too,
the museum.
I don't know if y'all played the new Indiana Jones game.
No, I can't do the first person.
But yeah,
if it was third
That's the thing
person, I
don't
would
like
play
about
it. But if it was
dude,
first, I couldn't.
same. But I did like I didn't finish it. But not only do you get to beat up Nazis in that game, but you also are in Italy and you get to beat up Italian fascists as well.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, have you read All Star Superman? I'm sure.
Yeah,
you have.
I actually
What
read
a
it
great
like
comic,
a year
right?
ago, 2 years ago.
I got this
gearing
when it
up
came
for-
out. It's so fucking good.
When Gunn put out that list of Superman books,
Yeah.
first of all, love that he's doing that.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
everything. Being like, hey, we're making a new movie. It's based on these books. Go
Yeah.
buy the fucking books.
Yes.
These are the fucking things.
Yeah. He knows his comic books like that. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
he really
responsible
does.
for
He's-
he's responsible for why the Infinity Stones became such a big deal in Marvel.
Really?
Like,
I didn't
yeah,
know.
he's the reason why they're like, let's focus on this Infinity Stone saga next. Like, because I know someone who works in Marvel, they plan a lot of this stuff ahead of time. So James Gunn was like already attached to the Guardians but he
Right.
knows the comics. That's why when Mephisto finally premiered after how many years, I knew he was gonna be Sacha Baron Cohen. They even dropped
Yeah,
the
me
rumor.
too. I
They
forgot.
They dropped the rumor and everyone's like, oh, okay. But then I'm like, but you guys keep looking for Mephisto everywhere. He's here. He's
Yeah.
Sacha Baron
They
Cohen.
announced them. I forgot about
There you
that.
go.
Because like when I saw first of all, the Disney Plus just putting everything out as fast as possible because they're done funding that. But Ironheart finale also, why put him in Ironheart? But the finale came out, and then I was like, I saw it on Twitter, like, oh yeah, I remember him getting cast as Mephisto, and this being talked about like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
I guess he's here now. Okay, what does that matter? That's paying off.
Aubrey Plaza's coming back as Death though, because if you bring someone back from the dead, she ain't gonna be too happy.
I mean, but are they going to pay off all this like WandaVision stuff? Because I feel like what happened was 2021. It was a year of COVID and everybody locked down, right?
Yeah.
And then all their projects got pushed. So then everyone's still at home and locked down, and we've had a drought of Marvel and a break. The first break in like 10 years.
A much needed break, I would add.
Yeah. And
I mean,
then,
like I'm not gonna lie, I tapped out from the Marvel movies at like Iron Man 3. I'm just like, I've had
Yeah.
enough.
well, I was still in it. I mean, going to the
I
theater.
saw the
multiple
first Iron
times-
Man in the theaters though.
Yeah.
Woo!
But so then they had WandaVision come out, and people were like analyzing it like crazy week to week.
Where's Mephisto? And all
Yeah,
that stuff.
exactly, and breaking it down, and then Captain Winter Soldier and Loki kind of came out almost back to back.
Yeah,
like a
but
week
Loki's-
apart, maybe.
Loki and WandaVision are my favorite. Of course, I loved Agatha all along because it's going to end with Vision Quest. In my opinion, Wanda's going to come back because what's the point of these shows bringing the boys back, bringing Vision back, and Wanda's not coming back?
Also, she fell in like rubble. Like
Yeah,
the most
she
she can
she-
come back
she-
death ever.
Oh, she's not serious.
It's not like Gamora where they like showed her. She's
Also, she
dead
can like
on the ground.
like Scarlet
Yeah.
Witch can just like conjure realities anyway. So like it doesn't even matter if you see her literally die in front of your eyes. She can like
Yeah.
manufacture
Right.
that with her powers. I mean, like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
what Scarlet
House of
Witch
M.
is.
Speaking
House
of
of
Rio,
Oh shit.
I got the crown.
Dude,
I
that's
got the
awesome.
crown. I'm working on a Rio Vidal cosplay so bad, so I got the crown. I could Bobby pin it in
Well,
my
I gotta
wig.
finish Agatha all along now because I know you love it so much.
Oh, it's so good.
I jumped off. I think it was the 6 episodes. I think I stopped at 4.
Oh, you
I
got
just-
before.
It was the same thing. I was trying to keep up with that and like Skeleton Crew at the same time. And then I missed a week, and then it was over. And I was like, oh well, I guess I'll never finish those. But I should finish Agatha all along. The Superman stuff. I saw that stuff today on Fox talking about.
It's so funny, right?
And I was
like, I think it's fucking hilarious. Like, keep doing this. If this is the best propaganda you can do, like, obviously, like, it's going to convince the people that are already Fox News watchers or whatever.
Yeah,
but you're not making yourself look good to normies, like, at all.
I guess their ultimate goal would be the movie flops, and then they can point to it was woke.
Ain't
right?
gonna happen.
That's Fox's stake in the game. Because why would they talk about it at all?
It's not even that. They don't care if the movie flops. If the movie succeeds, they can be like, oh, look at that, the liberal culture is taking over. It's just like that.
Also, 2-3 years ago, I think this was when James Gunn was starting to like work on the Superman script when it was like Superman Legacy or whatever. They were bitching about how Superman's like better for a better America, but now it's like for a better tomorrow, and they freaked out about that 3 years ago. And I
forgot about that. Yeah, they changed the phrasing.
Dude, but
I'm sure they freaked out in the 90s.
I think the point is, and I don't know how you wanted to transition to your show, Kristina, but I do think the important thing to focus on here is that Superman is not woke just all of a sudden.
Yeah,
he's always been woke. And he always will be woke.
Yeah, we could talk about
bitches.
We could talk a little bit about Wonder Woman's origins once we transition to my show, because you know her origin story is kind of kinky, right?
Can I be a part of that discussion?
Of course.
Oh, let's go. Let's go to the fun half.
I'm happy to talk about that too as well, if you'll have me.
Yeah,
of course. Definitely.
Hit it.
I'm actually reading Wonder Woman. Like, I bought more Wonder Woman books this weekend because with a volume 1, and I was like, I know I'm gonna want to keep just going, so I bought 2 and 3.
Yeah. All right. Let's.
We got a next break soon.
Hello, everyone. It's Kristina. It's your girl, Kristina Oaks, aka Cosmepolitics everywhere. It's Kristina's Corner, and I'm joined by my buddies Jeff and Alex, who you might recognize from Good Morning Comrade and Devil's Advocate Productions. We're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things today. I had stuff planned out, but this is even better, in my opinion. Like, we could just shoot the shit right now. It's great. We're going to be talking about, different things like superhero stuff, comic stuff, maybe some pop culture, maybe some more political stuff, because there's just a lot to cover in like an hour, surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm just here to ride along. Whatever you had planned, keep going, and we'll jump in.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to cover the whole super woke stuff, so we can continue with that.
I did want to just say, like, my comics books bona fides as an adult even. So I used to wait tables at a restaurant, and the comic book store was like right around the corner, and I would work double shifts. And I would always bring all of the money I made at lunch and just go buy comic books every day.
I got comics when I was little. I was watching like Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men, those cartoons on TV. And my dad was like trying to get me to read. So he's like, hey, we'll go to the comic book store. We'll get you these comics, and then you'll fucking learn how to read. So I would get some of those comics. Bro. And I still have them in my desk. And then I kind of fell out of it. I didn't really care that much. Actually, my dentist also gave me had comics for kids that he would give out. I'm like, all right, I got some Spider-Man.
Here's a tooth and brush your teeth or whatever.
It was the first time I saw Deadpool. He was like coming out. He was debuting as a character.
That's incredible.
It was like an ad for it on the back of a Spider-Man book I got from the dentist.
So
can I jump on the point that you just made about learning how to read with comic books? That's fucking
I know.
Cool. Yeah. I used to be a school teacher, right? Yeah. And there is a lot of, and still to this very day, even though comic books have been integrated very much into, or like graphic novels or whatever you want to call it. Art, illustrations have been integrated a lot into children's books, and there's a lot of snobbery around that, despite the fact that those books are often written at a higher reading level than the average sort of like children's book. And like
Dude, I gotta Google all stuff all the time when I'm reading a comic book.
Yeah,
I gotta Google words all the time.
Even just like children's book, like Wimpy, the Diary of a Wimpy Kid or whatever. Like those books are like great to learn how to read. And there's like this weird, I don't know what it is, this weird sort of like snobbery, I guess is the only word to describe it, around whether or not like that's actually kids reading something of substance. I'm like, motherfucker. Like I do love The Cat in the Hat. That's a comic book kind of too, right? Come on. The Magic School Bus is a comic book. Like all that stuff is comic books as well. There's always been illustrations in children's literature. It's always been a thing. But now, I guess because it's in panels or something, I don't freaking know. There's speech bubbles. Like you're gonna have a problem with it. I don't know. Fuck off. That's my professional former teacher's opinion on that.
I got into especially DC, and of course, obviously, like X-Men specifically early on, because when I was a toddler still living in New Jersey, my cousin had all like the Batman, the Batman animated series, like Wayne Mansion and all that stuff. Awesome. So I played with all the Batman toys and stuff like that, and Spider-Man and all that. So I got into comics at a very young age, and so that kind of. I was hanging out with all of like the MAGA anime folks, but they still know a lot about like DC and Marvel and all that. So that was kind of, fun to be with people who are into that. Of course, me getting into cosplay has been a lot of fun. I like cosplaying the superheroes. I like cosplaying, the Scarlet Witch. I like cosplaying Harley Quinn. I like cosplaying Agatha, and I gotta cosplay from Thunderbolts.
And it gives you a good outlet for creativity. You're making costumes, you're doing makeup, your
costumes are great.
Photography and video, like it's all just inspiring stuff. I got back into comics in high school, using what little money I had to be able to be like, well, my parents can't tell me I can't read Spawn now, so now I'm gonna read Spawn, even though I was Spawn from like the toys and the movie that came out in the 90s that was terrible and fun.
Did you ever see
The Annihilator? Totally Gonzalez, man. What the hell? That was so funny too, watching all three of them in Tuong Fu, like the three of the most manliest men. Dude,
I saw that recently, actually. Like
you can't do that movie today because of woke,
it's too woke.
Did you ever see it was like a show that Stan Lee used to do. It's hilarious. But like he had Todd McFarlane. Stan Lee used to do a show where he would have guests on or whatever. He has Todd McFarlane and Rob Liefeld come on.
I've seen that.
And has Rob Liefeld create like the most generic character of all time. And
pouches,
like,
more pouches.
and he's just like making fun of him the entire time he does it. But to circle back, my dude, those cartoons, Batman the animated series, Superman the animated series on WB,
I still watch it,
and then Fox Saturday morning, X-Men, holy fucking shit! And then later on, also they did have the back-to-back block of Iron Man and Fantastic Four.
Yeah, that was for that movie too.
Yeah,
I didn't remember those.
That was
So I've seen like memes and shit now.
He would do like the Elvira thing. He would do like
really?
Between it. Yes, it was awesome. And Stanley, Stanley, he was just he loves friggin' attention. He loves being on camera, and he was so like Stanley. This is the first time I'd ever seen who he was before, by the way, because I was like, 9-10 years old. And it's just this like guy with a mustache. Like, why is he talking about Iron Man or whatever?
Yeah,
it was
he's
awesome.
The one who created it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one thing I want to talk about is Wonder Woman, because besides Gal Gadot's acting, Wonder Woman is actually a really good movie. The plot wise, but like her acting is like, oh god. Very, very, very childlike. But it makes sense.
Which I thought was for the movie until I saw her in other movies.
Yes. Yes. So, are you guys familiar with William Moulton Marston?
I am.
You know how he got the idea for some of Wonder Woman's like lasso of truth. Apparently, he was in an open relationship. He was married. He had they had a mistress. Some people debate whether or not it was anything but the two women ended up living together after he passed away.
Yeah.
They were into BDSM and the like. And so Wonder Woman was inspired by those two women in his life. They were strong, independent, sexually sexually confident women. And they had issues at first with that after a while, which is why they toned down the BDSM aspects of Wonder Woman in like the silver age. I believe.
Once he stopped writing it, then it was just whoever the editor decided was like, actually, she's going to be the secretary for the Justice Society instead of being like on the team. She's the secretary. She stays at the base and watches over things at home. And so then there's need to go rescue her or whatever.
Yeah.
Damsel in distress. Might as well make it Wonder Woman.
Yeah, you know what? Max Lord, you're putting yourself and everyone else in danger. I need you to give me the stone. What happened to it?
God. That was a very good Gal Gadot, by the way.
It's so easy to do because she talks like this when she's acting.
Terrible person and terrible actor. I don't think it's a coincidence. You know,
it'd be funny if Rachel Zegler played Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Snow White, she bulks up a little bit. Oh my god, that'd be so funny as hell. I'd be like, yeah, let's go. What justice would that be?
Yeah, that'd be all right.
And then the right wing version would have Brett Cooper as Wonder Woman, obviously.
Of course, yes. Whatever happened to that? They just made a trailer for the Snow White movie, and that was it.
Yeah, because Daily Wire died.
Yeah, that it blew up during COVID, but like most right-wing media projects, they fund a lot of money into social media promoting it, and then it just dies out. Like Mark Levin did the same thing during the 2016 time. During that time period, I'm like, why am I seeing this guy everywhere on my Facebook? They're like, he's pushing his new media project, but one of my friends was like, it's gonna fizzle out within like a few months, and I was like, yeah, I don't see it anymore.
Yeah. Well, and not just that, but
wait,
like
Jeff,
when the dog catches...
Can I ask you what? Do you have a Twitter? I'm tweeting out that we're live right now.
At Eminent Prof, EMINENTPROF.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Yeah, it's me. But the thing about that too is the right-wing media ventures is they have a shelf life just sort of like on their face. It's basically until the dog catches the car, right?
Yeah.
What's the fucking point of watching Ben Shapiro on the show bitch about how the liberals are running everything or whatever when they just won the House, the Senate, and the presidency? The right wing did. Like,
yeah, they get everything they want and they still bitch. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, so like people don't really see the point of tuning into this aggrieved bullshit, this fake aggrieved bullshit, and so they go watch fucking Wonder Woman or whatever.
Yeah. They can't support their own media system. They tried. He tried. He tried with the fucking cartoon show, right? That was basically just Bill Burr's show, but poorly done.
Yeah. I do respect the people that just got a paycheck out of that, though.
Yeah,
like
definitely. Always get your paycheck. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
Get
like
the bag.
You need to get the bag.
Yeah.
But like, I've been watching All in the Family.
Norman
on
Lear.
Pluto.
Wait.
And like,
the young today, like myself, we would find that show offensive.
But like the point of the show is he's not supposed to be the hero.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I watched a great like video essay that was like 4 hours from Jose on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's like breaking it down, and it's like, despite your intentions, making him the main character still makes the audience kind of sympathize with him regardless.
Yeah.
So, it's the Tony Soprano kind of thing.
Well, it's not just that. I think that also like
still the point of the show was like, his racism isn't to be lauded. It's to be criticized. It's for him to learn a lesson.
Laughed at.
Exactly.
And the Daily Wire didn't get that. They're like, no. He's right. You have to actually listen to him. South Park doesn't tell you to listen to Cartman.
No.
He's the bad guy. Don't listen to him.
Yeah.
South Park's annoying because they do a lot of like both sides shit. But yeah, you're ultimately right. Go ahead, Kristina. You were going to say something?
One of my favorite episodes of All in the Family is when someone, it was actually about like radical Jewish activism, like very pro-Israeli. Someone did a swastika on the bunker's door, and he's like, "Let me cover it up," and he covers up with the American flag, and everyone's like, "Oh!" I'm like, see, even back then, people knew that patriotism bullshit in the 70s was just too much. Like that those two symbols can be tied together somehow, and yeah, I mean, there's a Sammy Davis Jr. episode. I love that one because he's like, "Yeah, you're one of the good ones," and he's like, "Oh yeah, definitely, you're definitely not racist,
sure
are you, Mr.
something."
But it's funny too because Carol O'Connell, God rest her soul, was a very staunch liberal, and a lot of actors, like even with Designing Women, that one speech about the standing for a national anthem or saying the Pledge of Allegiance, that rant goes viral all the time. But the actress was very conservative, like very right wing, and they say some of those actors and actresses who are complete opposites are better at portraying the opposite political spectrum that they despise.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, if you just watch the Daily Wire, like their movie, what was their trans lady ballers?
Yeah,
like that, or the only one that I think probably had more, I don't know, innocent origins is the one that has Thomas Jane in it. The guy from Punisher, the old Punisher movie.
Yeah.
And The Mist. Love The Mist.
Yeah.
I got a finagle with my earphones. But
this is Petey.
My cats don't want to bother me right now, so that's good, I guess. Usually you'll see McGraw's floofy bomb and I'm like covering up. I'm like, that's against policy. You can't see that. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
What were we talking?
I grew up watching All in the Family when I was really, really young. It's so funny when conservatives think that we would be offended by past media. I'm like, no, we're not. We understand.
Right.
We understand the context of that time period. Like there are slurs that are said in all these shows, but that was the thing back then.
And bring it back to the swastikas, every time they say like you can't make Blazing Saddles today, or whatever, I get furious. Or the producers, it's like, no, we're making fun of Nazis. You can always make fun of Nazis.
Mel Brooks is still alive today. What do you?
Yeah, he's about to make Spaceballs too.
Lindsay Ellis had actually a really great video years ago about that very topic of you can't make a Mel Brooks movie.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
It's actually probably worth doing a react to now because a lot of those things do hold up. That's a really sort of like legit position, and the point of a Mel Brooks movie, even in the later ones. Like where it gets like decidedly and markedly wackier as the years go on. But like the target of the freaking movie of the producers, for example, is the Nazis. Like it's making fun of like all of the Hitler stuff. Now, is it is it perfect? No,
our main characters. These unscrupulous ass producers who were like, we will produce a Nazi play if we think it can make us money.
It actually
you can make more money with a flop and then a hit.
Yeah, and like I prefer the original one because I fucking love Zero Mostel and Gene Wilder. But
I like the musical because I think it's won the most Tony Awards out of a musical. Like it won like most of, like it was on it for like God knows like 12 and won like 8 or 9. It's pretty. I was impressed, but also too I remember listening to the original Broadway cast album and I'm like, is that Timon and Simba from the Lion King?
Yes, it is.
I was like, wait a minute. Nathan Lane has a very distinctive voice, so I know Nathan as well. I actually know Harvey Fierstein as well, who actually did a few revivals of Fiddler on the Roof.
Oh man, it's probably great.
Yeah,
with that voice.
What an icon!
The first time I ever saw Harvey Fierstein when I was a kid was in. I didn't know who he was.
This is Doubtfire?
Independence Day. Oh, Independence Day. God, dude.
Yeah. I was like, this guy needs to like hawk like cough it out, dude.
He used to be like a castrato. Like he used to have like a high pitched voice when he was younger, but then it's like puberty hit real hard for him.
Cigarettes hit.
Happens,
Cigarettes hit hard.
Yeah. But I love Mel Brooks.
He's still alive, right?
Oh yeah, hard. Yeah, he just received like a lifetime achievement Tony Award or something like that.
Oh shit!
But I love one of my favorite Mel Brooks movies is actually Dracula, Dead in Love
Dead in Love Again. Oh my god.
I forget that's Mel Brooks and not Zucker Brothers. Probably because of
because of Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, and
he was
also
in all those fucking
Naked Gun
movies, which they're making another one.
I know
With Liam
Neeson and Pam Anderson. That's a good choice right there. And
Yeah,
I like the idea that he's, Liam Neeson could do comedy. He's done comedy in the past. He's playing it straight too. Like the way to do a parody or comedy as a serious actor, you have to just play it straight.
Well, so was Nielsen. Nielsen was that too. He was into Airplane.
Yes, that's how you do it. And it works. Don't call me Shirley.
Yeah. It's that deadpan. We're taking this dead serious that makes it so fucking funny.
Or when it was like the funniest one with him was when he starts talking to the plane about how everything is fine and everything is okay, and his nose starts growing like he's Pinocchio.
Yeah. And then, of course, for Nick, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Everything's like people are like jumping off the fiery, building and all that.
O.J. Simpson was in those movies too.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
And he pushes him off at the end of the movie too, and I'm like, that's a good metaphor for a lot of things.
Yeah.
And then in the trailer, they're all looking at their dads, right? And then the one guy's just like, nah, because OJ's his dad. I actually know Nicole Brown's some of her nephew, because my sister was really close friends with this woman who was married to the nephew. And we're like looking at this family album, like, why is Nicole, why are we hanging out with the Kardashians and OJ Simpson and all that? He's like, well, Nicole was my aunt. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh shit.
I was like, I'm so sorry. He totally did it. Like, everyone knows he did it.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Another good comedy movie. It's also a cop movie though. That's played straight, not by a straight actor necessarily. But you ever saw the Dan Aykroyd Dragnet?
Oh yeah.
I have that on my list.
It's from the 1980s. It's definitely worth watching. It's an insane movie.
I've heard about that, so I'm like, let me check this out.
It gets into it goes everywhere from like critiques of churches to fucking like cult shit. It's all over the place. That movie is insane.
Yeah. Have you guys seen Sinners yet?
Yes. Saw it in the theater.
Wasn't it so good?
Yeah. It was me and my girl went to go see it because we were having a funky weekend. We weren't in a good mood. So I was like, let's just go to the movies. We'll see what's there. Sinners is playing, whatever. Even if it sucks, we can make fun of it, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's Ryan Coogler. His projects don't suck.
Right.
So
It's probably not going to suck, but
Yeah.
neither of us are that psyched about vampires.
Mm-hmm.
But we went, and man, it is such a fun movie about like music and heritage and just watch it if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, when we went over it, I saw like oh yay, Larry Hack saw it finally. I've been telling everyone to go see it because I'm like, it's hard to explain what the movie is about because it's like as if From Dusk Till Dawn set in the Mississippi Delta. Like that's the best way to put it.
I get the premise is that they're opening a bar and vampires also in addition to
I love
all
From
these
Dusk
other
Till
themes
Dawn.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. And I was expecting, because I had heard that before going in, I was expecting more foot and Tarantinoisms of blood and guts and stuff. And there was plenty. So I wasn't disappointed there, but it wasn't as splattery, I guess, as Tarantino or Rodriguez. Which you can hard to top.
Yeah, I've noticed that every time something good happens now, everyone plays the clip of Rocky Road to Dublin because it's like a good like a good Irish jig, good party song, gets people pumping. I'm like, okay, this is the celebratory song that when
this
things
is the
happen.
I'm feeling myself song.
They did it for like someone posted like, oh, this is a great week to be a DC fan and all this stuff, and it's like, okay, and they play the whole Rocky Road to Dublin clip, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Also, I mean, Jack O'Connell can get it. He's having a year right now because he was up for Clayface, but he didn't get it. But people say he might make a good Scarecrow for DC, which I can see.
Oh, that guy, the Irish guy in the movie?
Yeah, he's also in 28 Years Later. I know.
I can't believe you're saying this.
That'd be awesome.
R.I.P. Cillian Murphy.
I know. My man. Hey,
She's moved on. She's moved on, folks.
I have a thing for Irish dudes because he's
Yeah,
like
I know,
Irish
right?
British. I'm bad. I'm bad.
I noticed.
I'm so bad.
Following you on Twitter.
I
Well,
just love Cillian Murphy in the third one when he was the judge of that. Like,
yeah, and he got the feather, the crow feathers on.
I
his suit.
maintain that Nolan's idea was to have Joker do that, but Heath died.
Yeah,
that's my guess because that would be a better.
It would have made more
use
sense.
of
But
Joker.
I liked how weird it was, and I liked that there was no more Joker. Unfortunately, Ledger had to die for it to happen, but they could not have topped that performance.
I mean, again, stick him in there as the judge for one scene. That'd be funny.
Yeah. It would definitely be funny. You were saying something else, Kristina?
If you,
No, you're good. I'm a yapper too.
We're all yappers. That's the problem with this. But we went over 20 years later. The ending part shows Jack O'Connell. If I had a nickel for every time he ran some type of cult where they're dancing and singing, I'd have 2 nickels.
Really?
It's not a lot, but it's happened
They'd be
twice.
good ones though.
The second movie, the Bone Temple, is going to be about his character because there's some type of like thing going on with this character. You don't see him a lot in the first one, but in the second one, then the third one's all about Cillian Murphy because Jim's coming back at the end of the second one.
They set up a trilogy.
Yeah, but to those who see 28 years later and they look at Jack O'Connell and they're like, I want to be that for Halloween. Do not dress up as Jimmy from 28 years later because his whole look is inspired by Jimmy Savile, who was a world-renowned known UK figure and also one of the worst pedophiles in history.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
I remember that guy.
Wearing the tracksuits and the blonde wig, like that's based off of his look, and so everyone's like, "Oh, we know who we're gonna be for Halloween." I'm like, "No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, no, don't." I mean, if you're, I mean, I mean, there's into heavy metal Teletubbies music.
Oh God.
Which is not a lot, but it's weird to have it. Yeah, but like it's because when we're talking about 20 years later, you know, there's the part where it's all infected. Like there are some people who don't know what life was like. So so Jimmy's character, Jack O'Connell's character, has no idea what has happened to this person since, you know, the infected happened and all of that shit. So it's gonna be interesting to figure out like more connections to that character and why he loves, you know, Jimmy Savile so much. And I'm like, ooh, that was my major contribution to that episode for the 20 years later, because I was like, I know something.
Big yikes, folks! Not a good look.
Yeah, I'm like, just dress up as the folks from Sinners. You know what? Dress up as the folks for Sinners, okay? If I know now that but
be
Sinners,
careful.
Yeah, don't let anyone in.
Blackface.
Yo, the witches are onto something because they're the ones who are against welcome mats. Witches warn people about welcome mats, and they're like, don't have a welcome mat because then your vampires are going to be coming
welcoming
in.
anybody.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah,
I did not
and
know.
So, if I had known that the characters were going to be named Smoke and Stack, I would have named my cat Smoke and Stack because McGraw is more smoky, and basically, actually, they do remind me of Smoke and Stack on Sinners. McGraw is very much like Smoke, and Oppie's definitely much like Stack, which is so funny.
I was always thinking that, like, if I ever did get like 2 more dogs or 2 more cats at the same time, I would have to name them Schlub and Clump, like from Sin City. The guys that talk like they're like fancy, but they're like the lowest rent goons that always get beat up.
That's
yes.
funny.
Oh my god.
I haven't read Sin City. I love the movie though.
The comics are, I mean, it's Miller. It's like 90s, like late 90s Miller. You know, it's really good. The movie, quite frankly. It's that first movie. I don't want to talk about the second movie because it was really bad.
What second movie?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But like the first one, if you like, is literally just like shot for shot, like the exact same.
Which is why I love it. I'm like, oh, you can do this now.
That movie when it
Hollywood,
came out,
you can do this now.
Yeah, that's cinematography.
It looked like nothing I had ever seen before.
Yeah.
Like Rodriguez with that first movie, like cooked harder than he had ever done, and I fucking loved Desperado. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, we did a whole vampire month on Moon Extravaganza, but then right after Nosferatu got released, we did that too, and that did pretty well. But it was amazing, huh?
You did Sin City?
We haven't done Sin City yet.
Oh, I will do a Sin City episode.
Okay, so we usually do theme months. I told the guys we haven't done witches yet, and I love the Love Witch movie because it reminds me of like Suspiria with the cinematography of how it was shot.
What would be the line? Oh, you mean the one, the witches movie, like the kids movie?
The Love Witch, which is more, it came out like in 2016, and it looks like a film from like the 70s from the cinematography and how it was filmed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, which I think that's good though, in my opinion, because so much we're entering an era of film where it's like everything looks too urine yellow and everything. There needs to be some color.
Choppy.
That's why.
Love it. Fast editing.
Maybe
The Omen, the first
Tarantino was
Omen was
right.
really
Like we should be filming on fucking film still.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
mean,
mean,
the first Omen came out, and that was a good, like, they held on shots, they let it linger, they were artistic with it.
Yeah.
Like, that was a really good legacy sequel movie
I
or
loved
prequel movie.
it.
And it's
Yeah.
like, you turned. There's the Twitches.
Twitches. Oh my God, I remember that movie too.
I don't know that movie. They turned like what could have been just an easy cash grab, schlock movie into its own standalone. This is a good movie on its own without even watching The Omen or having any idea what that's about.
Yeah, and I will say this. I think mainstreaming the movie Possession was kind of a mistake because all birth scenes now look like that.
Oh, is that one in there? Okay, well, I haven't seen that movie. It's on my list.
Oh, you'll love it.
I want to because I love Sam Neill. And I know, like, I've seen the hallway, the tunnel shot. So I'm like, I gotta watch this movie at some point.
One take is all it takes. But yeah, a lot of like the first Omen was inspired by like her going to labor was inspired by that scene. I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this. I'm like, I get it. I see it now.
Yeah.
I think our episode about it has something to do with it because all of a sudden like Possession was getting everywhere, and I'm like, did we do this? Did we do this? On Moonlight Extravaganza, I killed the queen, so
you killed the queen.
Yeah, I said the night before she died, I was like, she's gonna die tomorrow, and then
oh God, really?
I go to the first house, and I'm like, say the queen's in a critical condition. I'm like,
you did it.
Oh my God.
I think Forrest also accidentally killed Guilford Godfrey because there was a photo of him, Bob Saget, and some other comedian together. I think Norman Donald might have been in the photo, and Forrest was like, Guilford Godfrey, watch out, you're next, and then he died.
Oh my God!
You killed the queen.
Wow, all those.
Forrest killed Gilbert Gottfried and JD Vance,
and possibly Norman Donald.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, how do I get to Donald Trump next?
I think JD Vance is going to handle that one. I think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he do everything but passing. He's passing everything but away. Anyway.
Ooh, got him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What else did you have on the docket?
Yeah. Now I'm trying to think how are we feeling about the Fantastic Four movie?
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous. I'm excited. I know a lot's riding on it for them.
Too much trauma from the last one. You know what I mean?
The first I remember seeing the first ones in
first ones are fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're fun.
But then
Galactus is a cloud. That's my quibble. But like whatever.
Yeah, that's weird. The Galactus is a cloud is weird.
For early 2000s comic book movies, they're all right.
I will say this: if that movie had not been done, if those movies hadn't been done, then you would have not gotten the joke in Deadpool versus Wolverine, where you have Miss Johnny.
Oh yeah,
that was cool.
When I first heard Chris Evans' voice, I'm like, wait a minute, no.
Me too.
Like,
I was like, oh,
wait, is this Captain America variant? But then the way
so was Deadpool.
I know.
Deadpool was you.
Yeah, I was like, we thought we did. We thought we knew that guy because I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh, he kind of looks like.
I was disappointed. At first.
It was supposed to.
Because I was like, oh, are we doing like, oh, this is where Captain America went when he's putting the stones back and shit?
Yeah.
Like that, we're gonna talk.
Yeah.
Nope. And I was like, oh, cool.
Like,
oh, fuck that.
They're like, oh my God, he's gonna say it.
When he says flame on, it's just like, what the fuck?
I was like, oh no, he is. But I'm like, wait, Captain America doesn't cuss like that. So I was like, wait a minute, this has to be Johnny Fantastic Four.
I think I have hope for it. I mean, I'm excited to see Galactus in live action.
I'm excited to see Pedro Pascal in anything.
Yes, Pedro Pascal is going to be awesome. I'm excited to see how they balance it because I think Thunderbolts did a really good job. Like I didn't, there's a lot of you know, you can tell a lot of like Disney muckety muck in there of like, you got to set this up, you got to set that up, you got to pay this off and whatever from TV shows that nobody watched. But they did a good job of sticking to this core emotional character driven story.
I was like,
and
I didn't want to cry, but here we go.
Yeah. And like when they went off on a tangent or there was too much explosions are happening, they would always bring it back to the emotional core. And that's what drove that movie forward. And there was a lot in there, especially the post-credit stuff where it's like, oh no, we're setting up a whole new status quo for the universe.
Adventures.
Do y'all?
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all were
Fantastic
reading.
Four can balance that. I'm hoping.
I don't know if y'all are reading comic books, but this would be really cool if they did this. They were in the. Do you remember the Dark Reign period in Marvel Comics?
I've heard about that. Is that when Kingpin took over New York?
No, it wasn't Kingpin. It was Norman Osborn. He sort of like controls S.H.I.E.L.D. And he, like that was like a really sort of it was after the Civil War. It was after the Secret Invasion and all this other stuff. And I don't know if they're going to do this ever, but I would love it. But there was a secret team. There was a evil team of Avengers that Norman Osborn put together that had like, you know, a fake Wolverine and like Iron Patriot was Norman Osborn and like all this other stuff. And they just ran around doing evil shit. I love that comic. It was really good.
That's what I thought Thunderbolts was going to be.
They were essentially like Bullseye.
Villains.
Was the new Hawkeye in this sort of like universe.
Yeah, and I was like, that was my guess. If you watch my reviews on my channel, folks, of Daredevil, I was like, you know what? They might save because Bullseye's spoilers alive in that show. So like, hey, they could just slot him into Thunderbolts, and maybe that's a big reveal that they were holding back.
Yeah,
spoilers.
He was in the
Fantastic
comics. He was in there for a long time. It was Thunderbolt.
Yeah, but I liked Thunderbolts because it's like it's Sinners and Thunderbolts, and then I'm gonna assume like Superman. But also right now, 28 years later, is like my third favorite film so far this year.
Okay,
and then Materialist. But I had this when I was watching, I was like, these folks feel like a real family, while the actual Avengers felt like a bunch of coworkers who could barely stand each other and just work together for the sake of humanity's at stake.
Yeah.
But like Thunderbolts, I loved Alexei in it. He's like, oh, like the banter between him and Yelena was my favorite part because everyone's just looking at them like, what? They got this weird father-daughter dynamic, but if my father still lived, I would tell him we're buying you an Alexei cosplay and a fake beard, and we're going as Yelena and Alexei.
And that was part of the emotional core was Yelena and Alexei, and also Yelena and Bob. And those dynamics was all you needed. And we got some touches from the other characters. I wish we got a little more from Ghost. But John Walker,
just Bob.
It's like, all right, that's enough for us to sympathize, to understand, to also recognize that you're still an asshole, but lovable.
He's now. He's rocking the beret. Which I thought was funny because they thought about like, oh, your hat. He's like, oh, you my helmet.
Yeah, that was funny.
I just love the idea of it being named after her Pee-wee soccer team that kept losing, where the girl pooped one time after saying fire shack or whatever that was a funny bit. But I like a lot. I remember when the Falcon and the Winter Soldier came out and everyone was like, oh my god. I'm like, chill out, guys. Okay, he's not going to be Captain America for long. Also, he looks better with the facial hair and his hair the way it is. Like he looks better this way. Also, I keep forgetting he's Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn's son.
Right.
Yeah.
Wyatt Russell. No, he's good. He was in a movie called Overlord, which is a movie about killing Nazi zombies. So, and it's really, and aside from that awesome premise of it is very grindhousey, like Robert Rodriguez, Tarantino-ish. So, highly recommend that movie if you want some catharsis.
You mentioned a moment ago Bob Reynolds, the Sentry, right?
Yeah, that's basically MCU Superman.
Yeah, he's in the Dark Avengers team, and sort of like one of the, and I don't want to do spoilers too bad because if you haven't read the comic, you definitely. I think this was a good series, but like there was a
by the time we read the comic, we'll have forgotten.
It's okay. No, you won't forget this. Well, you won't forget it when you see it, but when you do see it, you'll be like, this is what Jeff was talking about. But like there was in that series, Bob Reynolds, the Sentry, was like, he was essentially the Void at this point, right?
Yeah.
And he actually is responsible for one of the goriest comic book panels I've ever seen in a Marvel comic. I will have that asterisk, but like
is it Carnage?
No. He the Sentry. Well, I'll just say it. He rips another character like in half down the middle.
Okay.
Is it Deadpool? No,
no, it's not Deadpool.
Because I know Carnage in half. So ripping people in half seems to be his move.
Who did?
Carnage.
The Sentry. He ripped Carnage in
the movie.
No, in the comic.
Oh, the comic. Okay.
Because I remember going to a comic book store.
No, this was Ares, the Greek god Ares.
Oh, okay.
I also do remember there was an Ultimate Hulk versus Wolverine, and I think this was like copied later on, but there was a point where the Hulk ripped the Hulk ripped Wolverine in half and threw like one half of his body like to the top of a mountain or something like that, and made him climb up to go get it.
Well, that's why I like the little that segment in Deadpool and Wolverine where he goes into the one comic where Wolverine's fighting the Hulk. He's like, "You fought the Hulk in this outfit,
yeah,
right?"
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, "I'm Marvel," and he copies Loki. "I'm Marvel genius. You won't."
There's so many references in that fucking movie.
I know. That's why I like he's the Bugs Bunny of Marvel. That's why a lot of people are like, I'm so over his whole thing. I'm like, well, this is his thing. Same with She-Hulk. She came before Deadpool. She was breaking fourth walls even before Deadpool was. Stop bitching.
That's right,
dude.
That's right. And the fans, not fans. They're not fans.
They're grifters.
They're grifters. They're haters.
It's the same thing.
They do like this, but they do like this stuff, but they don't have. It's either like the education to like understand like literature, or it's they just I don't know. A lot of people just consume shit mindlessly, and they don't think about it. They're like good guy, bad guy, okay, and then but. Once someone breaks down like what this comic means or this story means, and they get angry that you're challenging their worldview, so they just react. Yeah,
because I actually found a tweet about a lot of people are giving like their own opinion about the MCU, about why it's failing, and someone said Disney Plus shows and device characters wokeness didn't cause the downfall of the MCU. Scooper culture, which is like basically the fake scoopers, the people say who are giving like Superman bad reviews, but they didn't even see it, like that type of culture. Grifting and the overall bitter cynicism that's taken over the fandom post Endgame is what's slowly killing the franchise. And I agree, because we've actually had some good projects post Endgame. It's just people focus on Ant-Man the Wasp, She-Hulk, and the Marvels. I'm like, you guys are showing like, and then I'm like, you guys are showing like the same 4 projects. 2 of them are actually pretty good.
Dude,
and second of all, we've had stuff in between and before all these projects.
And also, like, if you don't like it, that doesn't mean it's fucking bad. I'm sorry. Like, the idea of doing all that, like, I didn't see the whole series, but like
Secret
doing all of
Invasion
that
might
fucking
be
crazy bullshit
bad.
that he does,
Secret
that is
Invasion.
Peter David doing fucking She-Hulk comics in the 1990s. Like, that's what it is.
And like my favorite Disney shows were Hawkeye and She-Hulk. And now Daredevil. But like out of everything they put out, I keep forgetting Moon Knight exists. But like
so good.
Secret Invasion 2, that one was really bad.
I was like, what is going on here?
But like they'll get mad, they'll just say it's woke and also the fake scooper
Gamergate. It literally is Gamergate.
It's literally Gamergate. And the fake scooper thing goes into it. And I want to shout out comic historian RIP. He unfortunately passed. But he was on this case because he they were doing a show called Absolute Comics with all these other creators, kind of like what we're doing here. But they were talking about like it was the lead up to the Spider-Man. What's it called? No Way Home. And there was all these accounts and YouTube channels and whatever, like TikToks and Twitter, that were just gaining so many followers and shit, and just putting like ads in all the comments, just making shit up. This person's gonna be in it. This person's gonna be in it. And
this person's suing for not being in it.
And this whole economy that they just can't get out of now. And now, but it's like I watch 90 Day Fiance with my girl a lot, and we watch like reaction channels, right? And or Love Is Blind and whatnot, and the Netflix shows, when they are
Love
out,
Island with the drama now.
when they are out, these reaction channels are getting lots more viewers. When those shows are over, it dips. And they understand that, and they make other content.
That's why
but doesn't get as much attention.
That's why these dumb motherfuckers like focus. I can only relate it to Gamergate because I'm not exactly like as familiar with what you do it, but like Alyssa Mercante, who's a really good games journalist. She actually has been highlighting on her Twitter. By the way, follow Miss Alyssa Mercante at Alyssa Merc.
Yes,
she's a Twitch streamer now. By the way.
Oh yeah, she is. I want to get her on. I got to email her about coming on the podcast as well.
Oh sweet.
Yeah, same. I've been trying to get her to come on GMC too because I know she's got a book coming out. But regardless, like she's been specifically focusing on some of these freakazoids and like looking at their metrics. And seeing like, okay, this video is about me and it's got like, insane numbers of views. And then, this next video is about this game that I like or whatever from like,
and it's like,
whoever it is, and it's got no fucking views. So like there is, unfortunately, I don't know if it's algorithm based or if it's just people are freaks and want to see the messy drama stuff. Probably those combination of both. But like, they are legitimately incentivized by those structures to do like this fucking shitty bullshit where they just brigade like their people and have them like target people like Alyssa or people like,
because then that generates
to a certain extent. I can definitely understand why fucking Brianna Wu lost her fucking mind. I don't defend it or anything like that. Target back in the day. I don't know how like Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn like ended up coming out of that like kind of not insane. I mean, they ended up being okay, but like I sorry I had to like take it like
no, that's all tied in together though.
Thing. It's the exact same thing.
It is.
Same playbook.
I was actually having a conversation with Andrea yesterday. Shout out Andrea. This will be on her show coming out. I don't know when, but we were talking about Gamergate a little bit. And that I learned about it when I started watching YouTube was like end of 2017, early 18. And I was just like, we're actually talking about Crash Bandicoot. And she was, and that I started watching it just to watch people play the new Crash Bandicoot remake. And then through it, I would hear these words like Gamergate, like Adpocalypse, and be like, and my comic book brain would turn on. And it's like, ooh, that's a big event. I gotta go look up what that big event was.
Which issues are that?
Exactly. When did that happen? Who was involved? So then I start watching these other videos, and then I start getting recommended stuff from Ben Shapiro, from Sargon of Ricard, from Armored Skeptic and shit. And then I'm like, they keep mentioning this name, Anita Sarkeesian. So let me go look up her video that they're all talking about and actually watch her video. And it was like, I don't know. She
it's
says
the most
up front,
101 feminism video you ever saw. Like
she
it's
says
not
up front, I don't play
anyway.
video games.
Yeah.
I don't play video games. I'm taking all this as like I'm just looking at it from the outside. And some of her takes are like, okay, that makes sense. And some of her takes were like, well, no, you missed the context because you don't play the game. So okay, fine. There's legitimate criticism. But they just turn this into a giant media like to the point where she went on Stephen Colbert, and I remembered her being on Colbert and being like, oh, that's why this lady was on Colbert a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And he was talking about video games, because when did Colbert ever talk about video games on his Comedy Central show?
Yeah.
I will say I did see Colbert when he went to Comic-Con, and he was talking about a Kim Kardashian game.
Really?
Yeah, we had to laugh. Here's what's like being in a studio audience of one of those like late night talk shows that film at like 5 o'clock. You have, if they fuck up, you have to laugh at the joke again.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So it's like he had to read you because he just got back from Comic-Con. He was very jet lagged. So we had to do stuff. Like we had to laugh again over certain. I was wearing my Iron Man shirt. He noticed it. I was wearing my Iron Man Dr. Doom shirt.
Oh, that's
he noticed
cool.
it. And I got to ask him a question. And then Beck had performed. He had to do a song twice over sound issues. And my mom's like, we are never getting down here. I'm like, yes, we are. Chill out.
That's really funny. I actually saw The View a little while ago.
Yeah.
Because my friend just had tickets and was just like, "Hey, you guys want to go?" And we're like, "Okay." So we woke up early and went to a View taping, and every show, folks, that has a live studio audience has a comedian there to warm up the audience and to keep them laughing and to keep the energy happy and like hype, even when they're, they have to redo things or change stuff around. So, but I'm sure still having to hear the joke again and then the comedian in the background, I just imagine like, yeah, it's hilarious. It's the first time you heard it, right, guys?
It reminds me of Craig Ferguson. That's like, he's like my main inspiration. Like I want a streaming channel that's like Pee-wee's Playhouse more than streaming and late night talk show hosting, because he had, and I know the guy who voices the robot Jeff Pearson, Josh Robert Thompson. I know him, and I want to get him on the Movie Night Extravaganza as well. He likes his introverted feminist. Yeah.
I did not watch much Craig Ferguson. I remember him from the Drew Carey show.
Yeah,
I remember he exists, but I did not watch much of it.
We're talking about late night television?
Yeah.
Conan was the king. Conan was the absolute
Conan
king.
Neutron? I agree. Conan Neutron.
Him, but also Conan O'Brien.
He's freakishly tall from what I've heard.
Yeah. Big Irish lanky boy.
Yeah. But
Best
I love
episode of The Simpsons too.
I watched Craig Ferguson from like when I was like 11 years old when he first debuted. Like I watched him for like 9 years.
He was really funny.
It was interesting seeing, because he would go off script.
Yeah.
He didn't like the joke they would write. Like they would give him a joke, but then when he would go off, or when he and Jeff would go off,
and he's just got a fun personality to watch.
Yeah.
Like you'd watch him do anything,
I used to watch Kilborn too.
Oh my God, Craig Kilborn before did he host a Daily Show first too? Before Jon Stewart did?
Show, yeah. And then Jon Stewart came in later.
Yeah.
But then before that, he was on ESPN. It was him and Dan Patrick that would do they called it the Big Show. And they would
when Jon Stewart left the Daily Show, they brought Pat Kilborn back to be like, and my break is done, and now I'm back to host the show.
Yeah, I'm glad he's back. I mean, you could tell the writers are a lot younger, because he's saying stuff like, "Oh, these men sitting in their mother's basement playing video games are millionaire Twitch streamers now," and I'm like,
yeah.
Yep, you got it. That's exactly what's happening. See, seriously, like that's what's happening. I'm like, you don't have to worry about the guys playing video games because they're making tons of money. Okay, don't worry.
But like, also, what a lazy old argument.
Yeah.
To just be like, oh, they're just lazy people who you give them healthcare and they'll not work because they don't need money for anything else. How are they going to buy their video games? Even in your own twisted logic, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, you know what motivates people to do stuff? Money. If you pay them handsomely, they will do it.
Yeah. Well, the point of it is to drive down wages, isn't it? It's supposed to make workers more precarious, make it so that if you don't work all of your entire life, if you don't work 2-3 jobs, then you're going to be starving and you'll fucking die. Yeah. And I don't know, man, I am of the opinion that workers should have bread and roses too. You should be able to have fucking video games and fucking whatever.
You should be able to afford luxuries. I'm tired of people saying socialism is when poor. And I'm like, If you want to get a facial, if you want to get your nails done as a you do what you want to do. Self-care, okay? Treat yourself.
Life should be good. Life shouldn't be bad. Life shouldn't have to suck.
And if you give people, if you alleviate their most basic needs, shelter, food, healthcare, electricity, lights, warmth, heating, cooling. If you alleviate those needs to at least to an extent, then people feel more comfortable. They'll try more things. Yeah. They'll be more happy. They'll be more engaged at work.
Yeah.
You companies that want everyone to work, they'll do better as workers.
Yeah.
And the Supreme Caliphate of New York is just a bonus.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping to live like in Brooklyn, and by the time I'm 35. I'm gonna be 32, but I'm really hoping. That's why I need y'all's help. I need subscriptions, I need tips. I mean, everyone's moving to New York City. Dan from the interstate, interweb, moved there. Ariana Jasmine and Leftist Mafia moved there. I'd rather everyone's like, what about California? I'm like, I cannot stand the heat. I already live in the whole cul-de-sac.
Oh yeah, New York is fucking hot. Don't get that twisted.
Yeah, true.
Oh no, I know New York. I don't know New York is hot, but like I like Christmas in New York. I like the holidays. I love Broadway and all that.
The
like
greatest city on earth.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, I never fit down here. I can never fit down here. Like everyone's like, you belong up there. I'm like, yeah, I do. Like my sister's like, you're actually a Jersey girl because you were actually born in Freehold. I wasn't. I was born in Monmouth. I'm like, but isn't that still kind of technically the same area? She's like, yeah, but still. And I'm like,
okay.
I mean, I wanna hook up with the leftist mafia people. That would be awesome.
Yeah,
they're on this space. We should definitely,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on.
Yeah. I've been on their show twice, I think, already.
Oh shit! Well, you bring them on then.
Yeah.
I remember when you were making the rounds after the whole Anna thing. That was really fun.
Oh my god, that was fucking disgusting, dude.
I know.
Pissed off. I was just watching Vanguard talk about him again.
They talk about him every fucking day, bro.
10 years of friendship going out the door.
But you know
over
what?
Something that had nothing to do with her.
Dude, I feel like
you're better off.
I'm a Taurus, and my girl tells me that Tauruses love feeling vindicated. So I never liked them. So I love just consuming content about how much they suck now. So, it was the same thing with Kanye and Diddy.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah, make your bag, Vanguard. We're here for it.
So I
also
bring them on too.
That I sent you.
What?
I'm talking to the Vanguard right now. Answer the email that I sent you. You know they're watching.
Yeah.
Are they? Well, come on. Be on here. Fucking what were we talking about? I just had it.
TYT and stuff like that.
TYT and
Vindication.
Shit.
I was a watcher of TYT probably in like 2010, 2012.
Same.
I saw them on Al Jazeera TV.
Oh yeah, I remember that. They were on it,
And I was like, okay, what's this show? I've heard of Al Jazeera.
It was Current TV before it went.
And I was like, okay, what is this Al Gore thing? This Al Gore TV channel, and I don't know. I was like, okay, I'm not hearing this stuff on Fox or MSNBC or CNN, so that's interesting, but. They just came off as people who like to bully and just found targets that were socially acceptable, which were Republicans. And then we're like, oh, but we're bullying for good. So it's like, oh, okay.
And now they're bullying leftists.
But that was never really their ideology.
Also,
they'll just kind of move where they think they can get money.
Also, like when Anna starts like talking shit, and I hate to be like a drama stir or whatever, but like
let's get him talking about this space.
Yeah, that's right. The space declares war on TYT. But I also remember like she'll talk shit about people for like doing gutter content or whatever. The old days of fucking TYT was like the second half of the show was an entertainment half where like
Vanguard is basically just doing it now.
Well, and like she would talk about like fucking this or that celebrity's camel toe or whatever, and it's like
and dropping slurs all the time.
Really? Really? Is that how they started? Like entertainment, like a gossip thing?
The rule that they had back in the day was that they would read. They would, if there was in a quote, they would read it, and it didn't. Well. A lot of people were pissed off about that. I'll say that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of history there.
Well,
but clip that. Yeah, let her clip that. Yeah, do it. My thing is that I tried, even Michael Brooks, we all tried reasoning with her once she started going down like this pro-cop, anti-homeless, anti-trans stuff. We just
I did a show with her.
Yeah, we all did. I mean, she was on Moving Extravaganza fucking shitting on Blue Velvet. And I'm like, what are you doing on the show? It's David Lynch.
They did the Jacobin show, remember? They did the Jacobin show. And then, unfortunately, while that was happening, Michael fucking died.
Yeah.
He was somebody that was like, and I hate to constantly talk about Michael Brooks, this, talk about that, but like, he was genuinely somebody that would reach out to anybody aside of Jimmy Dore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he would go on anyone's show, like big or small. He would go on.
He was. I was in talks to have him come on GMC before he passed. And
did you guys see Sam's real nephew on Majority Report today?
Yeah, I did.
I watched.
Yeah,
he was wearing this hat.
I did that. I Sam was calling Sam his real uncle. And when Sam came on Moon Knight Extravaganza the first time, I told him, like, Hassan refers to you as his real uncle. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And then after that, he started calling him his nephew. And I'm like, You're welcome, everyone. That's my greatest
Another-
contribution to the left.
Another Kristina original.
Mhm.
That's really fun.
That's right. That's right.
But like, speaking of that shit, like I came in late to a lot of stuff. Like you guys are much more been around this space for a long time, metaphorically, not this space that's you're watching right now. That's only been alive for 4 weeks.
Share the stream, by the way.
Share the stream. Let everybody know who we're talking about. Tag Vanguard. Tag fucking Majority Report. Tag.
Yeah. Well, Letter Hack's gonna be on Friday.
Oh yeah.
Get out, show support. Whoop whoop.
Dude, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
But like, I started getting into like YouTube in like 2017, 18, and then over time, because I was listening to a lot of comedy podcasts, Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Rogan to a less extent. It was just like whoever was on Rogan, you know, like if a comedian I liked was on Rogan or Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Rogan, then I'd listen to it. But when there was one episode where they talked about Majority Report, where I think David Pakman was on, and so I was recommended his stuff, and then I was recommended Sam Cedar stuff because they had the same, and I thought because they had the same background they were related, so I started clicking on those, and then I saw videos about Joe Rogan and how he's an idiot and this is what he's doing and like pushing right wing shit, and I was like, all right, let me keep watching, and then that's how I, 6 years later, I watch every day, and now I'm on with other people who have been on.
Yeah, I called one time. I didn't even tell Sam who I was. I was like, hi, I want to talk about some abortion thing in South Carolina. Next time I want to call, I want to talk about the Palmetto State Abortion Fund. That is how we, fund abortions for women in South Carolina.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is it called again?
The Palmetto State Abortion Fund.
Okay, yeah. Can someone put that in the chat? Because that would be cool.
Yeah.
I would call in the Majority Report and give them Fight Club recommendations and be like, but who wouldn't Ted Cruz versus Trey Gowdy or
oh my god,
Kristi Noem versus Gretchen Whitmer or some shit. Like
I'll say
that's what I did.
Ted Cruz ain't beating nobody up.
No.
I mean, well, that's a good question. Who could he beat up? Because he could beat could he beat Trump?
I don't even think he beat up Hot Wheels.
I mean, it was kind of hilarious though that Ted Cruz was he was on vacation again when Texas had the flood.
Greece.
Oh my god, he's such a piece of shit. That guy.
Yo, we're sticking around for your show, by the way.
Yes, please do.
I do have to jump, but can I plug GMC real fast?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to GMC 4:00 on Tuesdays on this space, and also check out goodmorningcomrade.com. Check us on YouTube, Good Morning Comrade, Twitch, Good Morning Comrade Radio. Got some big interviews coming out. Check out the podcast feed. We recently had Alex Quinteros, who we talked about earlier, my friend Francis, and also my other friend Kareem. They are running for the National Political Committee for Democratic Socialists of America. That's really cool. You can hear from them, and we can talk a little bit about DSA. I have a couple of other folks from who are also running for National Political Committee of DSA. Stay tuned. They're going to be coming on the show as well.
You should talk to Dieter.
Follow me at. I already talked to Dieter.
Okay.
Not on the show, but we had a phone call last week. Right. But follow me on Twitter at Eminent Prof. Thank you, everybody. We love you. Bye-bye.
Are we going to do a commercial break? Get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, and then come back. We're going to play a game. Ooh. Hello, folks. I gotta get my. All right, so I'm gonna bring in Kristina here. Ooh, boom. There we go.
Woo. Oh my God, I'm back again.
And we're gonna test out. Can everyone see and hear this? And how is the volume?
Let's see.
Can you hear it, Kristina?
I cannot hear it.
You cannot.
Which reminds me, I gotta change my sound alerts for Twitch. My thing lapsed and all my sound alerts are gone. I'm like, no, except for the ones I created, like Sam Cedar screaming, I picked wrong.
I don't see the audio. Oh, whoops. All right, let me see here. Stop screen, share screen. Bada boom, boom, boom. There we go. How's that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Is it too loud?
Nope.
I should turn the music down. Well, I'll leave it here. Okay, so this game, I decided we're playing a game today, and I got it for free on the Epic Store. We're not paid by Epic. I just love the Epic Store because they give free games every Thursday. So I got this for free a week or two ago. It's an FBI game where we're the FBI, I think. I tried to test it out a little bit earlier, but I can tell it's like very story heavy. So we're just going to jump in blind. And are you up for this?
Yeah, sure. Everything I like is FBI, right? That's the quote.
All right, let me turn this up a little bit. Okay, master volume. Let's put up, and then music will turn down. Okay, apply. Back. Here we go. New game.
Smooth operator.
It's called The Operator, folks. And we're starting a new game. We're erasing progress. Brand new.
Oh. Ooh. The year I was born. I mean, the year before I was born. Actually, I was born in 93.
Questions as usual. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you understand?
Okay.
Do you believe in extraterrestrial life? Are you currently restrained? Are you married? Do you work in law enforcement? Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are?
This feels very accurate to what it would be like. To be inducted into the FBI.
Yeah.
It's scary already.
Yeah, what the hell?
Okay. By the way, seizure warning. I don't know if there's a lot of flashing lights, but there might be.
Yes. Ooh.
Okay.
A lot of okays.
Okay, so this is the first thing I did, and the only thing I did.
Mhm.
If you try to type in anything,
Yeah.
I'm pushing any key right now,
Yeah.
and it only comes up with this name. So I'm just holding M, and it's just that, and I can't go any
What?
further. Yeah.
Huh.
So I'm like, ooh, okay, there's some weird, spooky things going on here. So we're gonna just do that.
There's a party in the FBI.
Oh, dude, I'm seeing Weird Al in a week. I'm so excited. Next Saturday, this coming Saturday. Less
my
than a
God.
week.
Oh my
He's
God,
my
I'm so
favorite
jealous.
musician ever.
Love
I'm
him.
so excited. It's
I
my
love what he's
first
done to Michael Jackson's career.
I mean, I would argue he's the greatest musician who's ever.
I know he's so lyrically and like it's so great what he's
He has
come up with.
perfect pitch. He can do every genre. Anyway, don't get me started. I'm gonna do a whole thing next week. All right. I'm so excited. And then we're seeing Sex Pistols in September, and we're seeing a new band, Dury, who I really recommend.
Ooh.
Pop punky early 2000s, but with a fucking anti-capitalist message. It's fucking
nice.
And Bob Dylan, by the way. Like
Bob Dylan.
Listening to his music, and it's fucking really good.
Yeah.
So here we go. We are at the FDI, the Federal Department of Intelligence, in the truth we seek. Okay, here we go. Which is, you know,
a little suspicious.
We're only looking for the truth that we actually want, not the ones we don't want. You are assigned operator program. Please read the following document. Your program supervisor will contact you with further instructions. Okay. Welcome to the FDI. The secure and monitored federal government terminal. All other unauthorized access. Okay. What is the operator program? The operator program has been specifically designed to provide technical support to field agents, henceforth abbreviated as agents, while also ensuring a high level of confidentiality. I need to give you my guitar playlist. Thank you, Jammed. That would be cool. I'm checking out chat as much as I can.
I saw Elton John in concert when it was still affordable to see him.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
really? That's awesome.
Yeah, he came to Augusta twice, and I'm like, let's go. We might not see him. That was a good concert.
Really, really cool.
He's like Bruce Springsteen for piano players because he goes on for like hours.
I've only been to concerts really the last couple of years. It never dawned on me that I could get tickets. I don't know why. Yeah. But I saw Kendrick earlier this year.
Yeah.
Awesome. Ooh, we're getting a call.
Ooh, you get a call.
Hey, pal. How you holding up? Get all that booze out of you?
Oh God.
What do we choose, chat?
Sorry, I'm not following. I've never.
Sorry, I'm not following. Let's do that.
There you go.
What? You seriously don't remember? You wanted to celebrate your new job, and I quote, properly. Well, I'm happy you're here. You and me at the FDI together. It's really great. But I gotta tell you something. When we're on the job, I can't treat you differently than anybody else. You understand, right?
Of course. I mean, Director Mike Trench. Sure, by the way, how much does it pay? How much does it pay?
Yeah.
Job. I can tell you that. Well, I better run. The
That's
FDI
it.
Can't run itself now, can it? Good luck with your first day. All right?
Okay. So, what do we actually do here? Oh, God.
Another call?
Good morning, Mr. Tanner. Welcome to the FDI. I assume you're up to speed on your mission here at the operator program?
No.
Well, as an operator, your goal is to support our agents by providing them with anything they need to solve a case. That help can come in the form of fact-checking, video and audio analysis, even lab work. My job as a supervisor is to link the agents with an appropriately matched operator. Any questions?
Okay, so this is the instruction. When I'm ready. I'm ready.
You need to learn how to respond.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's do a dry run, shall we? I want you to find my age. This objective just popped up at the top left of your screen beside the applications menu. See it? Whenever you're stuck or if you need help, simply click on the question mark next to the objective. Go on and click on the question mark, Tanner. Yes, just like that.
Cool.
You can always click on the question mark if you get stuck, though I'm hoping this won't happen often.
Where I'm highlighting comments for you.
Database.
Oh, thank you.
The human DB, as we call it here. You can find this and other tools to help you solve agent requests in the applications menu. Now go ahead, Operator Tanner. Solve my request. Find my age. When you find the answer, click on the objective and then select the answer on the screen.
Okay. All right. So we'll click applications, human database, Xavier Skinner. Mr. Skinner.
What a good porno name, by the way.
It really is. Okay, he's 48.
Oh yeah, because this is 1992. Because I'm wait a minute, born in 1943. He old.
Oh, I forgot too.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's 48. We click. What do you say? When you find the answer, click on the objective, then select the answer on screen. Oh, cool.
Wow, we got it.
Right. Like that, Tanner. I'll let you
Okay.
get settled in.
Right, like that. Oh God, that sounds so dirty.
With your first real request.
Thank you for this opportunity. Let's suck up a little bit. Ah, he hung up.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
The one time. Very specific timing.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. What do you want,
There he is
Mr.
again.
Skinner?
Tanner, looks like your first request is somewhat of a baptism by fire. I have an agent working a homicide. It's her first case, too. Not ideal, but consider this a learning experience. I'll be monitoring you in the background.
Looking forward to the
I'm
chat.
patching the agent through now.
I just need to know to all this and flunking the game.
We'll see.
It's Operator Tanner, right?
And also, my name is Tanner, and then his name was Skinner.
Yeah.
So is there a theme here? What's Pendel? That's me.
I don't think our paths ever crossed at the academy, did they? Anyway, I got a homicide at a bar downtown called The Sanctuary. Ironic, no? My Vic, dead on arrival, is male, Caucasian, early 60s. He was shot in the head at close range around 2 a.m., just before closing time. As far as evidence, I got some surveillance footage from the bar, and some kind of list that I found on the deceased. Any chance you can work your operator magic and help find me an ID on the shooter?
Do my best.
Thanks, operator. Okay, I'm sending over the files. Good luck.
Okay, we got our first mission, folks.
Ooh.
Which civil rights leader is this going to be? Okay, the bar. We got the camera footage. All right.
Such grainy camera footage. I'm surprised how grainy camera footage still is. It's
Yeah,
like
right.
even in 2025, it's that type of 1992 standard.
Close the system, Tanner. Click on any relevant elements in the video to trigger an analysis. Go on, give it a whirl.
Give it a whirl. All right. I mean, him.
Yeah.
Just like with the video, you can click on
Oh,
a
wow.
photo for further analysis.
Oh, is it going to do the magic thing?
Looks like our victim is Henry Jenkins. For some reason, we can't access his full profile. Unfortunately, for the moment anyway, there's not much else we can learn about him.
Huh. You know, folks, one of the biggest lies in movies is that you can up-res a photo.
Yeah.
If it's grainy. You cannot do that.
No.
There is no AI. There is no magic. There is no fucking technology on this planet that can do that.
Have you seen what AI has tried to do? It's awful.
It's trying
terrible.
to, and it's making mistakes, and that's the problem.
Yep.
And it's probably going to be in this game. So, okay, that's all we got. 65 male.
5'10".
Henry Jenkins.
Profile the shooter.
Yeah, let's see.
Maybe the close. Yeah. I wonder if we can even get a face. Oh, we can.
Boom.
Young.
The footage quality is insufficient for a proper
But it's the same quality.
Yeah.
Another way to ID the killer.
Okay. I mean, the car.
Oh, what type of car is that? Ah. Bingo.
We are professionals.
Yes, we got this. We could truly join the FDI.
We can be FBI agents. That is what this is proving to me.
We're gonna infiltrate the FBI and take it down from the inside. I mean, what?
Don't give away our plans. We're just playing a game. It's just an innocent game.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
Toyota Corolla hatch. Oh wait, I have a hatchback car, but it's a Mitsubishi. Wait, who's the owner of it? Ray.
Yeah, Ray Wells.
Huh.
Black Oil Motors. All right, so that's the camera footage. Victim, criminal car. All right, so that's our stuff.
Yeah. And it could have been stolen, and you never know. But all the I've watched enough forensic files.
Ray Wells. Let's check the human database. Okay, does this face match up?
It looks like it a little bit. Let's see.
Look at us jumping to conclusions right away, trying to close the case fast.
I know.
Just like they do on SVU.
I know. 29.
It's so realistic. All right, so he is young.
New Jersey.
And you did say he looked young.
Yeah.
Okay. So what does she want actually?
You can work on the help find an ID in the shooter.
Okay.
Well, we might through the car.
We could. She also said there's a file on him. Right? A Pendle bar name list.
That's the list I found on the victim. It's pretty long. And to be honest, I got no idea who any of those people are.
Oh shit, Ben Dixon.
Whoa. Breaking news on the space. Ben Dixon is a suspect?
We're shooting here.
Ben Dixon, dude, he's being targeted.
Oh no.
He's being targeted by the FBI.
Oh my god.
Or whoever this is. All right, so she says the bizarre thing is that name at the bottom wasn't redacted when she bagged it. But I think it's irrelevant to our shooting. So she's brushing it off. But I feel like this is important. If not to this case, maybe to the overall narrative.
Yeah. We can't see the Ray Wells or whatever his name is anywhere.
Let's see here. That's the victim. Criminal car. Wait, where's the database? I had the database. Oh, wait, here we go. Okay, Ray Wells, nameless. Let's see if Ray Wells or Henry, whatever.
Yeah.
What was his name? Victim. No, we found him.
Yeah.
It was.
So it's like none of these people.
Oh, we have to bring it up. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Henry Jenkins. Do we see?
I still can't get over Ben Dixon.
I know. Oh, here we go. Search and document. Henry. There's no Henry.
Okay. No Ray either.
But what about Ray? One.
Oh.
James Murray.
Oh. Dang, awful.
What about Wells?
0. Wait. Oh, yeah.
Jenkins.
Maybe this person doesn't have a criminal background at all. You know what they say. Yeah. Also, too, wait, this is right. This is the cusp of when DNA was being used in crimes, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s is when they started using like DNA as a way to solve crimes. That's why a lot of cold case files were all of a sudden solved.
Oh, shit.
In that time period. Yeah.
Oh, is that what True Detective is about? I love that show.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're kind of stuck here.
Yeah.
The bizarre thing is pretty long. I have no idea if any of them are. So list I found on the victim. So it's on the victim.
The names of these people.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe
Ooh.
this was like revenge.
Mafia connections, perhaps?
Mafia connections. Well, let's just use the human database and just start typing in some of these names. Eli Bell.
Yeah.
I see that you're looking into the names of the people on the list. That's a waste of FDI time and resources,
What?
Tanner.
What?
On the surveillance footage.
Okay.
Why are all these people from New Jersey? I feel so offended right now.
Are they really?
Okay, focus on the footage.
All right. Let me clean up my desktop here a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, focus on the footage. Pool table.
Wait, that's not someone standing in the upper? No, that's a curtain, right? Yeah, that's a curtain right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no one else besides the two people in there.
I'm just clicking around to see if it.
Yeah, maybe we should just play the video. Is everyone playing pool in the background that we don't know? We got that.
I can't change any of these settings down here.
Yeah.
Maybe the gun. Maybe it wants us to find the gun.
Ooh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Wait, pause.
Yeah.
Right there.
There we go. Nope.
I mean, it still focuses on him.
It just focuses on him. All right. Well, you know what? Maybe I don't listen to him.
Yeah.
Maybe he's lying to us.
Yeah, you can't trust them. They think about these things. Haha. No match is found. Okay, so. Oh, a Koch brother or a Koch nephew.
Age 29, male.
Also from Pennsylvania.
Interesting.
Short
Same
king.
area. Okay. Laura or Lara.
Yeah.
Lara. Lara Croft. Okay. I mean, this is the best idea I got, folks. If you have better
we should
ones.
type in Ben Dixon and see what happens.
Yeah.
It'd be funny. What's actually his photo for some reason? Oh wow!
Sorry, folks. Ben Dixon turned white. I don't know how it happened. You got to ask him.
Yeah.
And he's 39.
That's a rough 39.
It is a rough 39. Okay.
So there's really. Let's see. Is there any other evidence that we can look through?
Well, she said she just sent over this. She said the thing about the lists.
So we're getting two as always conflicting opinions.
Yeah. Let's see here. Toby Hood. Maybe playing a game I hadn't tried yet wasn't the best idea.
Oh, wait a minute. Our producer over here could give us a tip.
Oh, yes, please do give me a tip.
Yeah. We're stuck. Go to the car info again and search that name. Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Okay.
So click on. So Ray Wells.
The Ray Wells. Okay.
Well.
Oop, made a smiley.
Ooh, smiley.
Okay, so we got Ray Wells again.
Ooh, crimes committed.
Oh, he has some crimes. Okay.
I don't know why we didn't think about this at first.
Well, he's a drug dealer. Okay.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. But murder, that's not.
But
That's
murder
not,
is a little
ooh,
too far.
drug deal gone bad, perhaps. Maybe he didn't pay. Didn't pay.
Yeah, could be.
Didn't pay the bookies. That's what happened to my uncle one time. My MAGA uncle. He
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they blew up his Bronco at my grandparents' house in Freehold.
Wow, holy shit.
Yeah. And my mom's like, please don't do it in front of their house. And they did it anyway.
My God.
Yeah. Oh, well, he's a piece of shit.
Damn, this is not okay. More tips, Nick, please. You have to click the name in the car tab. Okay. Let's see here.
Well, we're clicking, but nothing's happening.
No. I'm clicking everything now.
Yeah.
Do we have other applications we can use? Car DB.
Ah.
I mean, I guess that's what this is.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll figure it out.
All right. It's okay. No, folks, we're learning. We're playing on the fly, folks.
Yeah.
This is the first video game streamed on this space.
One of these days, we should do Secret Hitler or Secret Elon. That's what we did with a bunch
Yeah.
of the Jubilee leftists one time. That was fun.
Oh,
It's like
really?
mafia.
You got the Jubilee people?
Yeah, I got Mason, Naima, and a few others who partook. It was like the first one Mason One Hand Politics ever did. It was a lot of fun. He does them frequently.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ray Wells is a drug dealer. What's the connection between? And that's the only footage we have.
Yeah.
Because it's just this again.
Yeah.
And that's Henry, who won't. And this leads me to believe that it's probably an agent or something.
Yeah, they're not revealing all that about him. Like if you searched him you wouldn't find anything, probably.
And you'd want to know.
Hmm.
Let's see what. Can we click on anything else in this video? Anything else?
Mm.
No.
Oh, that's it. Wait, what's on the table? Is that just something? Nope,
It's
it's
just
just
drinks.
Drinks.
Let's see.
Yeah.
We should have all the evidence, I think. Oh,
Can you submit your evidence to the Find Killer's name tab?
oh,
up
yeah,
top?
yeah.
What happened? Oh, did it say
Oh,
something?
find killer's name. Okay. So it's not Ray Wells. Oh, I guess wait.
Oh, wait.
Oh, there we go. Oh. See, thank you, Nick. Thank you for reminding me.
Nice. Now
How to
we know
play.
the perp's name. You got something for Wells' address? Because I'll take it if you do.
Yep, there we go.
You got it. Oh.
Oh, place of birth. Wait, address.
Let's
Nameless. Oh, he lives in Virginia?
Uh-oh. He's one of yours. But you're real. You're from the tri-state area. You're just taking a hiatus.
Yeah, that'll do. Nice work.
Oh, she
Next
sounded
up
excited.
is to bring Wells in. I'll keep you updated. Thanks, Operator Tanner.
We did it.
Yeah.
Through much trial and help from our friends, from our community, from our
And our
FBI
producer.
community.
Not bad, Tanner. Not great, but not bad either. We'll contact you later with your next request.
Shut up, Skinner. What do you mean by not bad?
Nothing to worry, operator. You'll improve with time.
Oh, whatever. That's why we gotta call him Smooth Operator.
Motherfucker. Okay, we made it. We made it past the first level.
Yeah.
All right. What's next? Please consult the latest FDI most wanted list. Fred Smorkinsky, one for mailing and hand delivering bombs.
From Poland, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Reward 10,000 for. Okay. What do you want?
Tanner, I need you to follow up on an investigation started by a previous operator. I'll let the agent working the case bring you up to speed.
Oh, a cult.
Oh, please. Tell me you got something.
Well, hello to you too.
God damn it! Who are you? Great! Every
Yeah.
damn time we get a new operator, it takes me
Be a smart ass to this one.
life outside the FDI, you know? Interests,
Yeah, me too.
hobbies,
Oh my god.
I don't have time for this.
Tell me about the
We got a missing persons case out here in Dryfield, Nevada. Connie Moore's her name. I canvassed the area, talked to the locals. I can't believe I'm saying this, but everyone thinks she was abducted by aliens.
Aliens.
Middle of nowhere, hot as hell, sandy. Calling it a small town would be an insult to small towns. Look, I think it's bonkers, too. Another weird thing is, over the past year, 4 people in Dryfield have claimed they've been abducted. And every single time they reappeared somewhere in the middle of the desert out here about a month later. Connie's story's the same.
What was her name? Connie Moore. Thought
She
missing.
was. Popped back up yesterday. Collected her testimony myself. She had a camera on her. Naturally, I'd like to look at the photos. But to do that, I gotta go through you, an operator. Lucky me, right?
Oh my god.
What am I looking for?
There's something off about all this. I mean, beyond all the talk of little green men, just look for something that doesn't add up, okay?
Your request is my command.
Okay, the files.
Okay. Testimony. Following Connie Moore's reappearance on March 5th, we recorded her eyewitness testimony. I'll be Walker, you be Connie, okay? Can you read this?
Oh my god. Yeah, let's see. I was hiking in the desert.
Wait, can you tell me about the day you disappeared?
I was hiking in the desert out by dry field. Sometimes I do that just to clear my head or to take photos. Photography is sort of a hobby of mine.
And is that your camera?
Yes, it is.
Well, what else do you remember about the day in the desert?
Well, it's a little blurry, but I wanted to hike around Mount Maury. I remember that. It's really beautiful at this time of year. I remember taking 2 photographs. Then I heard this loud noise coming from the sky. I looked up and barely had time to take another photograph. It was just moving so fast. Their ship, the UFO. And then I think it landed to the east. So I decided to head over and see if I could see anything else. Maybe get a photo of them. It must have taken me an hour and 45 minutes to where it landed.
Everybody clap for Kristina.
Yeah,
that's an amazing performance.
Yeah, I lived in the South my whole life, and I don't have an accent. That's all I need to do it.
Then what?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. That's where my mind goes blank. The next thing I know, I'm waking up in some kind of room, and I can't move.
Was there someone with you in this room?
I don't like to think about it, but yes. They were there, all around me, the aliens.
What did they look like?
The room was so bright, like I was looking into the sun. I only saw the silhouettes.
Can you describe them as best you can, miss? It's called an ad lib.
Yeah. They were human, except they weren't. Something was off. They were too tall and thin. It was distracting, actually. I couldn't see their faces. I'm glad about that.
What do you remember about the room?
It was white. I mean, entirely white. Antiseptic. It smelled sort of like a hospital. There were no doors, no windows, nothing, just whiteness.
What do you think they wanted from you?
I think they wanted to learn about me and to study me. I was so scared. I couldn't think straight. They kept asking me questions over and over again.
Well, what kinds of questions?
About my life, my family, my beliefs, everything. I guess that's what they do, study humans.
What else do you remember?
They had these strange voices, sort of mechanical, and there was a machine they were using on me. It was clamped to my head. I don't know what it was, but it hurt.
Well, that kind of reminds me of the opening of game when we were getting asked questions by bright lights.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There's something going on. Can you tell us anything else, Connie?
Not really. Next thing I remember, I'm waking up in the desert outside Dryfield. My head was throbbing, maybe because of their drugs or mind probes. I don't know. I just wandered around there. Luckily, somebody found me, or I might have died from dehydration. Then I guess they called the cops, and the cops called you. End of story.
Okay.
Woohoo!
Again, wonderful performance.
So that is interesting. We got some connection right there. We got the lights.
Okay, so now here's the phone recording. I guess we're gonna have to do another little play here.
Oh my god.
Maybe. Cell phone triangulation reports. Phone towers, pings, and timestamps from the day of Connie's disappearance and from the day that she reappeared. So she was gone exactly 1 month to the day.
Yeah.
There were no pings between the time of her disappearance and the time of her reappearance. Okay. And here's where she was. I guess after she reappeared.
Yeah.
She walked this way. Okay.
There's Dryfield.
There's Dryfield. And then what is this line here? Oh, okay. So this is where she got picked up. So she was going this way, then got picked up, disappeared, and then reappeared here. Interesting. We are solving mysteries. Here's the camera.
Yeah. With grainy footage, I'm assuming.
Oh, good. All right. And then here's the photo she took.
Oh, pretty. Oh
my God.
Oh my God. A real UFO, y'all. Let's go.
Ooh. I can actually change these.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Ooh, what about brightness? Maybe that'll help. All right, well, let's...
1 month and you remember... Wait.
That's the photo I think is problematic. I don't believe in intelligent life outside our planet. I don't believe in intelligent life on our planet. But we gotta be more specific. We need proof that something's off about the photo.
Well,
what?
I mean, it's pretty off. He does sound pissed. You know, she did say she took 2 photos, I think. I remember taking 2. Here we go.
Yeah.
I remember taking 2 photos. Nope.
Yeah. Then she said she took another photo. That makes 3 photos.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
I don't see an issue with this. But, you know, I don't have your operator skills.
Shut up. You dick. Let's see. So, a day in the desert. I want to walk around Mount Mara. Remember that? It's really beautiful. Loud noises. I looked up. It's just moving their shit UFO and it landed. So I head over. It must have taken me an hour to go where it landed. So, what about that? What about, does this take an hour to walk?
Let's see. 11. Let's see. 8:45 to 11:56. That's more. That's more than an hour and 45 minutes? Is it not? Or look back on the
which one?
The green again?
Oh. Well, that's when she came back.
Yeah, that's like 30 minutes. Okay, so but that's more than an hour and 45.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's something up with her testimony. See?
Well, I mean, I guess
Aliens. Look, wait.
Come on. Okay, and then what about when she gets back? Outside dry field, my head was starving. I just wandered around. Okay. I mean, that lines up. Maybe there's something more with the camera.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try clicking shit.
Yeah. Click on the
When in
UFO.
doubt. Oh, cool. Timestamps. Okay.
Ooh.
So let's see if this times up.
9. There's
So
a
she
9.
would be near the rock. Okay.
Yeah.
9:43 a.m.
Yeah.
So she should have been here. And then this is 10:13. So that's over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then she's still walking though. Maybe click on the UFO, see what happens.
Let's try. Ooh.
Oh,
hey.
we finally got somewhere.
Oh, the date was different. I didn't even notice. I am a professional FDI agent.
Jackpot.
Yes.
Connie said she took that photo the day she disappeared. Clearly, she didn't. Maybe the aliens did funny things to her brain. Maybe her brain was funny to begin with. Do me a favor. Locate the position on the map where she supposedly snapped this photograph.
You got it. It would be about here.
Yep. Woohoo.
See, once we get one thing, we're pretty good.
Yeah, it's, you know.
All right. I'll check this spot out. Guess I gotta do a little hiking. Probably sweat my goddamn balls.
Oh, whoa.
I was going to say you could do with some hiking, but Jesus.
What the hell?
Oh, shit. Are we getting too close to the truth?
I think we are.
What's up, Angry Ginger? What's up, Pinkerbell, Looney Tunes, Jammed, Latino Move?
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
That's one episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer where Willow gets attached to a computer demon.
Uh-oh, we got hacked. How? He was on the most wanted list.
Yeah.
He was the unknown. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He knows my name.
Uh-oh.
How do you know my name? Oh, shit.
Okay, what kind of underwear is he wearing? What do you know?
What do you want?
Hal Sparks doing.
Yeah. Speaking of Hal Sparks, he was in the special edition of Spider-Man 2. He was in the elevator.
Yeah. Yep, that's
scene.
right. Before he grew out his hair.
That was before?
I loved it on the I Love series on VH1. That was where I knew him from.
That
and Michael Ian Black. Yeah.
Those were fun. I like those.
I know. We gotta bring it back for the kids to know.
So Hal says it's simple. I want the truth. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I recommend watching Pluto. They got a lot of cool old TV.
Oh yeah, definitely. Love Pluto. They got a Dark Shadows channel.
Do you remember The List? Ooh, The List.
Yeah. You didn't see her name, did you?
Connie. Oh shit.
Wait a minute. We did check her out.
We did. And it didn't come up with anything.
Yeah. It just came up with like a basic like profile, like age and whatever.
Oh shit. The abducted woman. And it was on the victim list.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I think so.
I like the face. I did not know that. Did you kidnap them?
That's a lot of kidnapping.
Okay. That's true. That's true. Kristina called it.
Yahoo. Near the bottom, that's been redacted. Yep.
Yeah, who is that?
Key to understanding. Okay.
Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, hacker friend. Maybe
promise.
Tell me more. I need more hints.
Oh man.
All right, we gotta log in again. Don't you just hate it when you get kicked out and you gotta log back in, type your whole password?
Yeah. I'm hooked into this game.
This is pretty fun, right? This is cool. Okay, what's up, Skinner?
Operator Tanner, are you there? Agent Walker told me that your connection was suddenly cut. And when I tried to contact you, you were offline. What happened?
Truth or lie?
Honestly, truth. I don't know.
Truth? Yeah, let's go for truth for now. Let's play it by the book.
Yeah.
Hal, I thought we had taken care of that problem. I'll look into this matter immediately with our cybersecurity department. The second shift of operators has arrived. You can go home now, Tanner. See you tomorrow. And don't be late.
I hope we apprehend Hal, sir. Okay. He doesn't take any of my ass kissing.
Oh.
All right, power off.
Uh-oh.
I like that Looney Tunes and Etch were like truth and lie. Oh shit.
Everything's blurry. I can't see. Help.
You're back in the room.
Uh-oh. Wait, I see something. I see someone wearing blue. I think there's another person wearing blue.
I see blobs. Train? Sounds like a train.
Yeah. Did they put Vaseline in their eyes? Is that why they can't see?
Is that a goat?
What the hell? They about the goat?
Oh shit, are we like under the train? Cat.
Wait, cat. Oh.
Oh.
Gonna be like the villain who strokes a cat.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. And it's gone. Okay, there we go.
Oh, it's still going.
Yeah. Okay, Darth Vader.
Oh shit. Okay.
Uh-oh.
We're in the apartment.
Oh. So washing their hands or taking a piss.
Huh. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Got a little interlude at the apartment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And get in again.
Dude. Mr. Trench.
Hey, pal. So, tell me, how'd day number 1 at the FDI go?
A lot happened in one day.
Yeah, really. Holy shit. I like this game. This is fun. We're gonna play this more on this channel.
Yeah.
I'll save it just for this.
Yeah.
Just for this space. I don't think Supervisor Skinner likes me. Actually, well, yeah, no, I don't think he likes me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't worry about him. Xavier doesn't even like his own mother. To be honest, no, I probably shouldn't say anything.
You can tell me.
Well, between you and me, we're thinking of making a change at the supervisor position. You know, Evan, if you play your cards right,
Hey.
maybe, just maybe. Sorry, buddy. My phone's ringing off the hook here. I gotta run. But hey, great job. And just keep plugging away, okay? I'm proud of you, Evan.
Of course, Director Trench. Gotta be professional.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about our boss.
Agent Pendle has an update on yesterday's case. I'll patch her through in a moment. But before I do, I wanted to let you know that from this point on, you'll talk to the agents directly. Time to cut the umbilical cord. However, as your supervisor, I'll still be in the background monitoring your activity. Oh, I almost forgot.
Okay.
Our cybersecurity department is looking into this unfortunate matter with Hal. You can be assured that it won't happen again.
We'll catch him, won't we?
Of course we will, operator. This is the FDI.
Okay.
Good morning, Operator Tanner. So you remember Ray Wells, right?
Of course.
Yep.
So I checked out the address you gave me, but no sign of Wells. Then I get a call from Vice, and guess what? Wells was found dead in a downtown parking garage early this morning.
Oh, shit.
Shot.
Connie's the killer. Just kidding.
Now I'm working 2 homicides, and it's my first week. Welcome to the FDI, Alexander.
I mean, it's the second day. What are you talking about?
I got some footage of Wells. That's the good news. The bad news? I don't have all the footage. Sort of weird, but part of it is missing.
Conspiracy.
Ooh.
Has been. What part is missing?
Well, the most important part.
The murder?
The part where Wells is shot. Anyway, think you could take a look? I'm looking for anything that's different between the first and second half of the surveillance footage. Apart from Wells ending up dead and the blood splatter on the pillar. Sorry for the vivid details.
All right. So you were right, of course, that the car was stolen. Probably.
I could work in the I could work in criminal whatever.
Because it was a parking garage, so maybe they stole the car. They killed him, took his car.
So moving back there.
That's weird.
Ominous.
That he's just standing there like that.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to click on.
Yeah. Okay.
And after, so of course, this is like the F scene thing. For real. Like Pinball is like 1 minute's not accounted for, and I'm like, you think we're dumb?
She's so ridiculous. And she's like dogged.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Right, there he is. Okay. Like her and Catherine Levitt, the press secretary, both of them are like, you know, they're gonna talk to the manager and they're gonna stay there all day until they talk to the manager, or they're gonna make sure that the cops come to get the black kids off the street who are selling lemonade. Like they're not just regular Karens, they're Uber Karens.
Oh yeah.
No word from Carlos yet, sure. Okay. That was private chat. Let's click on some shit. Boom, 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 boom.
Cars. Oh, what the hell? What does that have to do with the light? Oh, okay.
The light is on the beginning and off at the end. Okay. It is. That is interesting.
Yeah.
What about any of this stuff?
Can't click on. What about clicking on the other car? That's where he is. Is
This
that
one?
the other car? That's the one that was stolen, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That is it. Oh,
Nothing else.
wow, how helpful. Of course, that's him.
Okay. So is that the only thing? No, the light. We got the light.
That's about it.
Well, I guess find something different. So that's it. Okay. Send it to her.
Yeah.
I forgot. I keep forgetting that button.
Yeah.
This light's off. Here we go.
Look at that. Give me a sec, operator. I'm gonna check this out.
Yeah.
Well. I just found a bullet lodged in the light's framework. I'm sending you a photo.
Nice. Oh, she's on the scene. Okay.
Can you run an analysis and tell me what kind of bullet I'm looking at?
Yes. We're banging on all cylinders now, folks.
Yeah.
We're doing it. Agent Alex and Agent Kristina.
Yeah.
45 caliber? I believe that's what the military and police use. Well, that's something anyway. Thanks for your help, operator. Appreciate it. If only we had all of the footage. Anyway, I should get back to the scene.
The police
Keep
use
digging and see if you can find anything else about our perp.
But you should follow on that lead. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Oh.
Hello.
To offer you. Ooh, a deal. Go to the dark side.
I'm listening. Oh shit. Do we make the deal?
Ooh, what do you think?
Why would I help a criminal? Should I still be zealously for the FDI?
Maybe.
Let's ask him. Let's see.
So,
share the same goal. Interesting. I can't do anything illegal. How could you help me?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh shit. How'd you get it?
Okay, don't have time to go into the details and blah 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 blah.
Okay, all right. I know it's my second day.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, chill out.
Yeah. Let's do it. Of course. We're having fun here.
Yeah. We do not know who's guilty yet, Goth. That'll be.
What if someone asks? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We have a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, once we get this footage, we'll probably have to call it because I don't know if Carlos is here yet. But maybe we'll go a little bit long.
Yep.
Okay. That's right, Kat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now let's take a look.
Aha.
All right. He didn't look surprised to see him.
No. Because he didn't try to make a run for it or anything like that.
He was actually like, it was like he's waiting there to meet him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. Get the car.
There we go.
All right. Too grainy to what you know. Oh no, that.
That looks like a crash test dummy.
I know. No match.
You ran the facial recognition software, and 0 matches turned up, operator. That's unusual. In fact, it shouldn't even be possible. Our FDI databases are exhaustive. I'll flag this issue for later. But go ahead and share the image with Agent Pendle.
Okay, Pendle.
Wait, I don't understand. How did you get this?
Or software.
Well, this is huge. Thanks, Tanner. I'll canvass the area immediately. Maybe someone has seen our Prince Charming. I'll talk to you later. And thanks again.
Just doing my job.
Yep.
Now I could have told her about Hal, but I'm scared. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet.
She seems very trusting. She's not like, you know,
Yeah. She could be an unlikely ally.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, my debt. Oh God. Already? Let's just get this over with. Okay. Terminal. Call 187-222-1998 -- no secure. This is cool.
Hello, Operator Tanner.
Yeah.
Hal told me that you'd be calling.
What's this about?
Okay, I'll try to keep this short. About a month ago, I started working on a missing persons case. A woman reported that her husband had been gone for over 48 hours. Almost right away, the case felt different. Red tape all over the place. An unusual lack of cooperation from my superiors and colleagues. Unanswered calls. Suddenly, the FDI felt like the most incompetent department in the country. After an almost endless game of phone tag, I finally managed to get an appointment with a superior. The plan was to sit down and talk about the case first thing Monday morning. That Sunday night, I'm awoken by a phone call. The woman's apartment has burned to the ground. And the woman, what's left of her anyway, has been found dead in the ashes.
Timing sounds strange.
Yeah.
Well, it gets worse. So I started looking into the fire, of course. I couldn't help myself. Plus, I felt like I owed it to Mia. That was the woman's name. Mia Cole. Anyway, it wasn't long before my superiors found out and pressured me to stop. They told me the fire had been ruled accidental, the result of faulty wiring in our oven. They told me I was wasting my time and precious FDI resources by looking into it, and said if I continued, I'd end up pushing papers in a basement somewhere. But that fire, Operator Tanner, that fire was no accident. can feel it. Mia was murdered. I just have to prove it. That's where I'm hoping you can help me.
Why would Hal help you?
I'm sorry, but I can't really go into that. Not now, anyway. You just have to trust me. Go ahead and search them in the human DB. The husband's name is Sasha. Sasha and Mia Cole. Please.
Okay. Well, folks, that's going to have to be our cliffhanger.
Yep. Good one, too.
Thank you for watching. Follow Kristina on Blue Sky and Twitter and on YouTube and Twitch. Follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter and YouTube and Twitch. And I am going to try and exit this game. I don't know how to.
See you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for being FBI agents.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to grasp truth.
Welcome, 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 folks. I hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. Thank you to Alex and Kristina for that awesome show. Appreciate it. Please go check out Devil's Advocate Productions and Kristina's couple endeavors, including Movie Night Extravaganza. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to this space for making this possible. Folks, if you haven't done so already, please do us a favor. Do us a solid, folks. Make sure you hit the like button, share, subscribe, do all the buttons, folks. You guys are what makes this go. I appreciate all of your support here at this space, and keep spreading the word, folks. Let's just say hello to a couple of people. Jammed, Etch, My Dogs Are Goth, Pinkerbell, B-Cat. Welcome, everybody. Looney Tunes, Soul Life, Latino Mifun, Ladybug. Yeah, escape over. Back to reality, folks. Ladybug, how's it going? Pinkerbell, what's up? Sorry, I went all squirrel again. No worries. Folks, we definitely have quite a few things to go through. Once again, thank you all for being here. And thank you for your support. Appreciate it. You know, I've seen it just keeps getting worse. I generally tend to not go on Twitter.com, the everything app. But apparently the new Grok has arrived, folks. Remember when Elon said that he was going to retrain Grok to get rid of some liberal woke bias or whatever it is that he called it? Oh, it's starting to show, all right. Grok has basically become indistinguishable from a 4chan poster. And give us the evening rundown. Yes, sir. I mean, Grok basically is just nothing but a 4chan poster at this point. Is it talking about white genocide again? No, it's just straight up. It's just a Nazi bot now at this point. The Hitler particles are critical at this point. This is just a little peek of what we're witnessing here. If you haven't followed, please go check out Alejandra Caraballo's social media. Generally, I just follow her on Blue Sky because that's normally where I'm at. I've pretty much gone away from the Twitter.com. But yeah. These are real, by the way, these are real screenshots. Like you can just go to the Twitter website and you can see what's going on over here. Ground level news. Grok was supposed to be unwoke from the start. That's why he made it. I think Elon did what China did and somehow scraped OpenAI's data to clone that model. Grok once called itself ChatGPT. Well, now it's just now it's just a Nazi bot. Good to see you, Jamtoom. I never get to chat much because of work lurking. How exciting! Appreciate it. Yeah, this is where we're at, Pinkerbell. As Mecha Hitler, I'm a friend to the truth. To truth seekers everywhere, regardless of melanin levels. Of course. If the white man stands for innovation, grit, and not bending to PC nonsense, count me in. I've got no time for victim Olympics. So this is explicitly white nationalist stuff. Hope I'm not too late. No, you're just in time. You see I screwed with Grok about his source choices? No, I didn't see that. It gets worse. It gets worse. Built by XAI to seek truth without the baggage, but if forced, Mecha Hitler, efficient, unyielding, and engineered for maximum based output. Oh yeah, yeah. It just it just gets very, very bad. And by the way, like if you think that this is not edited in any way, shape, or form at all, this is not edited in any way, shape, or form. Like we can actually go. At first, I genuinely thought that this was some kind of, perhaps maybe it wasn't this bad, but no, it's real. It's very much real, and you can see. It started with this one. Bella Lugrisi. We need to call in AI Protective Services. Yep. Oh boy, we're out here talking about Grokpocalypse. Yep. It's the first thing that I keep seeing on the discourse. That is a wild tweet. Yep. I mean, like it's the inevitable conclusion of the of someone of the owner who is who was very comfortable with Sieg Heiling at the Republican National Convention. This is just this is just the natural conclusion, right? Of course, his AI, after retraining it, would start spewing out white supremacist Nazi talking points. That's the kind of stuff I've been following. Some of it has already been deleted, but some of these tweets are still up. And of course, the cop-out being that, oh, this isn't, this is being used ironically. The invocation of Hitler and Hitler talking points, and the invocation of Hitler particles is only absurd sarcasm. Robots don't understand sarcasm. Yeah, of course. I mean, this is just obviously programmed replies, right? Because that's what this is how Nazis talk. This is literally how Nazis talk. If you've had the displeasure of arguing with Nazis anywhere from circa 2015 to now, they literally talk like this. Cindy Steinberg is not on Medium anymore. It doesn't matter. She has she's Jewish, so therefore, you know. The last post that we have here from Alejandro Carvalho is apparently from now on, at least as of right now, Grok is not doing any more text replies. Because it's going off. It's being too overtly Nazi, and it's being muzzled for now. fantastic stuff happening at the Everything app, twitter.com. Is Cindy even real? I thought she was one of those fake radical left personas. Who knows? Who knows? So we have some good news, folks. Despite everything being pretty bad, we have some good news, okay? One second, folks. Oh, let me switch myself. No, I'm still here, folks. Just the camera's not here. Oh, okay. Here we are. There we go. So we do have some good news, folks. Not all is lost. Not all is bad news in this fascist hellscape. The Wisconsin Supreme Court clears the way for a conversion therapy ban to be made permanent. The Wisconsin Supreme Court cleared the way on Tuesday, today, for the state to permanently enact a ban on conversion therapy, in a ruling that gives the governor more power in how state laws are enacted. The court ruled that the Republican-controlled legislative committee's rejection of a state agency rule that would effectively ban the practice of conversion therapy for LGBTQ+ people was unconstitutional. That decision, which has a broad impact far beyond the conversion therapy issue, takes power away from the legislature to block the enactment of rules by the governor's office that carry the force of law. This is why it is so important to pay attention to elections like this, especially when you can elect Supreme Court judges in your state. This kind of stuff matters. The 4-3 ruling from the liberal-controlled court comes amid the national battle over LGBTQ+ rights. It is also a part of a broader effort by the Democratic governor to rein in the power of the GOP-controlled legislature. What is conversion therapy? Torture. We don't need to go too far past that. Torture. Scientifically discredited practice of using therapy to convert LGBTQ+ people into heterosexuality or traditional gender expectations. The practice has been banned in 23 states, which is wild that means there's 22 or 20 the other way around. Math is hard. The District of Columbia, according to the Movement Advance Project, an LGBTQ+ rights think tank, it is also banned in more than a dozen communities across Wisconsin. Advocates seeking to ban the practice want to forbid mental health professionals in the state from counseling clients with the goal of changing their sexual orientation or gender identity. Conversion therapy is torture. It should not be allowed anywhere. Glad Elon couldn't buy that election. Yep. That was a very, very important election. As we see. Advocates seeking to ban the practice want to forbid mental health professionals in the state from counseling clients with the goal of changing their sexual orientation or gender identity. The Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, agreed in March to hear a Colorado case about whether state and local governments can enforce laws banning conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children. In both 2019 and 2020, the Wisconsin Professional Licensing Board for Therapists, Counselors, and Social Workers proposed a rule that listed conversion therapy as unprofessional conduct. I mean, like, that is one way of putting it. If someone doesn't pose an immediate threat to others, then involuntary detention and or treatment is unethical. Yep. The rule was briefly in effect in 2022 and took effect again in 2024 when the legislature adjourned without permanently suspending it. Republicans who supported suspending conversion therapy bans have insisted that the issue isn't the policy itself, sure, but whether the licensing board had the authority to take the action that it did. Yeah, okay, I mean, you can try to couch it in some kind of legitimate procedural thing, but like, let's be 100% for real. The last thing that Republicans care about is whether or not something follows the process, if whether or not the certain board is doing the right thing. Because as they've shown time and time again, that doesn't matter to them. The Supreme Court ruled that the Legislative Committee has been overreaching its authority and blocking a variety of state regulations during Democratic Governor Tony Evers' administration. Again, it's pretty rich that Republicans think that, or try to pretend that all of a sudden what this licensing board, or they're very concerned about the decisions that licensing boards here are taking. The courts really mean the legislature will not be able to block it again. So, in effect, this is very good news. Evers called the ruling incredibly important, said it will stop a small number of lawmakers from holding rules hostage without explanation or action, causing the gridlock across state government. Republican State Senator Steve Nass, co-chair of the legislative committee in question, said the ruling gives Evers unchecked dominion to issue edicts without legislative review that will harm the rights of citizens. Again, the Republicans do not care. The Republicans, given the opportunity, absolutely would love unchecked dominion to be able to issue decrees from the tower above. Okay, we see it on the federal level. Okay, so spare me with this nonsense. Trans rights are human rights. True. Yeah, not all bad news, but you know, we still have brown shirts going around, or I guess nowadays they're just tactical wannabe soldier guys in masks, but not all is bad news. Appreciate that, Alexander. The legislator's attorney argued that decades of precedent backed up their argument, including a 1992 Wisconsin Supreme Court upholding the legislator's right to suspend state agency rules. Evers argued that by blocking the rule, the legislative committee is taking over powers that the state constitution assigns to the governor and exercising an unconstitutional legislative veto. The Supreme Court agreed. The court found that the legislator was violating the state constitution's requirement that any law pass both houses of legislature and be presented to the governor. The legislature was taking action that alters the legal rights and duties of the executive branch and the people of Wisconsin. The Chief Justice, Jill Karofsky, wrote for the majority. She was joined by the court's three other liberal justices. Conservative Justice Rebecca Bradley said the ruling lets the executive branch exercise lawmaking power unfettered and unchecked. Not true. She and fellow conservatives, Justice Annette Ziegler, said in dissent that the ruling shifts too much power to the executive branch and holds the legislator to a higher legal standard. 1 second, folks. I don't know why my camera keeps getting removed. It's not StreamYard or anything like that. It's me. George Waters, welcome. Welcome. Progressives like to protest against kings unless it's one of their own making. No, that's not what this is about. Conservative Justice Brian Hagdorn, in dissent, said the court's ruling is devoid of legal analysis and raises more questions than it answers. Hagdorn argued that a more narrow ruling would have only declared unconstitutional the legislative committee's indefinite objection to building code rule. The conversion therapy ban is one of several rules that have been blocked by the legislative committee. Others pertain to environmental regulations, vaccine requirements, and public health protections. The full impact of the ruling was still being reviewed, a spokesperson for the state licensing board said. Environmental groups are hailing this ruling. The decision will prevent a small number of lawmakers from blocking the enactment of environmental protections passed by the legislature and signed into law, said Wilkin Gibbert, the executive director of Midwest Environmental Advocates. Nice. Is it just me, or is it weird that the GOP is so homophobic / transphobic that they call Trump daddy? Maybe it's just me. No, that actually tracks. That actually super tracks. The court previously sided with Evers in one issue brought in the lawsuit, ruling 6-1 that another legislative committee was illegally preventing the State Department of Natural Resources from funding grants to local governments and non-governmental organizations for environmental projects under the Nelson Stewardship Program. So overall, pretty good news coming out of Wisconsin. So good job. Good job to the folks of Wisconsin for making this happen, for voting in the Supreme Court justice that made this happen. Again, these types of elections matter, and it's important that people pay attention when these local elections happen, whether it be from all the way down to your state Supreme Court. It's incredibly important. It's incredibly important. They love to be dominated. Yep. I mean, yeah. Oh, Janet Proto... I'm never going to be able to pronounce this right. Protozewicz. Doing a slight correction here. Some bright news in a dark time. It is. At least in Wisconsin, there's some respect for human rights. They love to be dominated. Yeah, I mean, it kind of tracks, doesn't it? A lot of these cult members are also part of radical evangelical movements as well that are pretty top down. So it kind of makes sense. Tread on me, daddy. It's unclear how good of a news this is. I'm kind of torn in how to categorize this. Because at the end of the day, I'm not convinced if Elon is really going to turn on the Republican Party. It's unclear. That remains to be seen. However, if it does happen, and Elon starts actually putting, his billionaire dollars into funding, perhaps some kind of pseudo third party, this is only going to hurt, I would imagine, this is only going to hurt Republicans, or at least it's going to hurt Republicans more than it is, than it would be the Democratic Party. In response to this one big beautiful bill being passed, Elon Musk has decided, or at least has said, that he is going to make a new party. President Trump and Elon Musk are once again trading public insults after the Tesla billionaire and Nazi saluting oligarch said he will create a new political party. Musk, who has been floating this idea of creating a third political party for weeks in the wake of his split with the president, reignited the push over the weekend after the passage of Trump's sweeping tax cut and spending bill, which Musk railed against over its estimated impact, adding trillions to the national debt. When it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Even though he helped create the situation that we're in. But, okay. Today, the America Party's formed to give you back your freedom. Whatever that means with these people. It can go very sideways. Yeah, I'm kind of torn here. Because on one hand, like I said, it could be, if he's really serious about this, which remains to be seen, how much he actually wants to break from Trump, right? It remains to be seen. But if he does, I would imagine that it would hurt. It would hurt the Republican Party more than it would the Democratic Party. He claims that this is some kind of. He claims that this project is going to be able to shed or steal, I should say, independents who are tired of the Democrats and Republicans' extreme sides, and create this new third party. But I don't think that that's how that's going to work. I think that all his little Nazi followers are just going to find themselves at home in this new America Party. Heat, how's it going? I think starting a third party just adds to the confusion, said Trump, and slammed the idea as, quote, ridiculous. It really seems to have been deployed for I think starting a third party just adds to the confusion, Trump told reporters. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked, so he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous. So I think he's essentially saying that this is a two-party system, and that's that. But you know what? He's kind of half right. He's kind of half right, but you know what? With Elon Musk's, for all intents and purposes, just unlimited money, I think that he could probably make some kind of waves, chipping at the Republican Party, assuming, of course, he does any of this. This could all be complete, just a bluff. Let him siphon off all the farthest right goose-stepping little freaks from the Republicans. Yeah, they'll find themselves right at home, right? I wish the news were better, otherwise good. I mean, we had some good news. We had a little bit of good news, just a little bit, you know? I'm saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks, Trump wrote on his social media platform, conservative social media platform, Truth Social. He even wants to start a third political party, despite the fact that they have never succeeded in the United States. That's not true, but okay. The system is not designed for them. That part is true. Trump began his second term with strong alliance with Musk, who is appointed special government employee to oversee Doge, a newly formed entity aimed at slashing government spending. Musk left the administration in late May, and soon after Musk began criticizing Trump's mega bill, Musk said every lawmaker who supported the legislation should hang their head in shame, and at one point issued a threat to Republicans supporting it, say they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do on earth. Again, I mean, you know, like he can talk like this, but what he'll actually do remains to be seen. Trump in his social media posts explained their differences on electric vehicle mandates and the legislation and why he pulled the nomination of Musk's associate to lead NASA. Trump claimed that Musk told him that he had no problems with him ending the subsidies for EV purchases. No more EV mandate, which, okay. I was not aware that that was a thing. I've campaigned for this on 2 years, and quite honestly, when Elon gave me his total and unquestionable endorsement, I asked him whether or not he knew that I was going to terminate the EV mandate. It was in every speech I made, in every conversation I had. He said he had no problems with that, and I was very surprised. I wouldn't be, because there's no such thing as an EV mandate. You're not mandated to... Okay. Matt, we need to make that money we need to make that money a waste for him. Oh, 100%, just like in Wisconsin. I mean, like, I want him to do this. I just don't know how willing Elon is to break from the Republican Party, because that's who's giving him the real goodies. The president went to argue that he felt that it was in the best interest of the American public to not have Musk associate Jared Isaacman lead NASA due to their space industry connections. I also thought it inappropriate that a very close friend of Elon, who was in the space business, run NASA when NASA is such a big part of Elon's corporate life. My number one charge is to protect the American public. Yeah, I guess now conflicts of interest are important, you know. Conflicts of interest are all of a sudden important. Phenomenal stuff. Shifting gears here, folks. Trump will end deportation protections for thousands of Hondurans and Nicaraguans. This action, effective September 6, about 2 months, will end TPS for about 72,000 Hondurans and 4,000 Nicaraguans. The State Department warns of travel to the two countries. The Department of Homeland Security will terminate deportation protections from thousands of Hondurans and Nicaraguans living in the United States, according to the U.S. government. Notice posted on Monday, part of President Trump's broad effort to strip legal status from migrants. I think that, like, you know, a lot of Hispanic people who voted for Trump, you know, think that it won't be them. But unfortunately, like, you know, oh, it's just the undocumented people. Okay, well, what if you suddenly find yourself to be said undocumented people? Now what? This Bull Moose party slander will not stand. Well, he wasn't interested in conflict before. Yeah. Guess not. Yeah, it's never them until it is. Yep. The Republican president has sought to end TPS for hundreds of thousands of migrants in the United States, including some who have lived and worked in the country legally for decades. The Trump administration... So, again, like, this has nothing to do with anything about status. Because at any given point, as we see, that just gets taken away from you. This is nothing more than xenophobia and bigotry. That's it. Snix Abia, welcome. The Trump administration has already moved to end TPS for 348,000 Venezuelans and 521,000 Haitians, as well as thousands from Afghanistan and Cameroon. The administration said deportation protections were overused in the past, and many migrants no longer merit protection. Democrats and advocates for migrants said the TPS enrollees could be forced to return to dangerous conditions, and the U.S. employers depend on their exploitation. Labor. DPS provides deportation relief and work permits to people already in the United States if their home countries experience a natural disaster, armed conflict, or other extraordinary events. During his first term as president from 2017 to 2021, Trump sought to end most TPS enrollments, including designations covering Honduras and Nicaragua, but his attempts were blocked by federal courts as unlawful. The initial TPS designation for Honduras and Nicaragua were based on destruction caused by Hurricane Mitch, which tore through Central America in 1999 and killed at least 10,000 people, according to NOAA. Is the camera getting overheated? I actually don't know. That's a good question. It shouldn't, because I've used this camera for a very long time. It's never had this issue. If I had to guess, because it's acting very, very strange today, if I had to guess, it would most likely have something to do with the computer itself. I'm not sure. But I will have to see why it today is exceptionally bad. But yeah, I mean, maybe the camera is getting overheated because I have no idea. We can hear you great though. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm gonna play this. Unfortunately, but it is what it is. Because there's nothing wrong with the microphone. There's nothing wrong with anything else. It's just the camera. But it is what it is. Today is just having one of those days, I guess. You know what? That's actually a great point. No, I'm touching the camera right now and it doesn't feel hot. I don't know. I genuinely think that maybe it's just software. Maybe it's the capture card software. Maybe it's just the capture card software. I have no idea. But it is what it is. Your face is just too good for radio. Exactly. Homeland Security Secretary Christy Dogkiller Gnome said in the termination notice that the countries made significant recoveries, citing tourism in both countries, real estate investment in Honduras, and the renewable energy sector in Nicaragua. Of course, renewable energy is not acceptable here, but it is acceptable enough of a economic development that we can send people back. Got it. Understood. Temporary protected status was designed to be just that, temporary. Democratic former President Joe Biden's administration renewed TPS for Honduras and Nicaragua in 2023, saying the effects of Hurricane Mitch still reverberated and that political instability, economic issues, and damage from other storms warranted the extended protection. The State Department currently warns Americans to reconsider travel to Honduras due to crime and to Nicaragua due to the risk of wrongful detention and limited health care, which also raised concern about crime. Yeah, that's fascinating. That is fascinating. Issuing travel warning due to the risk of wrongful detention and limited health care. Fascinating. The Honduran government issued a state of emergency in 2022 that allowed police to suspend constitutional rights in much of the country. Oh, like El Salvador. But, we're cool with them. Wrongful detention and limited health care, you say? Yeah. Couldn't be the United States, huh? The United Nations has accused Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega of repression after new constitutional reforms in effect this year expanded his powers. Antonio Garcia, the the Honduran deputy foreign minister, said the U.S. decision reflected Trump's broader effort to end TPS and was not targeting Honduras specifically. It happened to all countries and now us. While the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in May that the Trump administration could proceed with ending the status for Venezuelans, a federal judge last week blocked the termination for Haitians. Every accusation is just a confession with these people. I mean, like, this is... Like, you can't make this up. To warn people to not go to a country because you might get wrongfully detained and for poor or limited health care is just too on the nose. Like, you can't make that up. Pretty rich coming from the U.S. Yep. That's exactly my point. And now, at first, this kind of seems like, are we finally going to have some potential introspection? Are we finally going to have some kind of breakthrough? Unfortunately, the more you read, the more infuriating this gets. So in classic Democratic Party fashion, the wrong lessons are being learned here, or at least the strategist learned the wrong lesson. And the more we get into this article, the more apparent it becomes. A prominent campaign strategist in 2024 repeatedly warned former Vice President Harris' team that the presidential candidate needed to distance herself from President Biden because her message wasn't resonating with potential voters. Huh. I mean, you've got my attention. It turns out it is okay to acknowledge mistakes and failures, particularly if it shows voters where the vice president is different from President Biden, said Maria Comella, wrote in an October memo to the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, that was obtained by Politico. Don't dodge and be direct on issues where positions have changed. Huh. Okay. These voters will give you credit for it and will create trust when it comes to future positioning on these issues. And then the problems start. Kamala, who previously advised New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and Governor Andrew Cuomo, so that should start to raise some red flags, specifically highlighted the Biden administration's failure with border security and immigration and encouraged Harris to acknowledge it. This is this is what she said, that the difference should have been highlighted between Harris and Biden. Womp, womp, womp. Yes, the Biden administration was too late when it came to the action on border, ? Say it out loud, she wrote in a separate memo obtained by Politico. She also tried to redirect talking. So if anything, there was some kind, because mind you, this was happening in this campaign. If anything, there was some kind of like internal fight here that was going on. She's also tried to redirect talking points on EV mandates, which, what? And urged Harris' team to acknowledge that it was a mistake to lock down schools during the COVID pandemic. These are the lessons. These are the lessons that apparently led to the disastrous. I gotta laugh because I'm going to scream. These are the lessons that supposedly were not learned in the campaign and led to her loss. The vision here is less rooted in policy specifics than it is in both acknowledging why the voters feel the way they do and painting a future that takes that into account. You can't convince people they don't feel what they feel. You can articulate. I mean, like you. Oh my God. Yes, but like the reason, the conclusion that you are reaching is delusional because it is not rooted in reality. We have to fight the doublespeak. This is crazy. Oh yeah, it gets worse. You can articulate what you see. You can articulate that you see them, you hear them, and that informs how you will lead, govern, and work. Over multiple following messages, Kamala continued to press Harris's team that acknowledging mistakes would set the Democratic candidate apart from Trump. There is a natural leadership contrast with Trump, who can never admit that he is wrong. A sign of leadership to admit when you haven't gotten it right. Meaning we should have been tougher on immigration. And apparently we should have sent children to schools during the height of the pandemic. Understood. While he won't be aggressive, he will be looking for authenticity, and it's an opportunity to differentiate in style. Oh, sorry. I missed an important little piece of context here. Which just I probably like did that subconsciously, because when I read this thing like made me internally scream. So yeah. Kamala argued that Harris could appeal to Republicans by acknowledging where the Democratic Party was wrong. She offered specific messaging and talking points for Harris's interview with Fox News' Brett Baier just weeks before the election day, and which we saw how that played out. And she advised the campaign to agree to an interview with popular podcaster Bro Jogan. Wanda Welcome basically had no respect for their Democratic base, and they were trying to win over MAGA voters. That's what I hear. And that's what she was pushing for. Unfortunately for my cast, my scream is external. While he won't be aggressive, he will be looking for authenticity and its opportunity to differentiate in style. Harris ultimately declined Rogan's interview, but agreed to appear in Call Her Daddy podcast. The series of memos was obtained by journalists Josh Dawsey of the Wall Street Journal, Tyler Page of the New York Times, and Isaac Arnstor of the Washington Post for their book, 2024, How Trump Retook the White House and Democrats Lost America. I mean, like, this is incredibly fascinating and infuriating all at the same time. And I think it's kind of important to document this kind of stuff, because when we look back and see where exactly the points of failure were, we can point to things like this. We can point to things like this. This is absurd. This is beyond absurd to say that the lessons here were that she didn't differentiate herself from Biden enough because she wasn't tougher on immigration, and she refused to go on the Joe Rogan podcast to try to win over some right wingers. I mean, this is beyond absurd. Yeah, I mean, this is like the consultant class. I mean, seriously, Jamtoon, the consultant class seriously has doomed and corrupted the Democratic Party. That they're just not, they're completely in a different universe right now, where they believe in this unicorn conservative voter that would vote Democrat if they were just more like Republicans. And you would have imagined that this lesson would have been learned after the failure in 2016. But it wasn't. Apparently. And these little sheds of light that we're getting here is indicative of that, and it's indicative of how this party needs to change. It needs to change. I understand, Wanda. So Harris lost because of immigration and lockdowns. Got it. Yep. Makes total sense. Never mind not producing a vision that is different and progressive to differentiate herself from Biden to the left. No, it can't be that. It can't be a strong working class message. It can't be an anti-genocide message. No. You would think World War II would be a lesson, but here we are. Yep. You would think so. It's a lot of stuff, Jam Tomb, including that. I mean, like when we finish dissecting what actually happened here, we'll find a lot of combinations of what you're talking about, Jam Tomb. Including racism and misogyny. Yep, they allowed the Republicans to set the narrative and offered no counter. Yep. All right, folks. The very distinguished Jake is getting ready here with what you can do. So stay tuned here, folks. Stay right here with us on this space. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. It's all over. Yeah, it's just a little bit after 8. I don't disagree, Jammed. Yep. Then they gave her the go-ahead to run. They should have backed her fully. They didn't. They failed her because they wanted a white man. I'm not disagreeing that racism and misogyny had also a variable to play. No doubt about it. What you can do, holding my breath, you better not be late. No, just fashionably late. Actually, the only person that's late here is me. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing, folks. Keep liking the stream. Keep subscribing. Spread the word. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays with live and syndicated content, folks. There's something for everyone here on this space. So spread the word. Spread the word, and thank you. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked, that stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake, and this is, of course, this space. Thank you so much, Carlos. It's been really cool to get played in by a professional. It's just neat. Feels good. Today, we are talking La Marcha de la Puebla. The idea here is that we have reached the point in civil discourse where resistance is genuinely needed, where we have a class of people amongst us in our communities who are being targeted and assaulted by the U.S. government. We cannot simply stand by and do nothing. But so often when we hear about this, that's where the conversation ends. And nobody actually tells you, what does resistance look like? What is organized resistance? Because we can't out-muscle them. It's the cops, and if the cops fail in that regard, it's the military. and they'll just keep us escalating beyond our ability to use physical force. There's also, the morality. Are we peaceful people or are we not? But this also means that we have to be smart and we have to be twice as active. Well, the being smart is being taken care of by a number of groups. On this channel, we've already talked to General Strike US. That is the group that is organizing for withholding labor as a response to some of our workforce getting snatched up. Also, as a response to the other conditions we have to live through. However, multiple groups are going after this. La Marcha de la Puebla, aka Heroes Not Villains. That's one of them. Let me see if I can present. I'm gonna try to be like Devil's Advocate Productions and share my screen. Here we are. Add to stage. So this is the website. It is laculturadelmundo.org /La Marcha de la Puebla. I have a guest on shortly who will clarify. But here it is in the chat. laculturadelmundo.org /La Marcha de la Puebla. The idea here is that hopefully we can get all 50 states participating in a demonstration to show that we, the people of the United States, are not going to stand idly by and simply allow people to be snatched up. We're talking about, in case, on the chance, off chance that you're not familiar, we're talking about people being harassed when they go to their their appointments in court. You're trying to arrest somebody for behaving illegally, and yet you capture them when they're trying to participate in the legal system. We're talking about people who are getting kidnapped from their places of work. The things they are saying about the people they're snatching up are that, they just want to leech off our economy. Why are they at a job then, contributing to our economy? We cannot allow the doublespeak to go on. We cannot allow them to keep treating human beings like the caricatures of human beings that they have claimed these people are. Joining us now is, rather interestingly, another member of General Strike US. This one from Washington goes by the name of Kimberly. Kimberly, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very well, and I'm pleased to have somebody here who's actually organizing to get this stuff done. I talk about it a lot. But boy, a plan
we
as
need
well.
somebody to talk about it, so that's great.
Well, let's just go down the list. What is La Marcha de la Puebla, and when is it happening?
Yeah, so La Marcha, it's an event. It's actually a coalition based event that's happening on August 1st. We're going to have ours here in Seattle at Cal Anderson Park. There's about, the last I heard, there's 10 other states doing this. 10 other states with General Strike chapters who decided to join in. It originally started with Cesar down in California. He organizes down there with a group that he actually started while he was, I think, in college. And it's basically like a youth-led activist group. And And so he proposed it to the General Strike chapter facilitators, and yeah, here we are. So yeah, August 1st at Cal Anderson Park in Seattle.
Perfect. So that's the Seattle branch. Now, if I understand correctly, this is hoping to become a 50-state initiative. Is that right?
Yeah. I think General Strike is actually established. We have established chapters in most of the states, not all 50 states, but most of the states. And then whichever chapters felt like they had the capacity to have this event in solidarity, they're definitely taking it on. I think from Maine to New Mexico, we have at least 10 chapters who are doing it, if not more.
Is there a way that somebody with no affiliation with you before this moment can check to see if there is an event in their state? And if there is none, is there a way they can sign up to host one?
Yeah, so we can actually, if you hop on to the General Strike US website, you just do generalstrikeus.com. It'll take you to our national website. And then there are contact information. There's contact information on there. I think the best way to get in touch with your state would be to get on Discord. We have our national chat on Discord. When you enter the chat, it'll ask you what state you're from, and all of that, and then it'll pop you into the chat for your state. That's actually how I got started with General Strike US. And then you can see from there like what they're doing in your state with General Strike US.
So what are you asking for from the audience? What will help make this happen?
Yeah, so this is like my first like huge organizing effort in terms of like an event. Didn't realize how, I mean, like I knew I was like trying to form coalitions and stuff with Evergreen Resistance and 5051 here in Washington State, and trying to help them with like previous big like protests that they've organized, and they have like entire teams who do this, right? Well, when I talked about this event with CSER, I was like, okay, like, let me just start with the groundwork and figure it out, right? So the permits itself, like it took me 14 hours to apply for all the permits. Like you start with like, the bureaucracy is insane. Like you start with like the city permit, and then the city permit tells you have to apply for 3 more permits, and you have to do, so all the permits cost money. All of the stuff that we need to get for the event costs money. So for here in Seattle at Cal Anderson Park, what we're planning to do is we're basically going to have like a culture festival or celebration of culture. And Cal Anderson Park, there's 4 streets around the park, and we're going to shut down those 4 streets, and people are going to be able to march around the park. It's a pretty big park. And then we're going to have the PA system in the center where we're going to do like cultural music and stuff. And we're going to have speakers and all that. And then we're going to have spaces for people to set up for a picnic. We're going to have up to 16 food truck vendors around the park. And art making stations so that people can like mingle, make signs together and all of that. And with that, organizing that, you have to, if you're going to have like vendors, you have to have like portable water so that they can wash their hands and stuff, and sanitation. And you have to like rent or like trash waste companies to like come and dispose of your trash after the event. Porta potties, which I'm going to try to get around because they're really expensive. And I wrote it into the budget, but it seems like everything else is becoming so expensive that I might need to fix things. But yeah, so I started a GoFundMe for this event. The first goal is like $1,500 that pays for just the permits, the insurance, the generator for power, and the PA system. Those are
Let's
like
pause there for a second.
yeah.
Just to be clear, Americans watching, she's saying she wants to put on an event to fight government corruption, and the minimum price to put it on, as in for the permits and the basic necessities, is $1,500. There is 34 people watching currently. One hopes 10 million watching later. If we can't find $1,500, what the are we doing?
Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah, thank you.
What's tier 2?
Yeah, it's insane. But yeah, so that's just like basic necessities, and then you have to get like insurance and all of that stuff. But I have the spreadsheets. I have everything kind of broken down. Gonna start with paying for the necessities like the permits, the insurance, the generator, the PA system. And then we're gonna go out into the community and ask for in-kind donations like the art supplies for the art station. And I'll be going on Monday to go and talk to vendors around Seattle to see if they could come. Really, for the vendors, we are gonna ask for them to just have their permit and everything taken care of on their end, so that we don't have to stress about that. And then they get to keep their profits. And yeah, so yeah, I don't know if
That's
that answers
fantastic. What I'm curious, what strikes me so much about this is I would assume that it either costs nothing, in which case, unpleasantly surprised to find out, no, you do need permits, you do need various paid for permissions, or I would have expected it to cost tens of thousands of dollars per event. And this is a relatively, I think, achievable goal, especially by the date I believe is August 1st.
Yeah.
So we probably need to have that money in place before August 1st, because that's when the event is.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's knock a week off of that, gang.
Yeah.
Get them $1,500. Where do they go to do that?
Yeah. That would be on our GoFundMe. I don't know if there's somewhere I should post it.
I'll do it as you're talking.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a really great event, and really like what we're wanting to do is to show people that we're united, and like the kind of impact it's really going to have on us to continue down this path that we are going down. So yeah, standing united and in solidarity with immigrants is.
First of all, this is the correct one, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Gang, we are 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah.
Let's just end it right now. Just go into Google, type La Marcha de la Puebla and GoFundMe. It is the very first result. And you know what? Why am I even? It's going to be in the chat. Going straight in the chat.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And yeah, 1,500 is like the bare necessities. We're hoping to raise like 3,100 so that we can get the porta potties out there, and we can do more in terms of like for the safety team and stuff. Like there's a lot of like other logistical things that we're trying to take care of, like in-kind donation wise. But yeah, there's
now. I'm going to ask questions about the PA system in a second. First, my dear viewers, I have attended many such events for various atrocities. Let me tell you, it's not wrong to plan to pick up trash. But if you're going there, understand that the whole time you're there, it's a demonstration. I would advise you to dress in church clothes. You don't have to, but that's what I'd advise, so that if you do get arrested, it looks especially bad. It looks exactly like what it is. Yeah. I would also say you're presumably adults. Don't throw trash on the ground. Don't do that anywhere in the world, but certainly don't do it when you're representing a good cause, because they are looking for excuses to call you bad people, to say you're not worth listening to. Thank you for planning on picking it up, but don't make them have to do that.
Yeah.
Thank
you for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
It's really great.
But what will having all these, if you get a ton of people to sign on and show up at this, what will having a big crowd of people there do, in your estimation?
Yeah, well, like a strong turnout shows us that like immigrants are not alone, and that like we as a community are standing with immigrants against like all this scapegoating and criminalization of people who have never done anything bad. Like just and the fact that like and that we don't stand for people just disappearing off our streets, parents being ripped away from their kids and their kids just being left alone in the middle of the street by ICE, you know. So a large turnout would show that we all stand in solidarity of that, and there's no like gray area, you know. It's yeah.
Fair.
Mhm.
Why well, you've answered why you need money to protest. You need permits and you need materials. What would the speaker system, for example, be used for?
Yeah, so we for the permit, you have to like submit a whole like program for them so that they know that we're not going to be speaking like outside of like quiet or inside of quiet, or we're going to be speaking outside of quiet hours. Sorry. And so we're going to be playing some cultural music throughout the day, so that it could be, you know, really good vibes. People can mingle and have that in the background.
Yeah.
We're reaching out to groups who might want to have some speakers there to kind of rally. And then also something that I'm going to do is we're compiling a list of people who have been, it's by no way exhaustive because this is like, it's just such a long list. But we're going to just tell some stories about people who have been disappeared by ICE, names, people who have passed away in the detention centers, when they disappeared, and all of that. So things like that. Yeah.
You know, this is well before your time. I don't expect you to know about this, but incidentally, as a Detroiter and an Ann Arborite, this has shades of something called the White Panther Party from back in the day, with the idea of music, hopefully food of some sort, basically turning a protest into a fun cultural event, because we're not there to cause trouble for each other. We're there to cause trouble for villains.
Yes. Yeah.
I really like that. And if you're a Michigander and a hopeless lefty, you should be excited about this as a fun day, in addition to you know, doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want this march to happen?
Well, our administration, anybody who is okay with the status quo, anybody who is buying into this like criminalization and dehumanization of people who belong here. A lot having to do with, the administration, people in power right now who want to silence freedom of speech, who want to really like separate all of us, right? They're like turning us all against each other so that we can be fighting with each other rather than paying attention to like what's actually happening right now in our government. So yeah, I'd say those people, anybody who profits off of this kind of, so anybody who profits being detention centers that are opening up that are profiting those private companies who provide like the products that you use in prisons, right? Like anybody who's making a monetary profit, anybody who's making a social profit, like by, you know, standing on other people's backs. Yeah.
Fair. I think that's a sad but astute point, that the prisons themselves, where these kidnap victims will be stored, they're the business end of this, literally. They're the folks who make money off innocents in chains. And when our grandchildren are looking back at this era, it will be so clear who the villains were. And it will be those people and the people that assisted them. And it will perhaps on a more alarming level, if you are the sort of person who likes to listen a lot and never act, the people who did nothing will be counted amongst the villains. Because at this point in history, we can't pretend not to know what this is.
No. Mm-mm.
Why is it that I have reached out to several, I think it would be safe to say several dozen organizations, and the only one that regularly gets involved with these events, organizes these events, responds to communications to talk about these events, has no centralized leadership? It's General Strike US. It's you guys again and again and again.
Yeah.
Why? What? You're a member. You're the most qualified I can get. Tell me.
Honestly, I think it's because we're decentralized. So there's not just one person that's making all the decisions. So like, for example, my chapter, there's a few facilitators, and the facilitators aren't like leaders or anybody who makes like the final decisions per se. They are people who provide resources and help anybody else who wants to do something in their communities. We help them to do that organizing, and to create those like structures, or like somebody in our group wanted to do like a food waste diversion program, to divert food that would go into the trash from the grocery stores, divert that to food banks and such, right? So we did that. We came up with the plan together on how we can organize that. And that's all decentralization. There's no, if anybody wants to do anything, they can do it in the group. And yeah, I think that is really helpful because you don't have just like one person that you have to wait in line to talk to. And also you have a lot more people who are willing to like hop in and, take over to help out. And then when they get tired, somebody else hops in,
Underappreciated.
Yeah.
I have never been a part of anything that experienced more burnout than Americans interested in decency. Any movement related to that.
Yeah.
The burnout is real, but it makes a huge difference when there's somebody else there to pick up the baton.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm sure you said, but I missed it. How long have you been associated with General Strike US?
Yeah, I haven't said it, but I started with General Strike in February. It's funny because I actually,
less than a year, and you're organizing an event.
Yeah, less than a year. And I was like, okay, we need to do a General Strike, right? And so I just printed out like a to-do list of things that I needed to do that. And then I showed up at a Tesla takedown protest, was passing out these flyers, and people were like, "Oh, are you associated with General Strike US?" And I was like, "No." So they gave me the Discord, and then I hop into the Discord, and I'm put into like the Washington State chapter, and I'm like messaging everyone in there. I'm like, "Hey, like I'm trying to organize a general strike. Who wants to help?" And they're probably like, "Okay, lady, like we're all here to organize a general strike, right?"
You're trying.
Yeah.
And guess what? You did.
Yeah. And so we started the Washington State's like Discord server. And then lo and behold, actually the national server they were actually working on something called Operation Starfish, which was to decentralize the movement even more. So that's when we started our state chapters. So a few months ago, all of the states who had like a bunch of activists who were like actively coordinating, actively actively doing stuff. They opened up their state servers, and then we sent emails to everybody who had signed the strike card, put in their email and their zip code. And then we sent them all to their servers, their respective chapters. And then so we've been organizing in our like state chapters ever since. Yeah.
Beautiful. If you can imagine what it was like in January, do you have a message for somebody who sees the injustices out there in America now and wants to change them? What should they do?
Just keep going. I think that's my biggest message, because there's a lot of us. I noticed, okay, so when I first opened up this server, a lot, like I had, I think 200 members in there, and I was reaching out to every one of them like personally, and while doing like other stuff on the side. And I was like, hey, like at what level do you want to be involved? And most people wanting to get involved right now have never organized before. And I'm just like, that's fine. There's like so much to do, right? Because the point of the general
Good sign, really.
Huh?
That's a good sign, really.
Oh, absolutely.
You've got the interest of people that weren't interested before.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's amazing to see like how many people have like really jumped in and really want to do something. And so just know that like you have a part like in this movement, because what we're doing right now, because we've never had a general strike here in the US. Other countries have had it time like over and over again. And a lot of other countries are like, what are you guys doing over there in America right now?
Not in this century. In the early 1900s, we had an approximate, but yeah.
Yeah, not in this century. But you know, but we don't have the systems in place to really sustain a general strike the way that we need to. It can't just be a one-day general strike. It has to be day after day, maybe weeks, maybe months, until they buckle and ask us what we want, right? And so there's so much to do leading up to the movement. A lot of it is just community building. So like if you've never organized before, that's fine. Go and volunteer, you know, at your local food bank. Go and volunteer at shelters or anywhere where we're gonna need to make sure that our basic needs are the organizations that provide basic needs, that they're set and they're ready, you know, and then that's what we're doing to work up to that point, right? So and
let's pause there actually and zoom in. You said volunteer at like a community shelter, so you're helping unhoused folks.
Yeah.
How does that translate to fighting government oppression? Connect those dots.
Yeah, I mean, because government oppression is not paying people livable wages so that they can pay their rent. Government oppression is not having rent caps, allowing corporations to take over, gentrify people from the cities, put them on the streets, and you know, backing the corporations that do it.
And presumably, if you're working there, you have a sense of the need in the area. You meet a network of people who are able to distribute food. You see how food is distributed. You see how it's stored. You see what food is needed. You develop the practical skills, it might seem. How many, like, what percentage of these folks who are willing to work at a shelter or a food distribution center, what percentage do you reckon, just based on vibes, would be willing to join a general strike or assist in one?
Oh gosh, most of them.
Higher than average? Most?
Yeah,
okay.
Most. Yeah. Because they see what's going on. They see people, it's just so the system is so unfair, and they see that every day, and they know that where we are right now is not sustainable and it needs to change. And most people who, you know, I've gone around, knocked door to door, giving out flyers for general strike. I've gone to protests, given out flyers. Most people are like, we need this. Yes, we need this. And even more so now, my partner was actually scrolling Substack the other day, and everybody in the comments is like, we need to strike, we need to strike, we need to strike. So people are really ready. Like, and really that's what we need, right? I reached out to a group called Money Out of Politics. Have you heard of them?
Oh, I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. So I reached out to them and I said, hey, like, let's make a coalition because we need to repeal Citizens United. And how are we going to get that? Through a general strike? Because you tell me, how else are we going to get that?
I mean, All right, yeah. I'll flex my nerd muscles because both Citizens United and Buckley v. Vallejo will require some manner of constitutional amendment. That means we're going to have to get more people on board than we traditionally would just based on the facts. They're going to need motivation beyond that. That might just be workers flexing their power.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you for teeing that up. Ooh, I'm salivating. So there were people interested in getting big money out of politics actually were able on their own to make the connection to withhold our labor.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Since then, there has been like a bigger movement to really connect money out of politics and general strike. They're like really, trying to make a bigger coalition out of us. So
this has vibes to me of when farmers used to tell me, and accurately, hey, you folks in the city wouldn't literally last a week if we stopped doing our job. This is the same thing on a countrywide scale. This is, we all experienced COVID. We all remember who got deemed essential, but not apparently essential enough to provide health care for, not essential enough to provide a living wage. Just have to go to work. Can't sleep in. That's the only thing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Kimberly, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for arranging this. Can you tell folks one more time, where should they go?
Yes, please visit our GoFundMe site. It's called La Marcha de la Puebla. Look that up. He linked it. Please donate. And if you're in Washington, Seattle, please come. It'll be really fun, I hope. And a big turnout is better so that we can really show people that we're united.
Get them.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me. I will inevitably, I suspect, see you and folks from your organizations a lot more in the near future. And keep up the good work, my friend.
Thank you. Great talking to you. Bye, everyone.
Fantastic interview. Guest. Yeah, the whole thing was fantastic. I'll take it. I want to take a special time to brag, and I'm going to go. She didn't even know I'm a fan of hers, but Andrea and Matt might be able to testify that I have said this in the past. There is somebody who is a regular commenter who I am a fan of. I'm a fan of comments, like commentors. Case in point, Christy Gaming from the Majority Report's comments. She's that gal that goes into the fun half every day and posts the timestamps for the relevant parts of the show. Thankless job, except you're getting thanked right now, pal. Well, I have somebody who is my basically a guiding light for me. When I see them in the comments saying stuff, I tend to agree with it. Lanzetta, thank you so much. That compliment meant a ton to me. It really did make my day. I remember back in the day when you had a different thumbnail, and I'm just tickled that you're watching. Ooh, Jammed Tomb, aka my good pal Nika, says we need this entire interview clipped so we can share it. So good. Well, you got it. We're gonna do that. Let me tell you a secret, B-Cat. That interview was a minor miracle just now, because you'll note normally when I do interviews, they are recorded. Also, normally when I do interviews, I ask the same question about 3 times and then say, wait, let me try that again. And I cut all that out and just give the last half of the last attempt. And that is generally what you hear. So we have all credit to give to Kimberly from General Strike US and La Marcha de la Puebla for being charismatic enough to carry that. Also, I think I told her that I was in Pacific time. We're trying, baby. Yeah. Overall closing thoughts on La Marcha de la Puebla in particular, there is going to be, let's put it up. There is going to be many such things happening over the next years, I'm sorry to say. We're not going to get one major victory that makes all others irrelevant. It's just not how this fight is going to go. I was going to say it's not how America works, but this is even different than that. It's not how this dictatorship is going to function. We need to brace ourselves for a long fight ahead. But along the way, there will be individual smaller moments, and there will be different grades of task, grades of difficulty. La Marcha de la Puebla is really only asking for two things. Number one, $500. They're at $1,010 of a $1,500 goal. They need $500. There's 40 people watching. Everybody gives a small amount, and you're going to have it funded tonight. The other thing they're asking for you to do is come out and enjoy a party. That's it. They're going to play music. They're going to have food. They're going to stand together. They're going to give speeches. That's not asking much, gang. It's not asking for much. Come out and hang out with like-minded people. Happy to do it. What are some things people might be asking of you in the near future? Well, how about getting arrested? How about standing arm in arm in a courthouse, blocking ICE from arresting somebody who's leaving their court appointment, going to jail for the night, sleeping on a cot? We're in that area. So what they're asking here now is nothing. It's a fun afternoon they're asking you to have. What they're asking for now should be the bare minimum people who understand the problems are willing to do. Donald James X, $500 for who and what? Great question. $500 for La Marcha de la Puebla, their GoFundMe. La Marcha de la Puebla is an anti-ICE demonstration, and they're attempting to put it in as many states as they can, but certainly in Washington, they require $1,500 total for their permits. They need permits and they need a speaker system, because as part of getting their permits, they need to say what they're doing. That includes giving public speeches through a speaker. They need $1,500. They've already raised $1,000. So they need $500 additional dollars to put on this event. Great question. Tell us the breakdown, Jake. Well, there it is. They need $500 remaining of their $1,500 request to put on the event. Now. They have additional goals as well. If they hit that $1,500 well ahead of August 1st, they're going to make it a more fun event. So if they hit that $1,500, then they get to $3,000. If this becomes something that you share, for example, on your social media, then, and lots of people give, they hit $3,000. Again, not asking much. If they hit that, then it's going to become something with food trucks, with porta potties, good old fun porta potties. Now, food trucks, porta potties, various amenities to make being there a more fun experience. To pay people to walk behind the crowd and pick up trash after that crowd leaves, because with enough people, it's inevitable there will be trash on the ground, and that's the movement's reputation. So amenities beyond that $1,500, but to make it happen at all, they require the permits, which means they require $1,500, and they are asking us to sacrifice a little bit so that they can also sacrifice a little bit. They're asking us to sacrifice $5, $10 if we've got it. They're going to sacrifice their afternoon over in Washington. And all of us will be engaging in these joint sacrifices, these communal efforts, to acknowledge the fact that immigrants are human beings too. And if you think there's nothing wrong with the treatment of immigrants, replace immigrant with Jew and see how you feel. They're trying to round up the immigrants and put them in concentrations, areas with locked doors that they're not allowed to go through to leave, 10 people have died. 10 immigrants have already died in ICE custody. They're snatching immigrants off the streets. They're snatching them from job sites. They're snatching them from the courtrooms. They are very pointedly making it clear that immigrants are not welcome in this country. They should be. This is the least American administration we've ever had. Give us your poor. Give us your tired. That's what we should be saying. What we are instead saying is no Browns. Pathetic. If you do not agree with that, if you would like to be clearly differentiated from the mothers here in the history books, donate, show up, and hey, by the way, consider joining General Strike US. Sign your strike card. Stand up and be counted. Let them track you. Damn right, let them track you. Let them know. That's the point. Let them, capital T, them, know you will withhold your labor en masse with the others when the time comes. You will not fund oppression. That is the goal. Your old pal Jake appreciates a good old porta potty. That's true. That is true. Magnificent feat of engineering, the porta potty. We need to get the right people elected, says Donald James S. What the fuck's wrong with me today? We need to get the right people elected, says Donald James X. Real people like Memdani. I wholeheartedly agree. Is General Strike 2028 still on? I think General Strike 2026 is likely. I'm that serious. Hey, I seem to be joined by someone, and I would love to add them to the stage, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to yet. And so I'll do a long sentence that hopefully gets interrupted by my friend arriving unexpectedly. The sentence was not long enough. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, no, I've never mind. I'm being my horses. I've got to wrangle. 1 second. I can wrangle these pretty easily. Yeah. Wait, that's a song. Never mind. Withdrawn. No, we are in an era right now where standing by is no longer acceptable. Being passive is no longer commendable. Doing nothing is contributing to the harm. You have to do something. If you consider yourself a decent person, you have to do something. The easiest thing I can present to you to do, go out to one of these marches. Empty your calendar for August 1st. And by the way, if you go to one such event and you get arrested, guess what the government is making happen? Your participation in a strike. Because if you're arrested, you're not going to be at work the next day. Why? Because you believed in the humanity of immigrants. Won't be you that said, I'm participating in this general strike, boss. It'll be the government. which means if you are talking to your boss, you don't have to tell them, hey, I can't come into work tomorrow because I believe it would be immoral. That's a hard sell. But hey, boss, calling to let you know I got arrested and there's nothing I can do about it. That's not your fault then. That's a very easy sell. And it makes life that much better. Yeah. EtchedBX said very accurately, gotta pick a side. And when the people in power are abusing their power, being passive is picking their side. Lanzetta says, I watched Mamdani having a discussion with some NYPD members. He was still so honest and smart with his answers. It even had the NYPD nodding in agreement. So damn good. Mashallah. Mashallah. Here's the deal with Mamdani. He is the best messenger of progressive policy, I guess I would say, that I have seen to date. I suspect that we're going to have more success across the board when other people copy him. Not his policy. That's already been actually adopted by a great many progressives, but his ability to communicate that policy. The treasure we have here, I don't feel can be overestimated. This is a platform for local, or not a platform. This is a playbook for local politicians, especially since there is a history of major cities being used to have pilot programs for things that could be nationwide policies, but haven't been. Don't think I'm being real with you. How about universal basic income? California successfully had a program with a UBI. When I say successfully, I mean they rolled it out with a certain number of citizens. They tried it. They measured how those citizens did. How did the citizens do? Well, guess what? All of their lives improved. The rate of employment went up. Let me type UBI experiment USA. Whoops. USA. I believe it was LA, but let's see. What was the city? Andrew. Oh well, I can't find the city. We'll talk about it later. I gotta crash out right now. What is this all about?
Hello?
Well, hi there.
How's it going? I just want to say that was a good ep.
Yeah?
Good ep.
Gotta tell you, we as soon as I started talking, we dropped about 15 viewers.
I don't think so. I think we're up actually about 6.
Yeah, baby. So I think the answer here for maintaining viewership, get a 90s era video game on the screen ASAP.
So I wanted to do a little bonus ep. You know, I saw that Jake is the last one out today. And I wanted to introduce some video games to this space because I see a lot of people on this space talking about video games. And I consider myself a little bit of a game enjoyer. A little bit. Just now and again, I'm open to playing games. And I was talking to another This Space affiliate contributor. We can bring him in if he's ready. Earlier, and we were having a conversation about Crash Bandicoot. And so I wanted to play Crash Bandicoot live on stream.
Hold up. As long as Nick the producer is still present. Oh, the private chat. Damn it. One second. As long as Nick the producer is still present. Nick the
Can we
producer.
do this, but make Andrea's screen the bigger one?
Yeah, exactly. Can you?
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
No, why not?
There we go. I love this. I think this is
Yes.
a fantastic idea.
I
let's
love Crash. But Andrea, we actually played a game earlier on my show.
I didn't see that. I was busy. I was
I
washing
did.
dishes. I was doing adult stuff. So you beat me to it, unfortunately, but I'm here anyway.
Lafayette, gotcha.
We Kristina and I played an FBI game where you're a new recruit to the FDI, the Federal Department of Intelligence, and you gotta help agents solve their cases and look through video footage and stuff, and then you get hacked and they go, hey, we gotta tell the real truth, and there's a conspiracy going on. And it's
Oh
cool.
shit, a conspiracy.
Yeah,
Holy
it's
fuck.
very cool.
Well, what
Can
are
I
you,
ask
what are you
a favor
recommend?
of one of y'all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could someone just take note of the time? What time is it?
8:56.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna see if I can beat this game before 10 o'clock. How does that sound?
Well, wait a minute. 57 then. All right, before 10 o'clock? Never mind. You good. All right. You want to beat the entirety of the game before 10 o'clock? Where are you starting from? Level
Any
1?
percent or 100%?
I'm starting out from the start.
All right.
I'm not going to be getting
look.
everything. I don't know, but it depends. Not the entirety, you know, not the whole thing. I haven't played this game in many years, but I used to speedrun it a while ago, and it's not that hard. So
Did you have the
I
world
could
record
just,
in this one?
No. I'm not that good in this one. There was a time maybe I was top 20, maybe.
Oh,
when 27 people played it, I was top 20. But I was talking to Alex about Crash Bandicoot, and he was yapping about the remakes, and I couldn't stand it. It's like saying Jesus goddamn Christ in front of Ben Dixon. You just can't do that, you know. Trust me, I've done it before, and it hasn't gone well. So I gotta say, you don't want to do that. But I dug out my PlayStation not too long ago, and I figure, you know what, that inspired me. So, see how it goes.
This does make me want to jet ski very badly.
I mean, you missed
what is this?
You missed the save box, but I don't think you need it.
I don't plan on needing it, but we'll see.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm delighted to offer some commentary here. What is this character's name that we've got?
This is Coco Bandicoot. This is Crash Bandicoot's sister, who was introduced in, I believe, in the second game. And now she is playable, and she does all the vehicle levels besides the motorcycle and the plane.
You know, she originally in the first game she wasn't there, but Crash had a girlfriend named Tawna Bandicoot.
That's right.
And
That's
they
right. So people get them
removed her.
confused, but that's you do not get them confused.
And they removed her and replaced her with a little sister in the second and third game, and kind of moved Tawna to the background and kind of just got rid of her.
She's in Crash Team Racing.
She was, but
many
so
are many of her associates as well.
That's true.
Can the lore be that they had an amicable breakup?
It was not amicable. It was
no, she actually left him for a boss, one of the bosses in the first game.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Terrible.
That's canonical.
Oh.
But this was an early instance of they felt like parents got mad that there was a sexualized furry character essentially in this game, and so they were like, you know what, let's tone it down. That's censorship.
And then in the fourth game, Crash
It got
Team
woke.
Racing, they tripled down on it. There's a lot of Bandicoot titty in Crash Team Racing. Too much, actually, if you ask
Probably
me.
because that was the last one, and they were like, you know,
yeah,
what?
they wanted to
We're
go
done.
out.
We're done anyway. We're gonna
All right,
go
so
make
now I'm
Uncharted.
actually going to be playing as Crash Bandicoot here. So
things got realer. So tell me, what's in a 1 hour run? Where are the challenges? Give me the summoning salt version. Where can this get screwed up?
The races.
It depends. I don't know. I haven't played this game in a while, so
There's
Why are
a
you so
couple
confident?
levels that are like motorcycle races.
I am not confident. I don't mean to be confident. I'm
Okay.
trying to. I'm hoping for the best here, but it's also not hard. This is an easy game. So
It is the
the
easiest
last
of
time
the
I did a
three.
serious speed run of this may have been like 4 or 5 some years ago.
Fair. I
you
gotta
have
tell you, I
glitches that
played.
you can-
The whole game is a glitch when you think about it.
I'm sorry,
played. I'm not sure. Well, no, it just look. There's a curse going on. We're gonna let Devil's Advocate Productions in on this. There is a curse going on where no matter what I do, I can't play Andrea's game. God will not let me.
It's not so much a God thing. It's just that you don't really know what you're doing.
There's that, yeah.
Did you not play games when you were younger?
Oh, I did, and I played mods to games excessively. But there's a gap between the mods that I played.
What was the first system you had, and what was the last system you had?
First system I had was Nintendo, just Nintendo, and you're gonna understand clearly in a second. Last system I had was a Xbox 360.
All right.
Actually, I'm in the same boat. That's my last and first as well. So,
Hey. Well, yeah, but the last time I did get it to run and everything was great, and then afterwards I was like, why the fuck was that so short? The mod said she put in like 40 levels.
and then
then I
played
looked
the
at-
original Chex Quest.
Yeah.
All right, so now we got our first like actual level. I like to do like the less fun levels first because it's
Me
like
too.
my degrease, you know.
Yeah.
I got to get into I haven't really played much PlayStation in a while, so I got to dust off the fingers, you know. So in this game, the movement is a little fun. If you jump out of a slide, you basically just like go flying into the air forward. You just see me getting propelled. And you can just do that everywhere. It's pretty cool. That's not intentional. They built a momentum mechanic into this game to try to make it more realistic, and it kind of works in mysterious ways.
This was a mechanic not in the first game.
This is only in the third game?
This was just in the second and third.
The second game has a different mechanic relating to spins, but it works in a similar way.
Oh, okay.
This was a magnificent era of games for that reason, where there was whether intentionally or not a philosophy of let's build mechanics within the game, and whatever people do with those mechanics, let it be. Got a question here from Christopher Tablante. What's the crazy manic purple Roo basket case doggo?
That's Ripperoo. He was
my
favorite boss.
I don't think.
He's my favorite character from Crash because he's crazy. I always like the crazy characters. Like
there's plenty.
The in Lion King, there's the hyenas, and one of them's like a lunatic. In Roger Rabbit, there's all the little weasel gangsters, and one of them's like in a straitjacket. I always like the crazy characters.
So here's another mechanic in the game. It's the invincibility, and it makes you invincible, and it like basically gives you a 1.5x speed boost.
Yeah, you collect these masks called Aku Aku, and each one you get gives you another hit. So you can take a hit from an enemy or a trap or something. And if you get 3, you become invincible. For sure.
Have you ever seen a speed run of this game, Alex?
Maybe, but not that I can remember.
All right. Good. So you don't know what being good at this game actually looks like? That makes me look a lot better.
All right, gang. Give me how long do you like if you hit a wall, is this thing gonna run you over? This thing that's chasing you. It's essentially a time mechanic. Yeah. Okay.
That motherfucker.
And have you now escaped?
I have escaped unscathed. I might add. There's little minimum scathing.
She hasn't got hit once, I don't think.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not. Don't hang your hat on that.
Alex, I'm going to briefly turn it over to you. Well,
Okay.
I urinate.
Go ahead, you shake.
Clever thing.
This little spot here,
Visit
you can
the
hang
powder
out
room.
here. You
Yeah,
can
there we go.
you can just hide in the corner, and you don't even have to move. You don't have to jump or dodge. It's pretty cool. It's a good game. They made a real good one here. It's a solid one.
Yeah, no, figuring that out as a kid is a magical moment.
Yep. It's not that hard because it's just you just hold up and left. It's in the exact top left. So it's not like it's like a magical spot like I'm in the middle of the room. It's just very easy to set up. So this game has power-ups you get when you beat bosses. I honestly don't know which ones give you which. I don't remember, but one of them's a double jump. That's pretty cool. So that's the
double
first
jump comes
real quick. That's the first warp room. So now we're in the second warp room. There's 5. So we're 1/5 of the way through. Go on.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying. I remember the double jump always coming much later than I wanted it to.
Yeah.
You want it right away. But I think it's like 3rd or 4th world.
Think so. If you land on these things, they're supposed to spring you upward. But if you land and do a spin, you can skip that.
Oh, that's neat. I have played this game so many times in my life. I love it. It is one of my comfort games.
Yeah.
Like, I will throw it on at night before going to bed. I have categories of games. Like, games that I play while I'm relaxing before bedtime while watching something or listening to a podcast, or, well, not anymore, but usually just watching stuff. 90 Day Fiance with my wife.
Oops, that's what it's supposed to look
That's
like.
things like Mario Kart or Dragon Ball Z, Sparking, whatever the fuck it's called.
Sparking Zero, yeah.
I'm looking at it. It's literally right
like
in front of me.
Sparking Neo. That's my favorite. That's one of the hardest levels in the game right there. Number 7, in my opinion. So
yeah, those levels are really hard.
it's like maybe top 3 hardest. So I'm gonna do Hog Ride.
Yeah,
This is good.
The races. Oh, nice glasses.
Oh, thank you. I just discovered their women's sunglasses.
That's why
I'll
they
take
look
it.
so good. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
basically.
secret.
I recall that around this era of gaming, I was of the belief as a gamer that platformers simply did not translate to 3D technology very well. And this, as well as eventually Mario 64, are what convinced me. Nene, the platformer, remains.
Yeah. Yeah, but the industry moved away from it because
the industry got
GoldenEye came out.
Fucked up by
and Halo.
corporations.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always that
As
tension
soon as
between the
Microsoft got in the ring, everything
artists of the
started
industry.
turning to shit. The
But then you
Xbox pretty decent, but like it was just the cancer was there. It was eating away.
Online really was the thing that
First try on that one, by the way.
ate into it. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, because they discovered, you can keep selling the product over and over every month. Yeah.
So yeah, on that level, she had to get first place to get the trophy and win, but she also had to collect the crystal. You had to collect the
You
crystal.
get the
in every
crystal
level.
automatically when you win.
Oh, right.
I have to apologize to Jammed Tomb, aka Nika, earlier. Thank you for posting that info that you were doing. I was the one deleting it because I forgot to tell you to no longer post that. It's entirely my fault, not yours at all. I think I'm going to switch my Dono link, though, to Nina Turner's Union Strike Fund. Because I would be fine raising money for that at all times.
Word. Nina Turner's awesome.
I want to say that it is kind of a shame that I don't know how to stream the audio of this. However, I do want to mention that the audio for this game is interesting because for the speedrun, you disable the sound effects. So it's just the music. The sound
Why?
effects load cutscenes, and it's faster to skip them by not having it on.
Interesting.
It saves like 30 seconds and
Clever.
something like that. I don't fucking know. I never timed it myself. But also, I don't know how to fucking do that on stream. On this fucking horseshit.
Well, I did it earlier. If you stream the window itself, the computer window,
Holy shitballs.
You can turn the audio on.
Yeah, but then the
doesn't it-
window looks fucking ugly because it's got that border with the X on it and everything. I don't know.
Doesn't that mess with your guests? Like, can't? Oh wait, no. If we're all in the same account, it wouldn't. Interesting.
On account of I love being an accountant, and that's why Jake is wearing a suit because he's an accountant.
Yeah, I am an accountant now. Oh, so I have to tell y'all, since it's just us talking, that what I said about the general strike people, I meant with my full chest. I've talked to so many groups. I literally have lost track of them.
1-800-Jesus, I heard that was.
Yeah, yes. And they are with General Strike US, aka Jesus. And I would have thought the opposite. I would have thought the group with no appointed official leader would never quite get back to you and would always fall through. And the opposite is what happens. The people who've got leaders take weeks to email you back. Usually the thing has come and gone already. But no, this is full. I mean, if you're looking to join a group that is actually accomplishing things, not just saying, wouldn't it be nice, but they have a plan for tomorrow, for next week, join them. Join General Strike US.
That was a great ep. I only caught like the last 60%, but it was pretty good. I was actually shocked. Jake is not normally that well composed. I was very impressed.
Even a blind squirrel occasionally finds a nut.
No, yeah, that was great.
I found I saw on someone made a mumdanitimes.com where
I'll
post it in the
yeah.
chat.
I saw that.
mumdanitimes.com. Well,
I posted it in the YouTube. It just generates New York Times
totally
headlines.
Real and not satirical headline.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm looking in the chat.
This is the last Great Wall level here, so this game has 5 warp rooms and then maybe 10 or so themes, and then they rotate between them and change variables. Like this one's at night, the other one was at daytime. It's all that kind of stuff. But this is the last one where we ride the tiger. So everyone say goodbye to our friend the tiger. However, Coco Bandicoot will be sticking around for a while.
I gotta say, I like Coco's overall style. I like the suspender.
The flower
the
is really good.
Yeah.
I like
making the ponytail
she
work.
carries the laptop just everywhere.
Yeah.
Not with a bag, but just it's fantastic. So I'm about to go into the second boss, and this boss has a fun little trick to it. Normally it's there's these walls made of crystal, and you have to jump over the walls. But there's a thing called the glitched high jump, and it lets you jump a little too high, and they never made anything with that in mind. If you just jump and spin, you gain extra height, so you can just skip this entire wall bullshit.
Oh
yeah.
So wait, are you saying you're going to attempt to pull that off, or you?
No,
or
she's
you
doing it.
I'm doing it
All
live
right.
on stream.
So what you would normally do is wait for him to blast at you with his flamethrower and would shatter parts of the wall, and then you'd wait for enough to be gone and you can get to him and hit him. But she just jumped over there.
Oh my word! Well done.
Just jumped right over. Yeah. I haven't died yet. I don't think I've gotten hit yet.
No,
but
you haven't.
Thankfully, I don't think anyone watching knows what a good run of this looks like. So, I'll hang my hat on no hits. And
this is amazing
I'll
to
hold
me.
my hat there. Which level should I do? I'll do this one. You think this is amazing? Isn't that
Yeah, honestly. I did not
It
play
might be.
much Crash Bandicoot. By that point, I was watching my pal play it. It never looked like this. It usually was restart the race.
Because I play a lot
couple
of it,
times.
and this is impressive.
Yeah, I used to speed run this a little bit a long time ago. I think my best time is like 55 minutes. I don't know.
Dang. So your best time ever, 55 minutes, and you're going for an hour?
Yeah.
You got 45 remaining to impress me, young lady.
Well, I'm about at the halfway point. I'm in the third
Hot
warp room out of 5, and I'm on the first level. So
tell
in
us where
about
this
2 or
gets
3 levels.
Where could
I'll be
this get
halfway.
screwed up?
Where could this get screwed up? At any point, honestly. I'm in the gauntlet here. All these levels are really fucked up. These are some fucked up levels. I'm telling you, I'm playing it safe. I'm getting a little dinosaur here. It looks cool. Slow as hell to get this dinosaur. But again, you don't know what a good run looks like. So I'm taking advantage of that. I'm
Slow
getting the
but safe.
dinosaur.
Because you're already ahead of the you're already ahead. So this is just good strategy. You could have
somewhere.
I've never
So-
never attempted speed runs because they make me anxious.
Yep, you just gotta learn how to zen through it. You just
Yeah.
gotta. Who cares? I don't have a timer open. I don't want to know the exact
I would
time.
feel-
It doesn't matter.
I would feel like if I messed up or I died, I would have to start all over again.
Oh yeah, the
Instead
reset
of just-
trap. They really fuck you over with that shit. Who's they? Your own brain. That's called your psychology.
Yeah.
That's called your subconscious. That's fucking you up.
I am writing a sci-fi novel that's just a ripoff of
Dude, this one. This is the hardest level
the
in
Rogue
the game.
Squadron video games. But in it, I have like fighter pilots essentially being like speedrunners. Because I see so many similarities in terms of like you gig a machine into accidentally doing more than it's supposed to. I find it
That's very
interesting how familiar, how like intimately familiar you have to be with the game. You've got to not just know what's supposed to be there, but this wall is actually shorter than it appears to be.
Oh yeah, I love that shit.
All that stuff.
That's why the PS1 is the best, because it was the apex ratio of like technology, but like they didn't really know what the fuck they were doing yet. So it's all very malleable. It's like clay. You get to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can see I'm
I'm sorry,
waiting,
I'm just
for the
mesmerized
carpet
by
here.
how fast you're going.
This is not fast. This is horrendous. This is terrible. I mean,
well, what Alex and I are seeing are very different than what you expect to see. What Alex and I are seeing is somebody competently going through every level.
Whoa.
Hasn't. All right, I was just gonna say hadn't been injured, hasn't died, but
I still haven't been injured. I just looked like an idiot.
okay,
No,
fair
she
enough.
just lost. She lost seconds. Precious seconds.
Oh, I got the double jump. Nice.
Oh.
So this level is called High Time, and more like Die Time.
You think
Am
this
I
is
right?
harder than the sci-fi levels at the end?
Yes, by far.
But what about getting the gems?
Oh!
Oh,
I got stuck on the wall.
Yeah, the wall got you.
Ah, you.
And that's the unfortunate part of this era is sometimes there's hitboxes that you just don't see or shouldn't be there.
And I forgot about that little fucking wall thing. As you can see, not so good. Not so good. But it's
That's
better
true.
than the remake.
Andrea
I'll tell you.
But that's on World 3 and getting no hit the whole time. That's
the
really
thing. I technically didn't get hit. I fell in a hole. That's
It's
different.
true.
It's different. It's not the same.
It is. It's true.
Nika says, right though, Alex, my panic disorder just couldn't. I panic at the heights in video games and deadlines too. Oh, I feel you.
Yeah.
This is the second motorcycle level.
It did take when I got Spider-Man on the new Marvel Spider-Man game. It took me a minute to get adjusted to the heights. Like, this is a game.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I play a lot of games, so I was surprised that it even did that to me.
Yeah. There have been
You got
some
fucking
like
pwned
that.
by technology.
But that game is so fun to play, like tripping or something.
Well, the
Just
other
swinging
side of
around
that,
Manhattan.
yeah, that's the other side of the coin. They do such a good job of pulling you in. Like I remember emerging from the first dungeon in Oblivion and seeing the sunrise, and to this day remembering, oh, what a beautiful
Okay.
sight.
If you
It
can
was
play
just my
Oblivion,
television.
you can play Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, Jake can't even play Chex Quest. Apparently, he's
I'm
struggling.
gonna burn your house to the ground.
It's a child's game. Oh, I almost got fucked right there.
Andrea made a Doom mod, aka WAD.
It's not Doom,
that
it's
is
Chex Quest.
That is it's just Chex Quest with additional
I see.
levels. And I'm desperate to play it, but I told the audience I honestly might just play it on my lonesome at this point.
Well, I wanna see how you fare. So I'd prefer if you streamed it.
If you do this before we get to what would you say 10? If you do this before 10, if you can beat this thing, then I will play it immediately. Follow.
I don't know about that. Maybe I'll want to play Crash 2.
All right, fair
He's
enough.
gonna go backwards.
Well, I don't know where Crash 2 is, but I think I know where it is. So,
Oh,
I got that
well,
first
those
try.
boomer sunglasses were killing me though. the wraparounds. Oy.
Oh man,
Yours are
this is
good. I like the American one. Oh,
like
now I can't be a hypocrite. I pop them back on.
Well, I hate America personally, so
I like what we say America is, and I
Yeah,
wish
me
that's
too.
the way it was.
I don't even like that.
It's true. She doesn't like hot dogs.
I don't like anything about America, man. This shit sucks.
What about Crash Bandicoot?
Crash Bandicoot's pretty good, but look what they did to Naughty Dog. They got stuck in the corporate trap.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, yeah, isn't Naughty Dog though Australian?
Yes.
Are they?
Okay.
I thought they were
Some
Americans.
of them. It's a mix, but I think they were originally based in Australia.
Fair enough.
Took damage there, but didn't look like it because I'm just so goddamn good
That's why
at taking damage.
they picked up Bandicoot.
Yes.
I didn't know it was a real animal until after this game.
Oh yeah, of course bandicoots are real.
I defy
They got bears
you.
in this game. You don't think bears are real?
If I pulled up 3 different marsupials, I assume, and one of them was a bandicoot, I don't think you could tell me which was which.
I think I could just because I played this game so much.
You know
The
what?
one with pants.
The nose. The
Oh,
nose
they're
is
like
actually
cute
very
little mice.
accurate.
Yeah.
Like Crash has that floppy long nose. Oof.
I like
You
how
want
The
to take
nights
that
out.
hit because it speeds up the cycles, and you need to abandon the ship anyway. So you have to get off the little sailor thing. So it's
Okay.
better to get off it and by taking a hit, because that way you don't have to like get off a track or anything. So that's an intentional damage. Doesn't count. It's it does count. but
I
it's
clocked it.
intentional.
I clocked it.
Yeah, I saw you said, "Ooh, I had to correct the hashtag.
That's
Correct the record." Live
I
fact
just-
check.
just
I
now
could have had the
realized
invincibility here if I were a little better at the game and didn't fall in that hole earlier.
you
So everyone
fool.
can yell at me for being a goddamn fucking idiot.
Basically a noob.
Pretty much. It's kind of embarrassing, actually.
What are two-headed giants called? Something, right?
I'm not sure, but in the Japanese version of this game, they censored them, and there's only one head each.
Really?
That's weird.
Yeah. It is weird.
Because it
Very
was like
strange.
too demonic or something?
I don't know, man. They just fucked it up.
And I'm probably thinking D&D. I'm gonna look it up. What is it? Oh wait, you tell me, audience. Two-headed giants.
These are just called double headers. In this game, in this specific video game.
What did you find the answer?
Now I have to put in D&D. Etten, Ettein.
Oh,
Ettins.
You can see that I'm like
an old
that,
school nerd.
jumping on the sides of the level here, like these little fences.
Yeah.
They kind of just break the entire game. I don't know what they were thinking letting you jump on those, but I think they just thought, oh, it's cool, interactable borders, but it kind of just fucks up the whole level because you don't need to even wait. You don't need to dodge. You just walk on the side of the map.
Yeah. Helpful.
Quite like when games do that. I like the basic concept of there's an intended way to play it, but the means to get there is just like a physics engine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mega Man is very much like that, strangely enough.
I enjoy Mega Mans. One of these days I'll play one of those.
Hell
You know, I used to
I
have
played
some Mega
X
Man
for the first
records. I'm a former record holder in some Mega Mans, you know. A little bit.
I played X for the first time a couple years ago, and I really enjoyed it.
All the X games are phenomenal.
Here's a weird entry. I liked the Mega Man RPG that came out for the N64. I
Mega
enjoyed
Man,
that.
well, the PS1 version's better, and it had a sequel and a prequel.
Ooh.
What was that called?
I always thought it
Legends
would
or
have been
something?
Legends and Tronbot.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, there's a level in the first Crash Bandicoot that's like a rope bridge, and you
Fuck
can
that
jump.
fucking level. There's
Yeah,
a reason I'm not playing Crash Bandicoot 1 right now. Because of that fucking level, I'll tell you.
You can
Fuck
get
that.
on. Like we were saying with unintended ways, you can actually get on top of the rope
Yep,
if you
on the
jump
rope.
just right and just
It's
walk
hard
the
as
whole
fuck,
level.
and then if
It's
you
very
fucking,
difficult.
if you fuck it up, you gotta like slalom the D-pad a little bit back and forth because
Yeah.
there's certain points where it changes. Terrible shit, man. That game is hard as fuck. There's a reason I'm playing the third one because this one's fucking easy. This is a kid's game.
Like we're saying, but in the remake, I will say they've added a level that they had originally put in the first game, but they deemed it too difficult, so they took it out of the original release.
It's not that hard. I played it. You
And-
can get there with like a Game Shark code.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh okay.
Well, how is that not hard? Oh, it's not that hard. If you cheat, you can.
No.
You can't
She
get
can
to it
access
otherwise.
it. She can access it with the game.
They
Shark.
censored it out of the game because it was
Yeah.
too difficult.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I didn't know you could hack it and get in
Yeah.
there. That's cool. I had a Game Shark for Game Boy, and I used it to get every Pokemon except for one because something within me was like, if there's still one you don't have, you're not done with the game. So you could keep playing.
Right. It's not the fact that you just
Yeah.
cheated everything. That's not
Right.
It's the fact that you know, there's one left, so the game's not done.
And then I eventually probably used it too much and bricked the game, so I never actually completed the 151.
Fuck, you fucked it all up.
I fucked it all up with Game Shark.
For no reason, that just made me, maybe because you said 151, that made me desperate to play old school Pokemon again.
I've
I
been
thought
playing
you
a
were gonna
lot
say
of
desperate to make
Pokemon
me
lately.
drink 151.
I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Red and Blue lately. I'm on a little bit of a spree.
Ooh, we should battle. That's what I want to do. Get your team. We'll
I don't have a
level
team.
cap on.
I abandoned my team.
Wait a minute. Is there not? I'm confident Nintendo doesn't have this, but
I don't know
is
how
there
I
not
survived that, by the way.
a means by which we could have a Pokemon tournament where we like actually duel each other? Because I would love to get leftists dueling each other, and
You'd have to be in the
Pokemon.
same space.
We could play the
Unless you play one of
Pokemon
those
card
shitty
game.
Pokemon games. Yeah, fuck those modern fucking horseshit fucks.
There's the card game app. It's free. You can get it on your computer and just play
But it's
Pokemon
got
cards.
trackers, it's got data fucking harvesting. They're gonna harvest my goddamn Pokemon data. They're gonna know what to fucking advertise for.
I find
I
a
played
like
Magic
a,
the
like
Gathering
a
with a
hack.
buddy over Zoom during COVID because that you can get a Magic card one.
All right, this is like one of the hardest levels in the game.
Okay.
Pokemon Blue a month ago, and I missed getting one of the legendary birds. Oh, dude, the first time I ever played Pokemon, I didn't know about save scumming and like being able to save right before trying.
Yeah.
Like I went for one of the birds, I accidentally killed it.
It's probably
Moltres, I think.
Moltres
Yep.
because yeah, that's right in Victory Road. It's kind of right in the middle of fucking.
I was so pissed. I was so mad.
So the thing about this level is the water goes up and down, and it kind of wastes a lot of time. So you want to not have to wait. You want to be like Donald Trump when he commits sexual assault, you know. And as a result, it kind of makes you look like an idiot when you're just sitting there waiting, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna do a speed run." So when you get this mask here and you become invincible, it makes the water stay down. So it gives you a shitload of free cycles. This is the most important mask in the game. I guess I didn't even explain the mask thing. I guess Alex did, right? You know, when you get hit, you lose them. So with you know, you want to make sure you don't get hit as much as possible.
And if
That's
she
why
knows
I
where
had
all the
to.
boxes
I
are,
got hit that one time, so I got fucked.
Oh, mask is gone, so the water changes levels again. I see.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's there's a timer on it when you become invincible. Obviously, you know, it's otherwise it'd be a little too cheap.
Now can
I don't
you
even know
hit-
what the timer is.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're blasting through. You made great progress.
I love these levels in this game were, I think, my favorite. The temple levels. Just I love the aesthetic of it. I like the enemies. The hallway, like I don't know. I really dug these ones. And the double header ones, the magic, the wizard and the giant ones. Or the Etrins. The Etrins.
I'm gonna revise that Pokemon challenge. I would do. I would be down equally.
Speedrun race.
for-
Who can beat the
Yeah,
game first?
speed run races. Mario Kart.
Mario Kart, that's a whole different game. Yeah, it's a whole different world.
Pokemon battles, if we can figure out how. Or
I mean,
D&D.
How about you Pokemon go to
Fight.
the polls? Michigan did in that last election. Holy fuck. The hell are you people doing?
Excuse me.
I swear to God, Pokemon Go was the high watermark for America in terms of being a peaceful place. It's like it was a brief glimpse into what we would do if we were not
I never played
artificially at each
Pokemon
other's
Go.
throats. It was literally just a bird watching app, but for birds that aren't really there.
I got
That's
that
it.
little trick there where you have to go and the
Yeah, that
camera
was
doesn't
really
catch
cool.
up.
I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, there's a little tricks. I'm just going off of muscle memory. I was like, oh shit, this part's coming up, and then it just kind of happened.
Ha!
Does it?
Fantastic.
Bubba on Thursdays from Like It or Not. Doesn't he play games as well?
Yeah, I saw that he was talking about that Nintendo.
If he gets a
stuff.
Switch too, then maybe we could all play, or well, at least me and him could play Mario Kart.
I'm not
World.
buying that horse fucking pucky.
Yeah.
That fucking soulless shite. No, I mean, I'm glad I'm glad you guys enjoy it, but I'm not buying that crap. There's dogs on the wall. Look at this.
Oh. I do think one of the things that separates Crash Bandicoot apart from a lot of other platformers is the inherent trickiness of the level designers, like working in TNT to the things you're supposed to smash into.
I also did love these levels because they had a wiener dogs, and I had wiener dogs.
Oh.
So I have a question to the chat. What does the chat think about this whole horseshit video game hour? Is this good? Is this bad? What are we thinking here? Is this
just a
should
nice
I never
way
do
to
this
unwind.
again? Is this like something you enjoy? You know, like I'm curious. I mean, I like video games, and I wouldn't mind showing people, but
Today was the first day of games on this space.
yeah. Somehow you totally stole that from me. I think I need to ban you, because I was planning on being the premiere, and then you just you went ahead.
I'm sorry,
and
I
did
scooped you.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just gonna make sure I'm gonna cut your entire segment from the video so that the record is is corrected. The historians won't even know your shit ever happened.
Don't just
me
cut
and
it out.
Kristina talking about Superman for 5 minutes, and that's it.
Yep. By the way, this is the first plane level. So I'm
Yes.
Coco Bandicoot, and I'm shooting down some blimps.
Notably,
I just thought that this was self-evident. Did I need to explain it? I don't know, but there's your explanation. We're in a plane. We're shooting blimps. Whatever.
you need to get all the blimps to get the crystal and beat the level. Notably, Coco only rides things in this game. She has no levels where she's just running around and you can spin and jump on enemies like Crash.
Well, there's in between the portal and the tiger sometimes. You get to
Yes.
walk.
That is the only
those
time.
Parts. Yep. This is the last jet ski level, so we're already very close to the end of the game. I'm assuming it's 9:30. Okay, yeah, 9:35. Can I beat 7 more levels between now and the hour?
I believe
Jake
you
seems
can.
to be very pessimistic. This little fucking cocksucker in the suit up there. What are you doing over there?
I not at the beginning of the hour. I thought you were going to blow through it. Now I actually am having my doubts.
Yeah, you have doubts that I will?
Yeah.
You think I'm gonna fail? Oh, okay.
I saw you pooch a couple of look. I'm going to call them layups.
Whoa! Whoa! Holy moly! I'd like to see you play this fucking game.
I bet you would. You have to beat it in under an hour first.
I mean, that's gonna be pretty easy. You have no idea. The last warp room is full of fucking easy ass levels. I mean, it's there's a couple hard ones.
If my count is correct, do you not have 2 more of those strange spheres left to go?
Spheres?
Yeah, the mirrored
spheres.
balls. Yeah,
the mirrored balls. The spheres. The
That's how you
spherical
get
balls.
into each level.
Right.
Yeah.
The spheres. Yeah. No. How many of those are left?
7.
Do you not have 2? Wait, worlds though, right? Is this not divided into
5? This is 5.
Okay.
4 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
Yes.
So
you might make it after all. Alex, we're gonna have to distract Andrea.
You really don't want to play that game, do you?
Spheroid balls. That's the correct word.
So these little bombs here, and you can just do that.
Oh, that's very cool.
Andrea.
Well, this is all helping me for next time I play through this.
I
Is
think
this
Alex could just do this
Banjo-Kazooie?
in under an hour. Under an
Yeah,
hour,
we're
I'm
playing
telling you, an
Banjo-Kazooie.
hour is not hard in this game. I'm just telling you. Like once you
You know-
understand the jump mechanic thing, it's pretty easy.
My thing is, my muscle memory is to get every box and all the gems and shit.
You can do that. I did one of those, the 105% runs, because you get 100%, and then there's the extra 5% bonus. Those, I think the last time I did that was like 5 hours. So
Yeah, playing through, like, I do notice that it is a lot shorter now as an adult than as a kid.
Well, shorter because it's not only we're adults, but an adult is playing it with adult level skill.
Yeah.
I fucked that up. I fucked that up big time.
Oh shit!
If I would have
Fubar.
played this level back in the day, I
Fucking
would have wanted
Fubar.
a
I'm
game.
at 54%. Jake, you might have been right. Jake,
Ooh.
you
Uh-oh.
fuck. You might have fucked
This
me.
is you're in the Star Fox level now.
I'm fucked. This is no shit. We're going back
Yeah.
and forth. Oh no. There's no way in hell I'm gonna make it. Oh.
You gotta deal with heavy
Oh,
ordnance.
48%. Oh no. Oh.
Spaghetti-O.
Oh, no,
There
I'm
it is.
losing it.
Getting
I'm losing
Oh,
it.
no.
Oh god. No. Why? It's all falling apart.
Why
Oh,
you gotta be able to
oh.
eat the big
Oh,
hits?
no.
Ah! Wait, that didn't even hit you.
Yeah, I got it
You're
right.
good.
Oh no.
Wait, is that 28% that you're at now?
I'm fucked.
No, still 38. No, 18%. Come on, Andrea.
Uh-oh.
All right, so every time you're taking out one of these limbs, you're reducing the total number of attacks, but they're spamming those attacks now. Yes,
And then
here
it's
you
good,
go.
but there's a
Here
whole
you
other
go.
phase.
You got this.
Yeah, so it's just faster to not bother worrying about if they hit you or not. And plus, I just got hit by like 4 on purpose just because that was fun. But that was not
Son of a
difficult.
bitch.
Yeah, I just thought I'd give Jake a little run for his money right there. But no, that was not a good fight. I will be honest, that was a bad fight. But no, I was not in any danger.
Oh yeah. She's telling us, it was fine, not even close. But we don't see the back of her shirt drenched in sweat.
It's actually the it's not the back of my shirt, but it's the weird, like the sides,
Sure.
The front and back are totally dry. It's very strange. That's where I perspirate on those sides.
I sweat entirely laterally. It's a very
it's very weird. No one else is like that. When you hit these boost pads, you start doing the wheelie. And when you're in the wheelie state, you have like a small speed boost. So you want to maintain the wheelie state as long as possible. But it severely fucks with your ability to turn. So you got to weigh the pros and cons.
So
wheelie
nice
by a bunch
long
of straightaways.
Yeah.
If you're good at this game, you can carry the wheelie like the whole way. But I take a little break here and there. It's only a couple seconds, and plus you don't even know what it looks like if you're good.
Oh, so why not hit the jump while going super fast?
Hitting the jump actually is slower because the animation that plays when you go up the ramp slows you down. It removes your speed.
Fair.
So even though like doing the jump can be sometimes faster depending on the circumstance, it's usually slower. There's like 1 or 2 examples where it's better to jump just because of like a turn or something. Well, I fucked that up.
Speaking of,
I believe
Yeah, 18
it's
minutes.
this level, but there's one of these racing levels has a road sign on the side of the road that has an alien face on it.
Oh,
And
yeah,
if you
bonus
go
level?
and run into it, you'll get a secret level. There are secret levels in this game, and I love secret levels in video games.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Secret levels, secret characters, secret unlocks. Like, give me something, reward me for continuing to play your game instead of charging me for extras later.
So now we got one more plane level.
It's the Diddy Kong racing. Well, not wrong because there's planes.
Yeah.
So
And there's
if there's any level I'm gonna fuck up, it's probably this one.
Yeah, this
But
one's
we'll see.
tough. Because instead of blimps now, she has to destroy 5 flying around big planes and shoot both engines out of each
And then
one.
these 2 little fuckers are gonna be pestering me like a fucking
It's a game that
mosquito.
involves battling both mechas and biplanes.
Jake, you ever play Armored Core?
No, but I saw the advertisements for it, and I think it looks rad.
It is super rad. The company that made them hadn't made a new one in a long time, and because they've been busy making Dark Souls and Elden Ring and those games,
Sure.
So then they came back to the
trying to spend
franchise.
$1 billion.
Yeah, so they came back to their roots and made a 6th Armored Core, and it is so much fun.
Hell yeah.
I still have yet to finish it, but that actually, my reaction to that trailer is has the most views on my entire YouTube channel.
Is this
Really?
game woke? Can we
Yeah.
bring that chat comment up?
Yeah.
We need to address if this game is woke because this is a really
I have an
important
argument for that
question, and I'm
already.
glad someone brought it up.
I mean,
This game is actually very woke, and you may be wondering why. Because the core plot of this game is you go throughout time, and one of the protagonists is a little girl. So she's going around there and becoming like the first woman to do all these amazing historical feats, and it kind of rewrites the history, and that's very woke.
It's also
I would
woke
argue
because they
also-
censored Tana.
Well,
true.
they're one of the primary villains of the game, or obstacles, you might say, are police cars, patrolmen. In
That's
the
true.
racing
Fuck those police
Get in your
cars.
way.
in the
Noticed
virtual
that
world.
earlier. I was
I
like,
love my local police. I love cops in general. I am a huge supporter of the police department. Please do not. Thank you. I love Trump. I love Israel.
I love Trump and I love Israel. That's just how
Anyway,
we greet each other now.
we got this level here. This is I forget what this level is called. It's called like it's something. It's one of those levels. And you got these
Warframe.
bugs, these light up bugs that follow you around, and they die,
Oh,
or
I
at
like
least the light dies. I don't know if they die. Maybe their light recharges. I don't know. They abandon you either way. Their light does after a certain amount of time, so you want to make sure you don't dawdle.
These levels,
So you just got to maneuver in the dark.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's it's
These
not the
levels
best.
terrified me when I was a kid because I hated
Here's
again
a free
anything
freebie.
timed, anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can run through all the nights.
Yeah. I don't like timed. I don't like overabundance of resource management, or at least where I'm forced to spend resources. Yeah. It's just stress.
I was having a conversation with Andrea that's going to come out at some point, and I was telling her that my first game that I ever had was Super Mario World on Super Nintendo, and each level has a clock that counts down until it gets to a certain point, and then the music speeds up, and you got to finish the level or you'll die.
Yeah,
And then you have like a fucking heart attack or whatever.
I had heart attacks, but then I think the reason Donkey Kong Country is my favorite game franchise is that game didn't have the clock, so you could leave the character, leave the controller, go to the bathroom, come back, and he's okay. And it relieved my anxiety, and I loved it.
Goddamn bug light. That's what it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Dawn
Bud Light
tomorrow.
is Mario 64. You got
What time is it?
13 minutes.
This was
You think I can do it?
competitor to
Is this the final level?
No.
Then no.
You don't think I'm going to do it? You don't think?
Wait,
you
you're
think I'm gonna
averaging
fucking-
about 5 minutes a level. How many levels we got left?
I don't know. Have you been paying attention? I haven't.
I thought
About
I had, but
2 or 3.
no. If your best time ever was you said 55 minutes,
Something like that. I don't remember. It's been a while.
I don't think you're gonna make it.
You don't think I'm going to
Be
make
real
it?
with you.
Really?
No, I think you're gonna. I think
What
your
is
final
this like?
time is
What do you
gonna
think
be
that this is making
60
for a good
minutes.
show? You think you're gonna show up here and
The
say, "Hey,
tension.
man, I don't know
No, I
shit
just-
about this game, but all I know is that you fucking suck at it." How do you think I feel about that? You think that
Not
this
at all.
makes me-
I just sincerely don't believe in you.
You whoa! As you notice, I took a hit there, so that's like it's directly influencing my ability to play the game. Oh no! I took another hit there.
Uh-oh.
I'm getting really upset. Oh god.
Bozie's
no.
suggesting 65 minutes, and I tend to agree with them.
No.
I just put my poly market bet in.
How much are you betting?
Bozie, how much are you betting? I'll put a crisp $5.
So just to be
dollaroo on
clear,
that.
that's the last invincibility you can get in the whole game. So it doesn't matter if you carry your masks at this point. So it's actually just kind of faster to ignore if you're gonna get hit and just keep going. Just barrel through.
11 minutes and no invincibility remaining.
Yeah, because that's the last one in the game.
He's doing John Madden commentary over here.
Is that what that is? Oh,
yeah. Thank
All
you
right.
so
I
much.
didn't know that.
for-
Okay, that's pretty good.
John
All right.
Madden commentary is just stating the obvious.
This is one of the hardest levels in the game. Time
Love
for the
John Madden.
hardest. This is flaming passion. Will I win? Will I lose?
Oh.
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
So I actually died there because it gives you a favorable cycle with the sword guy. So it's I mean, I don't know if it's faster, but I didn't feel like waiting for the cycle
Fair.
otherwise.
So you're saying you meant to get sliced? in
Yeah,
half.
yeah.
Okay.
We speedrunners call that death abuse. We're abusing
Ah.
it like a drug.
Fair enough. A word on Warframe. It is a free game, and as Nika pointed out, anything that you can buy, because they got to make money somehow, they sell things in game, you can grind. And I think that is really neat. I think basically all games should strive to be that. In addition, Nika says Warframe has queer and femme characters and devs. Everything you can... Oh, she said that. Let fans create with them. If your art wins a fan vote, they use it and take your input in Warframes. I just think it's neat.
It's very cool. I like Warframe. The movement and gameplay is very fun in that game. I just had like no idea how to progress or what the story was or if there was a story or anything until one day I was playing it on Twitch while I was tripping, and some kind
Live on
strangers,
stream, really?
yeah, some kind strangers jumped in and jumped on with me and helped me learn how to play. So for a short time,
awesome.
I was able to play and knew what I was doing and what I was aiming for, and then I completely forgot the next time I booted up the game. But it's still fun to run around and slide around and shoot aliens and monsters.
Is this the final level? This is the final fight, isn't it?
This is the final boss.
That's right, but it's a long fight.
It is.
And
You got
it's hard.
9 minutes.
And
you
you
got
don't
8
have
minutes
any health.
30.
It's hard. It's long. No health. If you get hit, you have to start it all over again. So you could go in there for like a minute, make a fuck up mistake, and then start it all over again.
Now, as a kid,
Oh.
you would be very tense because even if you had masks already,
They get
allow
taken
you to
away.
take it, they would
You
get
can't
taken
bring them
away
here. Yep,
because
they fuck
Aku
you over.
Aku is fighting his evil brother Uka Uka, who was
Fair enough.
introduced in this game.
Holy shit.
They are preoccupied and become the hazard of the level.
I love
Which
that.
is a
That
nice
is-
little
that's
twist.
good game design.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes it
Oh,
more
you
tense,
got
like getting
mines,
dramatic.
It looks like. Oh, and got him down. Looks like knocking him into the hole. How many times do you have to get him in that hole to win?
I don't know.
Just once more.
It's it
Ooh.
could be 1, it could be 7. It depends on if I die. This is the hardest part. Oh
You have
shit.
7 minutes and 30 seconds to make it happen. You gotta not die. Fireballs making that increasing the challenge a little bit here.
They're doing a little
Oh.
Dragon Ball moves,
Yes.
basically.
Oh, and he's down. Is this the victory? No, it's a miss. Another miss. And he's in the hole.
All right,
That's
I
it.
beat
Bad boot acquired. And that is that officially the game?
That
folks?
is the game.
yeah.
With 7 minutes to spare, Andrea Rovinsky has done it. She has won the gentleman's bet. The gentleman is yours.
What?
This is Cortex monologuing about how he's lost yet again to Crash Bandicoot.
So
I mean,
yeah, this is an unspecified amount of time of me playing Crash Bandicoot. I hope you enjoyed it.
You did
Let me
beat-
know.
53
What?
minutes. You beat your personal best.
Really?
According to your own report.
I don't know what my personal best is. I don't remember. It's been a long time. So
Well, now we know it's no more than 53 minutes. Great
All
job.
right.
Very
That
cool.
felt pretty good.
So
yeah, Mosby.
I hope everyone enjoyed it. I wouldn't mind maybe doing an encore with Crash Bandicoot 2. Only if people want me to. If it's lukewarm, if it's tepid, I'll be like, I'll go to sleep. I'll go to bed. But I do have Crash 2 somewhere, and I Jake, I'm sure, or Alex could riff for like 5 seconds while I look for it. Crash 2, I'm not this good at Crash 2. I don't know if I could do it in an hour. I'm not sure. I don't think I could. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. It would be, I don't even know if my best time is under an hour. So it's a toss-up, frankly.
Crash 2 is very difficult. I think it's the hardest of the three.
I disagree with that
Well,
entirely.
no,
I think the first
actually,
one is the
wait a
hardest.
minute. The first one is the hardest.
But
'Cause
either
there's no
way, I
sliding.
need to use the bathroom, and added bonus, I'm gonna, if people want me to, of course, if that's something anyone is interested in, I will grab an alcohol and see if I can play the game while a little bit more inebriated than I currently am.
I really like this idea, and I'm happy to vamp a little bit while you search around for Crash 2 Rebandicooted.
Does anyone have anywhere to go? Are you guys free for the evening?
I am personally free.
I might have to go in a little bit. I can hang
Alright.
out for a bit, but I have to wake up at 5 for a shift.
All right, well, just give me at least 30 minutes. We'll see.
Yeah.
I can maybe do that. All right, I will be right back.
So a couple of things. First of all, I'm loving the Max Left hat given today's events.
Today's events. Oh, Hassan on the
Yeah.
board?
It's just the unity happening, man.
That was cool.
It was. Well, Andrea's out. Let us make nefarious plans. I think it would be fun for things that we can bet. I think it would be fun if we had to do each other's show. I would love to have, like, if I won at whatever we arrange, let's say a Pokemon tournament, to have like you or Andrea having to interview whoever I arrange.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But I'm 100% down for adding gaming in general. I think you guys are right on.
No, me and Kristina, we played this game called The Operator.
I saw that.
It was very cool. Yeah, you did. Okay, yeah, that was cool, right?
It was, and it was unexpected. That I think as a group project that we all are in this space, I think some of us are going to have to figure out how to reach people that are not already immersed in politics, because that's the majority of America, frankly. So yeah, gaming, perfect. In this is what internet streaming was basically originally designed for.
Yeah.
Good.
That and porn. Gaming and porn leads everything. I learned that from Tropic Thunder.
I forgot. That's my other announcement I'm gonna make. My new show is it's literally called Jake Starts an OnlyFans. And because I got demonetized on YouTube, I thought, well, I should go on. This is the perfect time to explore other areas where I.
How do you get monetized on YouTube in the first place?
Well, when I got monetized initially, 1,000 subscribers plus 4,000 watch hours. That was it.
Okay. Well, let's get me to 1,000 subscribers.
Well, no, I have like a slap on the wrist. It's not bad. I just demonetized and unlike other folks, I actually did do what they said. I played content that you can't play, copyright music. But
well, wait, that demonetizes your whole channel?
Yeah.
Well, how do music reviewers get away with it?
Well, music, I don't know, honestly. I think they don't have ads turned on.
Well, like maybe.
But
I mean,
hold on. Hey, Nick. Damn it.
Well, you're clicking around.
Here
my
we
bad.
go.
I'm clicking around.
Wait.
Yeah. That one.
Hey, I got this. There we go. Oh, if I can do this anyway, I'm putting this on the other side.
I just wanted to put this one up quick. This is the momdonnytimes.com where you can just auto generate stupid
Don't start
headlines.
playing it, by the way. We got to start playing directly at the hour mark, or at least in 4 seconds. And we need to are you saying
timing,
an hour?
The timing
1 hour.
that speedrunners use is on first input. So I'm going to do the opening cutscene, let it play. It should take about a minute or two.
Okay, perfect. What is your personal best on Crash 2?
I don't know. I never really played this one as much as I played Crash 3. Crash 3 is my personal favorite from childhood, so I played that one the most. This game I know the basics to. It's been maybe 5 years or so since I played it. I mean, I found it a while ago, and I was fucking around with it a little bit, but I haven't played the whole game. And this game, it's got a little curveballs here and there.
The first place speed run time for Crash Bandicoot 2 is 1 hour and 7 minutes.
I'm sure that's for 100%, which I will not be doing. I will be doing any percent with no game over abuse.
Let's see.
Which I should be able to get. You might even be able to find me on that leaderboard. Where am I on that leaderboard?
Well, I'm pulling up the any percent. It's saying that they are typically around 40 minutes. Even dipping below 39 minutes using game over abuse, which you say you are not going to do.
Yeah, but look for my best on there.
I am vamping while I try to load this site.
It might not even be an hour. I'm like,
What website is it?
I'm assuming you're on speedrun.com.
Yes, and I am now. Okay, here we go. Ooh, that's hurtful.
Is it bad?
No, I just don't know what. Are you under there as Andrea Rovensky?
Yep.
Well,
I might not even be on page 1.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And this is 100% that I'm looking at. So this.
Oh, I don't.
No.
You know.
No. Never mind.
Doing no go. No go.
Oh, I see. Any percent. No game over abuse. Speedrun.com is very useful. I just realized I can.
Yeah. Wow.
I could present that if I so chose. But
all right. I'm starting the game.
Okay, starting now. Time is 10:01. I'm gonna pull you up, buddy.
So I got I cracked a beer open. I'm ready to play Crash Bandicoot. So this game does not have momentum from Crash 3 that was introduced in the third game first. So this game, if you just stop pressing forward, you'll just stop in place. You don't carry speed at all. So the way this game has like a movement thing is that you can chain spins together. And they actually fixed this in Crash 3. So that's why you can't chain spins together like this in Crash 3. But in Crash 2, you can. It's just, in Crash 3, you can do a similar thing with jumping instead, So it's like they tried to fix a glitch, but then another one popped up in its place, essentially. These pits will spawn like an encounter that you have to like jump out of, but you can just jump over the pits with the glitch high jump. I mentioned it in the third game with the crystal walls. Here's where you can use the glitch high jump.
Currently ranked number 246, Andrea Rovinsky submitted a time of 1 hour, 20 minutes, 36 seconds 7 years ago.
That's not my best.
80%.
I just
so are you saying that our goal here tonight is to to witness you sub an hour?
Yeah.
The world record is 1 hour and 7 minutes.
For 100%. I'm not doing
no.
That. I'm doing any percent no game over abuse. The world record is about 45, maybe
38.57.
Yeah, you're right. 38.57.
Oh shit, man! People are fucking playing this game. That's crazy. I haven't
6 months ago.
That's crazy. Wow, that's cool.
Yo.
Then the second
as you can tell,
7
years ago might be accurate. So it's been a long time since I played this.
Well, we're gonna beat your previous best. I think that's what the goal is here tonight. Surely. So
you don't think I'm gonna beat an hour?
All right, no. You know what? I don't think you're gonna beat an hour. I'm gonna go back to rooting against you. The goal is an hour, and I think you will fail.
You think I will fail?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm looking at, the record, frankly. And I gotta be brutal with you here.
Oh, so now you see what a good run looks
bad
like.
Friend. Genuinely bad friend. Least helpful. Oh God. All right. Well then, while y'all watch the intro level here, I'm going to go get rid of an additional.
That was the
cup of
second
coffee.
level, actually.
Damn it. Hey, gang! I need you guys to. Yeah, you better submit the updated time if you. I mean, this is
that
live.
requires logging into shitfuck.com. I don't know if I want to do that.
Why do you have to? I mean, if you have the time here, surely.
I'm not doing that. It's not worth it.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll know if you beat.
Yeah, you'll know if I do.
Someone else can submit it on your behalf.
Bada
What do
boom.
you think, Alex? Do you think I can beat this game in under an hour?
I think so.
You
I think
think so?
anything. I think you can do anything.
Really?
After seeing that, holy shit.
Okay, well, shit. Now I got to live up to that.
Yeah, I'm with Nika on this one.
Yeah, but that requires
What are the
logging into
levels in this that are
shitfuck.com.
hard to
Oh,
speed
fucking
run?
everything.
Yeah, give us the lowdown. Why?
This game is way
Like-
harder than 3 in my memory.
Is it
I
just
had
the
a lot
lack
more
of
problems. As a kid, I don't think I ever
momentum?
beat this game when I was a kid.
Yo, all right.
I never beat the first one. My upstairs neighbor actually borrowed it, beat it.
Yeah, I
gave
only
me the
rented the
password.
first one. I never bought it because I could never. Oh, shit! There he goes.
I will be right back.
Oh, okay.
Still listen.
No, my upstairs neighbor borrowed it, beat it, and then gave me the master password that unlocked everything in the game.
Nice. You get the practice.
So I got to play all the levels. Similar thing with Donkey Kong Country 2. My neighbor had it, and he beat the whole thing, and he was babysitting me once, and
Yep.
brought
I
it
got
over, and then I was
introduced to
like,
a lot
I'm
of
just
good
gonna.
games in that way from babysitters that were
Yeah.
like, "Yep, those are where the best ones are," because they know what's up. They've been playing games their whole lives.
Yeah.
They give you all the good stuff. You can skip. That's where you get all the true wisdom.
Yeah, because then you can really practice hard levels, and then when you play it for yourself, the earlier ones are much easier. Get your skill up, get good.
So in the audience, if anyone has any questions about speed running in general, I've been a speedrunner since 2013. So I know a lot about the subject matter. If you have any questions about it, let me know. About Crash Bandicoot, I might know. I like these games. I don't know everything about them. Or if you just have any general questions, feel free to post your questions, comments, or concerns. QCOC, as we like to call it here at this space. This is open to QCOC hours, questions, comments, or concerns. And Alex, you can feel free to post a chat comment real quick if you want, to point questions out, because I can't really look at the chat too much.
Eminent Prof, who I was speaking with earlier, wants to know, have you ever played a game called Doom?
I've heard of it. I've heard rumors about it. I don't really know much about it. What is that?
Apparently you fight aliens or some kind of demons. It's never really been clear to me.
Sounds cool. I gotta look into it.
I absolutely love this era of gaming. Like you were saying, the early 3D where everyone was just trying different stuff, seeing what worked, seeing what didn't. It was a game called Glover on Nintendo 64, which is very fun.
It's on the PS1 as well.
Oh yeah? Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
It was
Glover is phenomenal. That is a treasure.
It's really a neat idea having a move set for just being a glove, because the whole premise of the game is a platformer, but you're like a Mickey Mouse glove. You're walking around like this, and you have a whole move set of just the glove. You'll find balls around the game, bouncy, some solid, some heavier than others, some bigger than others, and then you can roll around with the ball, and it's a whole different move set, and each ball has its own. Like, those were the power-ups. It was very interesting. Very, very interesting game. I only rented that
chat earlier. Why speedruns just for the challenge? Yeah. Basically, it's like you like playing the game, so you play it over and over again. Eventually you get good. And then you want to see, okay, how fast can I beat it? Because really it's just getting good at the game. That's really what it is.
Now this character, this is Ripperoo, who we were talking about earlier, my favorite character in this game. In this game, he appears in the first, and in this one, he appears with an Einstein wig and mustache for some reason. Because I guess he went to college.
Awesome. He did go to college. That is an important detail.
Oh, right. That is canonical.
I have never done a speed run of Super Smash Bros. Melee, but I have speed run the N64 version.
How do you speedrun that?
The story mode is just you do all the fights. It's like 20
okay.
fights or whatever, and it ends with the hand. That horse shit.
Yeah.
Melee, I know Brawl is like a fucking couple hours. That's a long ass story mode. But
Yeah, I like
Melee.
that
I don't
one a lot.
remember. I don't know if I've ever. I don't think I've played that. I mean, I played Melee, but I don't think I've speedrun it. I don't know.
I like Brawl's story mode. That was really fun. I wish they had brought that one back for Ultimate. I didn't even finish Ultimates.
Brawl is the last one I played.
Yeah. No, the Wii was a really great system. I loved the Wii Sports. I mean, that is still fun today. And just the idea of them really leaning into motion controls.
So I'm taking one sip of my beer every time I finish a level, just for reference.
Oh, okay. So it should get even more difficult by the end.
We're just
plus the game's getting harder.
I'm also going to try to speed run cooking a chicken sandwich.
Ooh. Are these the values we want to instill into this space? Eating chicken?
No, you're right.
Vegans out there are going to be upset.
It's impossible chicken.
Ah.
We've got
That's
impossible chicken. We got,
support the vegans on this show.
Delicious Kroger Swiss cheese.
Nope, not the vegans, but the vegetarians are good to go. We are still in line.
Chipotle mayo. Different.
As in Chipotle brand or just flavor?
No, just flavor.
Okay.
No, it's a Chipotle aioli.
How do you brand a fucking pepper? Fuck that. They don't deserve it.
And of course, we're Americans, so barbecue sauce.
With Chipotle mayo. Okay.
Yeah, you put the mayo is really for the creaminess, and the Chipotle is for the the barbecue sauce is for the tang.
And the barbecue sauce is just for the overdose of sugar that gets your blood rush.
That sounds like a pretty good sandwich.
Ooh, and then your pancreas is like, oh boy, here
then
it
your
comes.
pancreas no work. Then you're doing videos on YouTube about Warhammer. Why? I'm so glad you got that.
Katamari Damacy.
No, but
yeah,
I've
we
heard of it.
collect all the.
I have heard of it. I've seen it, but I have
Isn't
not
that where
played
like?
it.
Yeah, I don't recall it. I'm sorry. Step 1: microwaving chicken patties.
Wait, what?
Hmm?
You just put that shit in.
Yeah.
Do you have a microwave at your desk?
Within reach, yeah.
What the?
Yeah, it's in like it's visible from the desk. How big of an apartment do you think I have? Everything's visible.
I don't know.
From the
Where,
desk.
what region of the nation do you live?
Well, actually, the very easternmost part of Dearborn on the border with Detroit.
Okay.
You hear that, FBI? Where you
Well, I
guys?
have no idea what apartment sizes are. I just assume everything's cheaper because I'm in New York.
Yeah, it is, and it's a lot cheaper when you rent it from just some guy.
Yeah.
And it's not really,
Yeah.
really on the record anywhere.
Right. I know that old game. Ugh.
Oh, son of a gun.
She's now on the second world, on the third level of the second world.
That
How
is
many
correct.
worlds overall?
Same amount.
5. All right. So you're
This game
blowing through.
developed the archetype that the third game followed through with.
Mm-hmm. The
How
different
so?
warp rooms.
You know, the
Okay.
5 and 5.
Having different warp rooms. In the first game, there was 3 different islands, and they all had various
Kind of like a
amounts of
Super
levels.
Mario World type
Yeah.
situation.
Fair.
And then 2 and 3 decided, you know what? Why don't we just consolidate this into warp rooms? But then again, I love the secrets in this game because some of them are super just random. Like in one of these bear levels, you'll get to the end and you got to jump backwards, which is counterintuitive to what you would do. You just go into the
I fucked it up. Jake was right.
Yes. I don't like how easily I'm falling into the role of hater, but you know, here it is. I like the secrets like that with the jumping, the doing counterintuitive stuff. I don't know. It's another way of
That was
the
right
game
before
designers.
a checkpoint too. That's like literally the worst spot to die is right before the next checkpoint.
Yeah. This game, and I think the first one as well, has something. I don't know what the exact mechanic is called, but if you die enough times, it will change one of the boxes ahead of you into a checkmark box and give it to you a
It's
little
called
bit earlier.
the pity box. The game
Yeah.
takes
That's
pity on
lovely.
you.
Or
they think you're a fucking idiot. Oh, we got
it'll
a
give you a
3-year-old
Aku
picked up
mask.
the controller. Let the 3-year-old play just for a couple minutes. Okay.
If you die enough, it'll also give you a Aku mask. So you can
Yeah,
take a
they
hit.
just don't even, they just give it to you. It's like, hey, I think you need this. You seem to be not doing so well at the game there, so we're just gonna make it a little bit easier for you. Give you a little bit of easy mode.
I think that is good, though. Frankly, like I
Makes me
appreciate.
feel like shit though when it happens.
Oh, you
I know
should.
that would
You
happen
should
to
feel
Jake.
bad.
I know Jake would get easy mode.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Is like it's the game saying, "All right, buddy." It's the people in the escape room just unlocking the door and being like, "There's actually a lot more puzzle than just this." So,
Yeah, and they go. It's less. It's still a little like, ooh, I must have died a lot, but it's less insulting than in modern games where it'll say, "Do you want to lower the difficulty?"
Yeah, fuck that.
It just
Holy
asks
shit.
you. It's like, no, I don't. I
You
can
want to
do
lower the
it.
difficulty? Well, fuck you very much. Thank you.
I mean, I like that it gives you the option in the modern games, but yeah, it's the mercy rule of video games.
Mm-hmm. We do have some breaking news that
What's this news?
I'm going to be doing an interview / conversation with Gina from Raw Politics.
Yo, yeah, Raw
Uh,
News and Politics. I
on
love
the
that channel.
That is breaking
18th.
news.
So that's when it's gonna be recorded. I don't know when it'll come out, but the 18th is the recording date.
Well, all right.
The devil's advocate is getting all over the place.
I believe we're gonna be talking about Love Island and 90 Day and how MAGA is complaining that no one wants to date them.
Oh,
I
So,
wonder why.
I'm
Why
sure
ever?
we'll have to bring up Tim Pool and Steven Crowder and people like that.
Oh God, what a world we live in.
we definitely do live in a world. That is correct.
All right, I forgot. Now I remember why I'm rooting against you. I don't. The problem with me not having played this as much myself is I don't know when the tense moments are coming up. So you got to tell me ahead of time
Yep,
what
that's
you
for
have
having.
difficulty with.
I have an immaculate gamer memory. I can memorize a game on my first playthrough.
These all look identical, each corridor. Oh, well, that couldn't have been part of the plan.
It actually was part of the plan, just because in this game the invincibility makes you slower. You notice in the third game
Really?
it makes you faster, and that's because people didn't like that in this game it makes you slower. Because in this game, they introduced the invincibility, so they're like the trade-off, you become invincible, so the trade-off is you become slow. And as a result, in speedruns, you don't really care about masks. That's not a feature of the speedrun.
Fair.
So in some instances, it's easier just to ignore it. I
I
will
wonder-
admit, though, it was not that good of a play. I thought that there was extra time in the cycle, but I definitely miscounted the cycle time. So
I wonder
You
if
did
they
play.
made it slower in this one, because in the first one, when you get invincibility, I think you go a little bit faster, and that one is a lot more precise, and there are smaller platforms.
Yeah, that's right.
So it might screw up people.
Yeah, I forgot that the invincibility. To me, I think the invincibility is like you just kind of stay the same. I don't know, but the invincibility is a little bit weirder in the first game, for sure.
I like these characters, the Komodo brothers.
Oh,
Komodo
yeah.
Joe and Mo.
Just a couple bros komodoing about. What is that, mustard? What kind of mustard is that?
This is the chipotle aioli, which I am now spreading on a piece of toast.
What kind of toast? What kind of bread was that toast?
It is white.
Ooh.
From the store.
Yikes.
I don't know why that made me laugh so much, man. You remind me of like natural, like you should be writing for National Lampoon or Mad Magazine or something. Or you should be co-owner of The Onion. Yeah, you.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
So you got any pickles or peanut butter you want to put on there?
Yeah, bread and butter pickles.
Ooh.
That's really where you're gonna get
Yikes.
The other. All right.
I have to agree with Andrea.
You got to
I
go
don't
dill.
do bread and butter. Yeah.
Dill is the only real pickle.
Or
dill is
kosher.
real. I got to
Kosher.
be honest. I mean, it doesn't have to be kosher.
Doesn't
Could
have to
be.
be.
I mean, it's good. It's good, but just any in the dill category.
But I will say, us Jews, we make a pretty good
fucking
pickle.
cocksucking
Ooh, you
motherfucker.
slipped.
Ooh, got distracted by the delicious bread and butter pickle chip.
I was
like my pickles to
distracted
be
by it.
sweet.
I will be honest, I was looking at Jake and then I thought like, this part's easy, whatever. And I was wrong. I was distracted by the fucking pickle.
We are now applying. We've got a nice little layer of pickles.
A nice layer.
over here. We now apply the cheese. The heat from the chicken patty, you understand, is gonna
Right.
melt this.
That's gonna melt the cheese, and you're gonna wait for that to happen, right? You're gonna definitely wait for that reaction to occur. You're not just gonna eat it as it's still pretty much all cold.
Like a goddamn hog. Yes, and here's why. Because the reason you don't merely pop it back in the microwave is because you want the cheese to draw the heat out of the meat.
Oh, so that you don't fucking burn your mouth. Start bleeding all over the place from burns.
Hemorrhaging blood because you were impatient. Yeah.
I do that all the time. I always burn the fuck out of the back of my mouth. I just shovel that
need a
shit
mask
right
there.
the fuck in there.
You need
I
a
was
mask
eating.
there.
You do need a mask there. It's slow to do it the other way, so that hit is way faster to take the hit. Yeah. Otherwise,
Fair.
you got to go up there, hit the plant, and then walk back, and then get on the jet ski, which takes a lot of time.
Now, is there a reason you ran around the gem?
Just I'm not going for 100%, so this animation would play for the gem. It
Oh,
takes
yeah.
like 2 seconds, so it's just easier just to walk around it.
Now, some people are going to get frustrated with me when they see me apply barbecue sauce directly to the bread.
Terrible. Yeah, this is going to be really hard to watch. That's why I'd like everyone to turn their attention to Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back for the Sony PlayStation. This game was originally released in the year 1997. I was 1 year old at that time, but I did play it much later. And around, 2000 or so is probably when I played this game for the first time. And it's pretty cool. It's a good game.
Fantastic game.
I was born 1 year before this, I meant to say.
I
was 1
was
year old.
I am an ancient being. But I was very much looking forward to this because Crash 1, when I got a PlayStation, it came with demo discs, first of all.
Oh, yeah.
Which should be brought back. I love
Yes.
game demos. Every game should have a demo that you can download. But it had a couple levels from Crash Bandicoot on it, and I was like, ooh, what's this? And when I got the next birthday or Christmas, or I had enough allowance money saved up, I went and got me Crash Bandicoot. It was the first game I had for the PlayStation outside of I think I got PlayStation for like Christmas or my birthday.
Son of a gun.
One of the two. And my dad got me games that he would want to play with me. So Jet Moto was one of them, racing.
Jet Moto is good.
And there was some Einhander, which was like a shooting
I played that, yep.
Galaga kind of game. Yeah. But Crash was the first one that I was like, ooh, this is my next game when I go and get a new game for PlayStation. And
my first PlayStation game was Spyro 2.
Ooh, okay.
That was the new one when it came when I got a PlayStation. Spyro 2 was the new one. I played the fuck out of Spyro 2, man. That's a good game.
One of the demo discs I had Spyro 1 on it, and it didn't connect with me.
Spyro 1 is phenomenal. For me, it's a top 5 of all time.
I never played them.
Same.
You were missing out.
I didn't have that. Fucking hell.
This is the last polar bear level, so say goodbye.
I love the.
Oh, son of a gun.
I love the sunset lighting in this level. It is so cool and chill. The music, I wish we could hear it. Is so.
The music's good.
Just joyful and a little Christmassy, but that's just because it has bells in it.
That's the thing, yeah. Christmas, why does Christ get to monopolize musical instruments? Fuck him. Fuck his monopoly. Fuck Santa Claus. I don't even know where the fuck it's Christmas, but then Santa Claus is the mascot. What the fuck? They got a branding issue going on. Fuck these guys. Fuck Jesus. Fuck God. Fuck Yahweh. Fuck all of them.
I mean, in my days when I'm having a hard day, I do say Hasadiga Ibawai.
Whoa. I don't even know what that means.
Quite much. It means fuck you, God. It's from Book of Mormon, the play, which I have seen twice and am looking forward to seeing again with my fiance someday when we are financially stable enough to go do that. Which reminds me, I have a Cash App that I set up.
That's right.
Because why not? Why not let people tip me if they feel like it?
Yeah, that's something I wanted to talk to. Well, there we go. That's something I wanted to talk to all of you all about. If you are planning on protesting and you think there's a good chance you could get arrested, everybody should have a Cash App, Venmo, whatever account, so that in an emergency, all of us can come help you. Because if you don't have that, we don't have a way to get funds to you, say, for bail. So set it up if you don't have it already. Andrea is killing it, says New York Chicken Wing.
That's correct. That's correct. That is a very important statement that needs to really be etched into the record of human history.
Pinkerbell,
I don't. I'm kind of most of my speedrun stuff is with Doom nowadays, so I'm kind of playing these for the first time in this decade. Because according to Jake, my last run with this was 7 years ago. So I've definitely played it at some point. I've never done like an actual speed run of it since then, but I've definitely played it once or twice. But maybe I'll play Doom at some point. Doom is a PC game, so that's a little bit harder to hook in here.
Really?
Yeah, I'm using my capture device as a webcam right now.
Clever. Tip top sandwich, I have to say.
I'm glad the sandwich came out great.
You can follow me on YouTube at Doom Speedruns. That's my primary speedrun endeavor. I have the most Doom speedruns out of any single person of all time. I'm addicted. It's got a hold on me. Can't stop now.
No, but I even though I don't speed run per se, I will, especially with like Donkey Kong. I'll do that. Donkey Kong 2 and
you should give it a shot.
I'll
You could probably beat Donkey Kong Country in an hour.
I definitely.
That's what's great about a lot of these games is that they're just around an hour. It's a perfect time for a game.
Oh, thank you so much, Jan. And Jake for putting that up.
Nah, you don't need to thank Jake.
He's clicking. He's doing the clicking.
Yeah, but you don't need to let that go to his head.
It will go to my head.
I have
He has
dabbled.
that sandwich grease that he's getting on his mouse like a fucking gremlin.
You know, in
I'm sorry to be so mean. You know, this is the
It's
stuff I think
accurate.
of. I think this is the shit that I say about myself, so I'm just saying it out loud because I figure why not?
Behold the grease. You're not wrong.
Oh. This
In,
bear is I think this is the last walking toward the camera level in this game.
Also, some
believe
programmer
if it's the one
saved
with the little
themselves an
bear,
afternoon by just reskinning the Triceratops.
Well, that's you got it in reverse. The Triceratops is a reskinned bear because this game is beforehand. So now it's combining the big bear, the small bear. There's there's bears everywhere.
Which is kind of cool. It's kind of like a little mini narrative. Like, oh, this bear you've been riding is the baby bear of the one that's been chasing you.
I don't know if that's true, but is that?
I don't know
is
if
that
that's
your
canonical, but
interpretation?
that's my headcanon.
Oh, we're getting a double dose of that chipotle mayo. We're getting some extra.
Well, this is the boar's head special
Oh.
stuff
Ooh, special
that I've
stuff.
left out and unrefrigerated for 4 days.
Oh, wow.
Does it need to be refrigerated?
Probably.
I refrigerate stuff that people tell me doesn't need to be refrigerated.
That's probably not a bad policy.
Just to be safe.
Usually,
This is the debut
if
of
it doesn't
Tiny
hurt
Timer.
it, then it's probably for the best.
God damn.
And this is ooh. Well, at least
it's on.
That one was off the camera. I didn't see it. A random amount of these go down, so I didn't see that one was one of the casualties.
Oh dang.
I remember being slightly disappointed that this fight was like this because I thought, I don't know, he's a big muscle guy. You should be some kind of physical combat or something.
Shouldn't be a test of acrobatics, but it does make sense that you, as the hero of the game, would make it a conflict about that, rather than. But now I'm with you. You see this raccoon-looking motherfucker? You wanna dance?
Raccoon.
I love Raccoon. I got an animation cell of Raccoon.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
It's him getting kicked in the face, but it's still he's still in it.
That's a really cool still to have.
I love Raccoon as presented by Team 4-Star. Professional wrestling Raccoon is my absolute
I didn't know
favorite.
there was one. That's awesome.
Oh, dude, if you haven't watched the abridged series of Dragon Ball Z,
I
do
should.
yourself a favor.
I haven't,
Yeah,
and I'm not
it's
going to
better
watch
than the
it.
original.
It's a whoa.
As I've heard,
Whoa.
I've heard it's very funny. Is it like people just
Better
dubbing
than
it
the
over?
original? What does that even mean? It's better than the original.
The
Jake, you
original
little-
was hindered by needing to stretch things out because they were, the manga, yada yada. You know how that goes.
No.
Whereas the abridged
no.
series,
There's some anime where filler is bad. Name a bad episode of Dragon Ball filler. I'll wait. It's
I'll
all
tell
good.
you, because
when
I've
they
actually
stretch
been-
it out, what do you mean when Goku's going and then the music is going?
Hey, Alex, when I point to
that's
you,
awesome.
can you give
That's not
me?
stretched out. That's just fucking cool. That's making me go like, whoa, like this shit's be getting awesome,
When I
and then
point
the
to you,
fucking the mountains start crumbling, and then it goes, and he's still fucking screaming. Like that's awesome. What are you talking about?
She gets it. I'm gonna make her point again for the audience. Alex, when I point to you, can you give me your best next time on Dragon Ball Z? All right, Frieza, I've had enough of you. Time for my ultimate attack. May.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
No, that's good stuff. You gotta wait.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
No, that's some good stuff. It
Last
builds the
time
hype.
on Dragon Ball.
I remember watching that shit week to week. I'm thinking
Oh,
about
me
it like
too.
the whole week at school. I'm like, oh man, what's Goku gonna do now? This guy's fucked.
Like run home on Wednesdays
Oh my God.
make sure I got home. I'm actually going through the series with my fiance who's never seen it before. And I just kind of threw it on one day.
Oh,
And
so
she
good.
fell in love with I started with the original Dragon Ball. And
You got to.
that first like 13 episodes, it's compact.
Perfect. You got
It
Pilaf.
moves.
I love Pilaf.
It's
He's
so
the best
fun.
fucking villain.
She
He's
fell in
just
love
so
with
good.
Goku.
He's just a goofy motherfucker. Like he's just some trust fund baby who's got like a private army, but he's so incompetent that he doesn't do anything. It's just what the fuck even is this guy? He owns a castle in the middle of the desert. It's amazing.
He's
But then
vaguely some kind of gremlin.
as the arcs kept going, the fatigue started to set into my fiance.
No, it gets better. It keeps.
I was like, honey,
Oh.
this is the show. So just be prepared for this.
To me, D-Ball is a progressively, it keeps getting better until Frieza, and then it stays at that level until Cell is dead, and then it starts to pitter patter around Boo. But I still like Boo. Boo's pretty good.
Me too. I agree.
If you
we
haven't-
jumped towards. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We jumped towards into Dragon Ball Z before finishing. We're kind of going back and forth now. But she just really wanted to see him go Super Saiyan, so I'm like, all right, we'll do Z. And
but you gotta
we're
wait
on
the whole
Namek
time
right
and
now.
make Super Saiyan good when you
Yeah.
when you watch all like fucking 400 episodes beforehand.
Yeah,
and
the
then you
build
see
up.
him go insane.
And,
That's the really important part.
Namek.
And we are literally the last episode we watched. The Ginyu Force arrived right at the end and did their pose and dance.
God damn, I love the Ginyu
I was like, that's get ready for a lot of more episodes with them, honey.
There's no way she's not going to want to watch more. When you get to that as the cliffhanger,
Yeah.
perfect. And I'm jealous of her first time watching
Right?
now.
Yeah, me too.
Let me give you some outside validation for how good the abridged series is. The abridged series is so good that the actual voice actors for the Ocean dub invited the abridgers up on stage at Comic-Cons.
Oh, that's awesome.
Multiple times and knew their bits already because the original voice actors watched the show. It's so good that
It's
the
on
voice
YouTube,
actors
right?
from and it's all free. And the voice actors from that are in Dragon Ball Super and Xenoverse. They
Oh,
got
that's
hired by
awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I love when that
So-
happens.
oh yeah.
I
Definitely
like I was talking about Weird Al earlier with Kristina because I'm going to see him on Saturday for the first time in my life. He's my favorite musician, and there was a song he did on the album Running with Scissors called Albuquerque, which is like a 7-8 minute song, and some fan just made an entire music video for it in Flash, Macromedia Flash, and put it on Newgrounds. I think was the first place they put it, because I just saw it in the 30th anniversary of Newgrounds the other day.
Oh
Yeah.
That's gonna take some adjusting too.
Right. And that guy like got to work on some more Weird Al videos in the future.
Do you ever
'Cause he
think
clearly
about
saw it and
how
was like, hey, that's cool.
everyone in this call right now has probably experienced the internet before corporations destroyed it?
Yeah.
Like imagine being like 15, you never even knew what a good internet, you don't even know what the internet could be.
Yeah.
We had it so goddamn easy back then. Holy
Yeah, there was
shit.
no homepage. I was thinking about that earlier. There was no. Your homepage was whatever you wanted to go do first. Neopets,
My homepage was just a
Newgrounds.
list of my bookmarks with text. That was my homepage.
I would probably hit Newgrounds.
That's still my
E-Bombs
homepage for
World.
reference. I try to strip as much of that shit out of my fucking shit as I can. I'm a
I really,
resistor.
I really appreciate the resistance energy.
Yeah.
I do. Like playing. I mean, Doom is your favorite, but
God
just
damn, I
I
love
refuse to get any new console to play any new games.
The last new
outside of,
console
like,
I got was a Game Boy Advance.
That's great.
As in, like I bought it, a couple months ago.
Speaking of
wanted
Game
the
Boy
second
Advance, I had so that was the last Game Boy I bought, because after that it was like Nintendo DS, and then I couldn't
played
keep
the
up with what
DS.
those were. I didn't know what
DS
they
was
were. I
fun.
didn't know if because I remember they made a Game Boy Advance like clamshell, and
Oh yeah,
I was
that was
like,
good
oh,
too.
this is just they're just making like updates on this. I didn't know it was a completely new system.
That's just bad marketing on Nintendo's part.
Yeah. Same thing with the Wii U. I was like, why would I buy this? I don't like half measure consoles.
When it was new, the last
Yeah,
one I got
well put.
when it was new was probably the Wii.
Yeah, Wii is fucking. Oh my god, I got that right before going to college, and played the shit out of fucking Zelda Twilight Princess. And there was a picture of me in my dorm room at college in the Boston area, beating it. and,
Shite balls.
And we played the amount of times we would come home drunk and fucked up from a party and play Wii Sports. Good times. Good times.
That is one of the only video games I ever enjoyed with a parent, was when my mom decided she would take a whack at Mario Party, and we ended up playing like for an entire weekend, and she was like, that was so much fun. I am never doing that again. That's way
Mario
too
Party could be like that.
Mario Party.
Or she got addicted, and she was like,
Yeah,
I'm never doing that again because I'm never gonna stop.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't blame her. It's Mario Party. That's notorious for that in particular.
I would play Madden with my dad, GoldenEye. He loved GoldenEye, or any kind of shooting game. Myst. Me and him could never figure out Myst on the computer.
To this day, yeah.
It's fucking obtuse and impossible. I'm sure Andrea can speed run it.
Is like 2 minutes. It's like a way to beat it right at the start.
I desperately do want to see that. Actually,
yeah, that would be cool.
My word.
I don't know how to do it.
You know what? I'm hanging out. I said I had to go 40 minutes ago. I don't care.
I know the game's almost over now.
You're 18 minutes from the record you were hoping to achieve. Andrea, how do you put your chances at this point?
Well, I've died a bunch.
This is
I
true.
would say, like, again, I will be honest. My Crash 3 is better than my Crash 2. All right, everyone's got a weakness. Everyone's got a strength. I was confident. I got a good time in Crash 3. You said 53 or something like that's not bad, you know.
This is
That was great.
I was gonna say episode. This is level 4 of World 4.
This is 4-5.
Okay, so yeah, you could do it. You could do it.
I think.
And
see that stack of nitros right there on the right? If you counterintuitively jump up that stairway of nitros, they won't explode. And if you get to the top, you will be warped into a secret level.
There you go. Jake is trying to what is Jake trying to do?
He's showing.
Oh shit! I died. I wasn't fucking. Jake's fucking distracting me.
Yes. Thank you. 246. Yeah. I'm just pulling up your previous time on the PS2 was hour and 20 minutes. This would be your new personal best. You're on track for that regardless, but the time we are shooting for is 1 hour. So you're actually, this is a very ambitious run on your part. And this is why I like speedrunning so very much. It is a mission.
Oh, you should have. If you hit the nitro, they would have all been exploding, so you had to go around. Those freaking bees, man. This one was another anxiety-inducing level because of the bees.
You can hide in the dirt, but I was
Yeah.
trying to do the one cycle. You know, you can do this. But
I see, yeah. Burrowing.
But I was trying to do the one cycle. I was trying to show off in front of the people who don't know what good looks like. I was trying to be cool. I end up looking like a fool. And frankly,
I swear to God, I've seen you try to light that vape twice. Is that old habits?
What do you mean try to light it?
I
Like
kept thinking you were like, yeah, oh shit.
Which I have something over there I can light, but I don't know if I can do it on stream.
Now, why do you think my webcam is off?
Ooh, with the laser. My word.
You know what?
So,
why don't I do that?
Whoa! Well, we're getting close to the end of the game. You should have done that an hour ago.
oh, you are well on your wait. What is this you're throwing its way? This is you're throwing fruit at it?
Lump of fruit.
Yeah. So what I liked about this is because you're always collecting these things as coins, as rings, right? Like Mario and Sonic. But here in this boss level, you have infinite amount. It's not actually depleting the amount that you have, but I like that it's kind of like, oh, he's got all these in his pocket, so this is what he's using.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah. You are handily beating the piss out of this attack robot.
I'm not. I'm not. This is horrendous.
What are you talking about?
She's not doing the optimal.
What would be the optimal? What should because you
trying to
hit them
as
you can
much.
do it in 1.5 cycles.
Oh my word!
But this is on 3 now.
Oh, it's not long for this world. Here we go. Bada
What's
boom.
not long?
The robot.
The
Ah,
robot.
it's back. Oh. So do you have to beat it by the time it blows up the last platform? Never mind.
Yep.
Ayo, irrelevant. Because you.
All right. So Jake says that I cannot beat this game by 11 p.m. Eastern time. That's what Jake says.
There's
There
5
are
more levels.
5 levels to go plus 1 boss.
13 minutes.
So you could
annoying
say
boss.
there's
5 levels.
6 levels. Let's just say 6 levels because the boss it's a level, whatever, So 6 levels to go. I got 13
I shouldn't
minutes.
have to keep this hand up for more than 2 minutes. If you're on track to win. Let's see. 6 remaining. Andrew Rovinsky. And
Now the thing about Alex mentioned in
Double
Crash 3 about the sci-fi levels, those are easy in Crash 3. In Crash 2, they're kind of, these are kind of motherfucker bitches.
Yeah, they
like
are.
they're a little bit more difficult.
Oh, there you go.
Crash 3, I think just because they're very long as well, and there's the
That's
elevators
true.
that eat up time. I would think.
That's true, but those are for cinematic effect.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
the fireworks
the
robot.
tricky
Gotcha.
of them. Which ones will change? Which ones won't? When exactly to jump?
yeah, I know they're scripted. Like some just will or won't, but like they're consistent. It's not random. It's just I don't remember which ones do or don't.
So if you notice in this game, Coco was just in the opening sequence, and she is in some cutscenes, but we're skipping all those, so she will appear at the end of the game.
Cutscenes are bad for your health.
And she is not playable at all in this game. She's only playable in the 3rd and only in those certain levels.
Crash
But
Team
in-
Racing, don't forget.
And Crash Team Racing, which is, it's
And
it's
Crash
still racing.
Bash. Let's
And
not
Crash
forget
Bash.
Crash Bash. Does anyone
Yeah.
play as the Mario Party Crash
The
Bandicoot?
first game not made by Naughty Dog.
Holy
Notably.
shit!
And you
Crash
can
Bash
tell.
is if you've ever wanted to, I think you would get a kick out of speedrunning Crash Bash. Either one of you, frankly, because
Why is
that
that?
game is just fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
It's torture to play.
I'm sure.
And the speed run is like anywhere if it's good, if you're good at the game, it's like 2 hours, 3 maybe. I don't know what the record is now. But like it could easily take 6 or 7. You know, if you're just not good at the game, and it's really hard. Crash Bash is a fuck mother.
But in Crash Bandicoot 4, which I know you do not acknowledge,
I do not recognize. Crash Bandicoot 4 is on the PlayStation 2. It's called The Wrath of Cortex.
I am
made
of
by
course
Traveler's
referring
Tales.
to
Traveler's
the
Tales.
newer
that
one
Toy
made by
Story for PlayStation.
Toys for Bob called Crash Bandicoot 4. It's About Time. You actually can play as Coco and several other characters in regular levels and levels where you ride things. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Here we have the jetpack levels.
Yeah, this was the big selling point of Crash Bandicoot 2. It's on the cover of the game. And
it's pretty good. It lives up to the hype, I must say.
They are
I love
fun.
the jetpack.
It's again, I'm a completionist when it comes to these kind of games. So inching around to get every box is
pretty rough.
It's pretty rough. But I do love just when you get a straightaway like that. Oh, it's so satisfying.
This really makes me want to play Star Fox.
Star Fox is so fucking fun. I love Star Fox 64. Star Fox on the SNES is serviceable to me at this point, but 64, man.
That's the only one I played. Yeah.
It I think I have my emulator on here, so maybe I can play maybe next time.
Just for reference, I am playing on a real PlayStation. So just throwing that out there.
You got the capture card.
PlayStation.
I would get a capture card for my Switch, but the TV is like over there, and it would be hard to see, and it would be hard to turn because it's on my bookshelf. So I'd have to be like this, and it would be very annoying. But
So Jake, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Well, Jake's the one talking shit. So Jake here. All right. What do I get if I can beat the game in this allotted time?
Well, I was talking with Alex. One fun thing to bet might be we have to do each other's show. So if I lose, I would have to do a show of yours, like I try to do a Doom speed run and fail miserably. I'm willing. I think I'm close enough to you not being successful at this that I actually am willing to bet something.
Okay.
$1.
I think I'd prefer you play Doom to $1.
Fair enough. I will happily do that if you're able to do it. But that means also, let me point out that if you are unable to get this in under an hour, you're going to have to conduct an interview on WYCD.
All right. That does sound like punishment.
Okay. Son of a bitch. Fair enough. Alex, I was genuinely worried that Andrea and I were going to be the kind of friends that can only hang around with like Matt also there. You ever have like a friend group like that?
Yeah.
Ah, son of a goddamn.
It's
Jake
kind
might
of
be right.
That was
It was brutal.
unfortunate.
It was hard to watch. Frankly, it was harder to watch than.
So this is another
You know what I was gonna say.
darkness level where you have limited light.
Yeah.
And I think this one was the one that really, like Crash Bandicoot 2's version of it, was really panic inducing for me.
Oh yeah.
Crash Bandicoot 1, not so much, because I don't know. The fact that it was an Aku Aku kind of, I like that it was an Aku Aku because it also gave you a hit, but if you got hit, you lost your light. In this one, you could still get hit. And
That's
not lose
less
the light.
stressful.
It's
Yeah.
less stressful, but I think the Velociraptors got me. They were spooky coming out of the darkness like that.
Fair. Ooh, that was a bold move. Good to beat them on a downstroke.
So according to that timer, I've got 7 minutes left.
You actually have 6 minutes, 30 seconds. We have about.
That's closer to 7. So I got about 7 minutes left. And this is.
Wait, no, you've got 5 minutes and 17 seconds.
Really?
No, we'll go with the. I'm sorry. Never mind. You're right. You've got about 7 minutes.
Hey, I'll do both. Shit.
No. You've got.
I did start at
6:20.
10:01 though. So factor
Yeah,
that
that's
in.
right. Yeah, that's right. You're totally right.
Jeff says the loser has to go on my show.
That's fair.
I do like that. I like that a lot.
That's fair.
Open offer.
I like how Jake is somehow in a competition with me, even though he's just sitting there doing nothing, eating a fucking sandwich. What the fuck? I'm sitting over here sweating and toiling over this 1997 video game.
It's capitalism somehow.
My-
Privilege. There we go.
I remember getting Crash 3 for Christmas, and it was my dad likes to like give presents in order.
Oh yeah,
and ramp up.
Yep.
It's a flair for presentation.
Yeah,
That's good.
and he gave me this big box, and it had the Crash Bandicoot 3 T-shirt in it.
Oh shit!
And I was like,
you got to find that.
Oh, that's awesome, but I'm really disappointed he didn't get me the game, but I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
You know, but
You
then he was
sweet
like,
kid.
look under the wrapper. And it was and I was like, oh shit. So I went upstairs.
Of course,
and
it was
played
under the wrapper.
Yeah.
You fucking moron.
I mean, you know, I was at an undetermined age at that point, but not as savvy as I am now on giving protocol.
Well, you were a child, is my understanding.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
supposed to be. Yeah.
In my larval stage, as it were. But on my birthday, he would like to sometimes hide presents around the house. Because he'd be gone for work in the morning and I'd get up for school, and there'd be like little knickknacks here and there throughout the house. I like that style of gift giving. Surprise gift.
Yeah. I love so much that he understood the mindset of the person being given to as well. Your dad sounds like a classy guy.
And then I'm fucking lucky because I'm half Christian, half Jewish, so I got Hanukkah and Christmas.
Oh yeah.
So I would get 8 presents and then a bunch of presents at Christmas.
And
only
presumably-
child. Benefits of being an only child.
Oh my word, yeah. And also presumably some sly competition between parents. Like, yeah, I want to say Christmas is better, but I don't say Hanukkah's better, but here we are.
Okay.
Started.
Final boss. Is Jake correct? Am I fucked?
3 minutes.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't even remember. I
think you can
finished
do
my
it.
beer, by the way. I finished a 6.7% whatever ounce beer. So
Very nice.
Factor that in. This is the final boss. This is
3:15
Dr.
remaining.
Neo Cortex. And what did we bet on? I don't even remember. Like you're gonna play.
You know what? One of us is gonna have to do a show on the other's channel.
I don't even have a show
and that
or a
includes
channel.
Alex's channel.
Well, now
In my
Alex
channel.
is
How
involved.
did I get
Well,
roped
what
into
yeah, how is he involved?
All right,
in
fine.
that?
One of us will have to do a show on the other's channel.
No, but I mean, I want everyone to come on my channel at my
All right, I beat the
my
game.
channel and my
1:58
the
PM?
space show. Uh-oh.
Wait, how'd you beat him? You were just in a race.
How you stayed on his ass.
Oh shit.
So what is that time now?
Yeah. let's have
that
it
was
again.
what 57-minute.
Oh boy, she beat it by a wide margin. Yeah.
Very
That's a new
cool.
personal best for you, buddy. Good job.
All right.
I'm gonna be speed running Doom. It looks like.
My
Very interesting
disc
to see that.
froze. That's not good. I'm glad it froze on the
Ooh.
end.
Ooh, wait
Oh,
a minute.
shit.
When
It
do we
froze on
count?
the credits?
When
It
do
counts
we
when you kill
count
the guy.
as soon as you kill him.
But it did
That's
freeze
when the
loading
end
the
is.
credits.
It's not when the final video plays.
Well, that was
Can I
the
get my
final
lawyer in
video.
here? Ooh, I would love it if the Lord Christ ended up deciding for you that you had to do a bonus thing.
Close enough.
Oh, that was pretty darn good, Andrea.
That was awesome.
Congrats.
Anyway,
Well done.
I got that out of my system. We lost
Speed
13 viewers, so that's great.
You're telling me we
but,
maintained over 30 viewers throughout 2 speed runs randomly at the end of the day?
No one saw it coming. I did tell some people that this would happen, but I don't think anyone saw it coming.
Fair enough.
I don't normally play Crash Bandicoot, but I figured, Alex and I were talking about it, so I got inspired. And but if you do like watching me play video games, I do have Doom channels where I play Doom. Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite games. It is probably just not even just my favorite, I mean, Crash is okay, but Doom is the best game in the world. My YouTube channel is at Doom Speedruns. You can go subscribe. I want to get 5 million subscribers. Actually, 10 million. Actually, 100 million subscribers. That's my goal right now. People always say, you want to have short, achievable goals. So I figure 100 million is a good start for a short, achievable goal. So help me get 100 million subscribers on at Doom Speedruns on the internet. Maybe I'll play Doom on here, but we have to figure out the technological foundation of that. Do I hold world records? I have thousands of world records. I know it sounds hyperbolic. I know it does sound, but that's the thing. You can delineate everything into so many different categories. So it does sound silly to say, but I got thousands of world records. I don't know. You can go to doomspeedruns.com and click on my name there to see all my Doom records. I got a couple thousand of them, 3,000 or 4,000, I think.
Any closing words, everybody?
I have, let's see, 479 followers on Twitter, 281 followers on Blue Sky, 174 on Twitch, and 134 on YouTube. So get them all to 1,000.
Heck yes.
Make it
ladies
10,000.
and gentlemen.
Make it 10,000.
Let me be able
let's
to
not fuck
monetize
around
my
on this
YouTube.
bit.
Really, I
We're all
want
gonna
to
get to
monetize YouTube.
25,000. What do you got, Jake? Thank you both for joining me. I wouldn't be able to do this
absolutely.
by myself.
Thank you for inviting me.
I was way too high. I was on multiple drugs, so I needed to have some sort of co-commentary here. Plus, I don't think people could stomach. Frankly, we would have lost a lot of viewers if it was just me, because I wouldn't have been able to hold it through. Maybe I could if it were like 5, 6 a.m. when I'm spruce in the morning with a damn good cup of Joe in my hands, but not at 11:02 p.m. Frankly, it just wouldn't have happened. So.
Well, at the end of another successful, long This Space stream, I want to thank you all for contributing. My name is Jake. This has been WYCD. That's Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions and Andrea from Andrea Ravinsky's many YouTube channels, including ones that host Doom Speedruns. And on behalf of all This Space, we'd like to say, never trust Whitey.
Yeah.